Und damit würde ich sagen, moin Leute, willkommen zu einem neuen Livestream auf diesem Kanal. Heute ist der zweite Tag der Fortnite WM 2023. Heute ist das Lower Bracket. Heute spielen die Leute, die sich aus dem Last Chance Qualifier noch reingequalt haben. Und die Top 26 bis 50 von gestern aus der Quali spielen auch heute. Und heute ist dann auch der letzte Quali-Tag. Heute kommen nämlich dann die Top 25 auch ins Final. Die Top 25 von gestern sind schon im Final. Und die Platzierten von 26 bis 50 heute, also die letzten 25 von heute, die gehen raus und sind damit, ja, aus der WM raus in den Calls schon, haben aber trotzdem alle 4.000 Dollar gewonnen. Each 2.000 Dollar, also jeder einzelne 2.000 Dollar als Duo und 4.000 Dollar. Genau. Das Ganze wird heute wieder um 16 Uhr starten. Und bis dahin spielen wir erstmal selber noch ein bisschen. So, was möchtest du spielen, was Quagga? Halt, ich komme in den Chat rein. Ja, okay, chillig. Dann lass einfach mal eine Runde Duos spielen, würde ich mal sagen. Einfach so eine Runde Duos. Ja. Let's go. Ja, let's go brutal. Ja, hab ich da markiert? Nee, du. So. Oh, hier landen auf jeden Fall wieder ein paar. Hier ist keine Waffe. Außer eine für mich. Jo, hole ich mir gleich. Wichtig. So eine Pump. Oh, let's go. Lass mal Gegner rushen. Hab einen noch. Ich komm. Dead. Oha, goldene Pisten. Falls du die haben möchtest. Let's go hier noch. Oh, liegt ja noch mehr Loot rum. Ja, okay. Hab mein Loot. Hexen diesen wir actually geil. Wenn noch irgendwo einer wäre. Oh, der hat eine gute MP. Den nehme ich mit. Oh, Trick or Trick. Oh ja, let's go. Oh, eine mythische. Ah, hier dieser Grenade Launcher, falls du haben möchtest. Hinten sind Schüsse, würde ich ganz gerne hingehen. Komm mit. Ja, hier vorne. Noch mehr Gegner, ich gehe die pushen. Nice Save. Now let's go. Oh, First Shotgun nehme ich mal. Glaube ich etwas stärker. Folgt mir mal ein bisschen, wenn du kannst. Ich wollte hier vorne nämlich einmal diese Bots pushen gehen, damit wir die nächste Zone sehen können. Obwohl da hinten sind richtige Gegner, würde ich auch ganz gerne hin. Also ich glaube, dass es welche sind. Ja, du kannst ja auch die Karte einlösen. Ist auch nicht schlecht. Wenn du schaffst. Wäre nicht sehr nice. Ja, let's go. Ah, nicht so geil. Ach komm, ich nehme Äpfel mit. Lass mal. Ja, ich krieg das Lama nicht mehr, schade. Hat er leider gerade eben schon ausgelöst. Also müssen darüber nicht reden, dass ich bisher noch keinen richtigen Gegner hatte, oder? Das ist crazy. Oh, Hexenwesen, wie gut. Oh mein Gott. Gib mal noch richtige Perks, bitte. Ja, First Assault zum Beispiel. Ja, brauchen wir nicht. Ich glaube, das war ein echter Gegner. Hexenbesen und Katana. Ach du Kacke, habe ich da gar nichts getroffen. Tommy Gun. Hier ist kein Gegner mehr, super. Oh, ja gut, das war halt echt schlau, muss ich schon sagen, ne? Also hier ist eine Kombikanne, falls du die haben möchtest. Und eine goldene Autopump. Ich glaube, hier sind noch richtige, echte Spieler drin. Geh mal mit Rift nach oben auf die Insel. Hey, hier ist ja gar keiner. Beide haben Pass hier 100, Digga. Unten. Einer ist so cracked. Aber ich gehe nicht alleine rein, ich muss auf dich warten. Die haben so viel Damage von mir kassiert. Noch einer 32. Ich glaube von unten ist dumm. Ja, spray mal in die rein, wenn du kannst. Bei mir. Bei mir, Bro. Aber nicht hochkommen. Oder? Ich glaube, dass du hochgekommen bist, tötet uns jetzt gerade. Ich muss in die Zone, wir müssen beide in die Zone. Das ist übelst dumm, hier zu sein. Sich auf einen. ...60 auf einen, bei dir. Ja, wir sind das Streamteam anscheinend. Hab einen. Oh, ich sehe einen. ...80 und 30 auf beide. Ist ein bisschen weiter in die Zone. Wir müssen eigentlich zu denen, wir müssen zu denen. Wir müssen hier zu der Seite irgendwo. Ich helfe dem ein bisschen, aber der ist schon tot. I see. Wir müssen eigentlich dahin, so wo ich jetzt bin, ne? Am besten. Einer ist Crack. Ja, du hast halt so einen Boden über mich gebaut. Nicht einfach so pushen. Ey, du pusht einfach so. Push überhaupt nicht. Ja, wenn du jetzt dead bist, kann ich nichts machen, Digga. Ich muss mich erstmal healen. Ja, du gehst halt einfach so reinpushen, keine Ahnung. Ja, alleine. Lass mich immer vorpushen. Ich muss immer vorgehen, bevor du gehst. Sonst haben wir keine Chance mehr. Ich bin jetzt zwar alleine, aber... Ja, ich könnte es definitiv noch schaffen, aber I don't know. Hä, es baut nicht, Digga. Konnte nichts mehr machen. Die waren übelst schlecht. Oh. Und ich habe übelst gepanikt. Krass. Wie ich gepanikt habe. Keine Ahnung. Ja, aber geh nicht mal alleine reinpushen, ne? Lass mich immer vorgehen. Vertrau mir. Ich hatte gerade eben nicht mehr so viele HP und ich muss mich unbedingt healen, deswegen. Mach mal nicht bereit. Ich lade mal ganz kurz Flammenband ein. Mach mal nicht bereit. Maurice Ackermann nur hin. Achso, okay, egal. Einfach ready. Doch, dann. Nochmal durch. The round. Kommt er nicht rein. Ja, einfach hinter mir bleiben. Und irgendwie sprayen oder so, I don't know. Ja, nochmal brutal. Komm. Ja, ich lande hier. Ja, wenn du jetzt brutal landest, bist du gleich wieder dead. Ich hatte halt nicht so einen guten Drop, deswegen, aber wir können ja gleich gerne direkt hin und die pushen. Ah, guck, was habe ich gesagt? Egal, ich klatsch das jetzt irgendwie. Wenn die Kiste rauskommen würde, wenn man sie schlägt. Das. Ah, ne Spaß. Sehr schön. Ja, merke ich. Oh, das kann wichtig werden. Wichtig und richtig. Oh, noch ein Moving Item. Das Game gibt mir ja alles. Boah, jetzt weiß ich gar nicht mehr, was ich weglegen soll. Obwohl, den Fisch kann ich auch aber essen und dann den Busch mitnehmen. Oder die MP. Ja, okay, let's go. Ich kann das. Hab mein Loot. Ey, es ist so schlecht, dass man, wenn man einen Hexenbesen deaktiviert, nicht direkt schießen kann, ne? Ey. Konnte man Rocket Launcher nicht verwenden. Und es war richtig schlecht von mir gespielt. Ach, Digga, was ist los mit mir, Mann? Ich verliere gegen solche Spieler. Hey, ich muss da mindestens einen Win holen, Mann. Wo landen wir? Mal ganz woanders. Warte. Muss ganz woanders landen. Lass mal Nordsee landen. Okay, danke. Jo, hol ich mir gleich. Oh nein. Ja, keine Wolldecke. Hexenwesen muss. Und ich muss mit 2 Waffen spielen. Ja, auch Prozessor. Hier, ich komme. Eigentlich fehlt mir AR ein bisschen. Ja, damit nicht so sprayen, ehrlich gesagt. Also wenn du ein bisschen AR-Munden hast, dann drop mal bitte. Hast du keine AR? Okay. Dann nicht. Achso. Hypern definitiv schon Gegner. Logisch. Was sind die Gegner, Digga? Wo sind die mit der Karte hier? Egal. Ah, sehr gut. Coole Karte, die da ist. Lass mal Tresor holen. Die könnten eventuell, ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob es noch gibt, aber eventuell mit einem Glitch hier reingebackt sein. Deswegen aufpassen. Nee, sind sie nicht. Moin, Leandro. So, lass mal Rennstrecke gucken. Hier scheint auch keiner zu sein. Komm mal her. Kann nicht. Oh, ich hab dich noch gekillt. Ah, unnötig. Oh, ist das endlich mal Gegner rushen? Also wenn die mal welche wären. Ah, da vorne. Aber die fahren mit Auto. Oh, ich komm. Hab einen Hunderter. Noch ein Hunderter. Hab einen Knock. Hab beide dead. Wo ist sein Loot? Vor dem einen. Müsste doch irgendwo hier sein, oder nicht? Höhe? Wo ist der Loot von dem zweiten? Ah. Okay. Egal, Mann. Oh Mann, oh Mann. Ah, lass weiter so. iPhone sind echte Gegner, ne? Nee. Alles Bots anscheinend, aber da hinten ist ein echter Gegner. Ja, ein Bot-Gegner. Ein Bot-Gegner. Let's go. Ah, hier vorne ist mein Finish. Wenn er noch irgendwo hier ist. Ah, beide gekriegt. Jetzt genau. Ah, ich komme zu dir. Können dann noch mit Jump Pad weiter. Geil, danke. Nehme ich mir gleich. In this world. Was mal mit Jump Pad. Ist ein Jump Pad oben. Und dann. Ja, Richtung Zone. Logischerweise. Am besten so weiter rechts von der Sonne. Ja, ich sehe, warte. Ah ja. Okay. Das sind der Gegner. Also ich sehe von dir aus keine. Kann sein, dass es bei mir noch nicht so weit lädt zu den Gegnern. Da sind die Bots, die nerven. Komm, bis noch wir gleich Loot Island eventuell gehen können. Ja, ich würde ganz gerne Loot Island gehen, glaube ich. Weil ich da so einen schönen Gegner sehe. Der mich auch schon gesehen hat, schade. Ah, vielleicht gehe ich da doch nicht rauf. Oh mein Gott, was ist mit dem los? 10 Jahre alter Bug, dass das so ist. Ich glaube, es ist Chapter 1 schon. Nein, ich würde ihn mal nicht pushen gehen. Ich würde da außen rumgehen irgendwie. Ein bisschen weiter weggehen noch. Weil die nerven dann doch schon ein bisschen. Die haben eh einen Vorteil, weil die auf Highground sind und wir nicht. Ich habe vorhin bei mir gesehen, aber man kann da oben richtig geile Hits treffen. Oh, gib Gas, komm. Ja, der zieht nicht. 74. Ja, lass woanders hin. Freunde fighten ja die ganze Zeit welche. Digga, wie viel landet er denn? Sein Schüssen. So, und komm. Und auch einfach weg von dieser Loot Island hier. Dass es diesen Slide-Bug auch noch gibt, ne? Mit diesem Sound und so. Auch ultra nervig. Oh, den habe ich jetzt die ganze Zeit. Oh Mann. So. Jetzt war das ein Bot? Der war einfach ein bisschen lost. Der war ein bisschen sehr lost. Hey, was Quacker, du bist ganz woanders. Der ist ja gar nicht mehr bei mir. Hä? Was Quacker, Digga? Oh, Mann. Der ist ja ganz woanders auf einmal gewesen. Oh, beide warten auf Gold. Jetzt habe ich noch ein bisschen eine Chance. Come on. mein Gott, 60 White. Ja, alles gut, egal. Wir haben ein Duo und ein Solo. Ich glaube, der über mir ist ein Solo. Aber der Solo ist, glaube ich, der krassere Schwitzer. Der Solo ist tot. Der Solo ist tot. Ich gebe jetzt alles. Ich habe das erste Mal mein Leben im Finale mit einem Baum gekillt, seit Chapter 3. Im Final Match. Beim Final Gegner, Digga. Holy shit. Ich hab's auch einfach spannend gemacht. Ich habe nicht gepusht. Ich hätte genauso gut pushen können. Aber, ja. Win is win. Oh. Relativ okay. Gigis. As one. Oh, jetzt gehe ich auch wieder auf eine Killrunde. Ja. Nee, direkt Brutal, komm. Ah, ich kann dir genau sagen, wo ich hingehe. Da gehe ich hin. Gehe da auch so mit hin, ungefähr. Ja, das ist ein anderes Gebäude. Ja, du hast einen viel zu hohen Drop wahrscheinlich. Hallo, ich weiß, dass einer ist. Ich komm. Das leckt hier brutal. Es leckt so. Ich kann, Digga. Hä? Sieht man das? Bro, was ist das? Fortnite is fucking trash. Holy shit. Ah, die denken immer noch, ich habe Eisfüße. Die denken, ich habe Eisfüße noch. Was ist denn das? Ich muss mal auf diese Eisfläche, Digga, sonst geht dieser Bug nicht weg. Oder? Der ist weg, oder? Ich weiß es nicht. Ja, der müsste weg sein. Aber das ist schon ein bisschen Trash, muss ich sagen. Habe ich deine Karte nicht? Ich habe die doch aufgesammelt, for real? Ich habe die aufgesammelt. Bin mir sicher. Egal. Genau, Gegner eventuell. Hab 3 Kills. Ah, die haben wahrscheinlich auch einen oder so. Ah, das stimmt nicht. Da vorne sind Gegner. Ein Hit ist auch erstmal okay. Ein Hit ist besser als keiner. So, let's go, würde ich sagen. 7 Kills. Und damit habe ich schon meine etwas high Kill Round hier. Ah, jetzt kommen Gegner. Einer ist cracked. So, bitte würde ich mal sagen, ne? Na, ich gehe weiter in die Zone. Obwohl, ich kann mir auch noch ein bisschen Pizza. Aber ich kriege hier keine geilen Perks irgendwie. Ich kriege hier nicht die Perks, die ich haben möchte. Ich muss ultra viel Gold dafür ausgeben. Oh, Digga. High Voltage habe ich noch gar nicht, das war. In this world. Let's go jump it. Oh, das ist noch Gegner. So, rechts von uns mal gucken. Oder auch nicht. Bein Crack. Oh, dead. Instant. Ah, hier vor mir bei dem Cache. Da brauche ich deine Hilfe. Ich glaube, die wollen das einnehmen eventuell. Nee. Hier ist gar keiner, der das einnehmen möchte. Also. Ja, let's go, würde ich mal sagen, ne? Oh, hier sind überall Gegner um uns rum. Aufpassen. Kannst du den Loot nehmen? Ja, wieder hoch. Ich auf einen. 70. Ich gehe auf ihn. Hä, wie hat er mich getroffen? Warum bist du tot? Warum bist du nicht bei mir? Hä? Ich hasse diese Bäume. Ich spiele heute kein Duos mehr, ne? Uiuiui. Ja, also noch 20 Minuten, bis es mal wieder losgeht. Ja, auch rein. Hau ich dich mal raus. Und mich in RDW, ganz kurz. So, ich chill jetzt noch ein bisschen. In 19 Minuten oder so geht dann noch immer mal das Stream los in Fortnite. Aber da kann doch theoretisch jetzt schon sein. Kann sein, dass sie den Replay von gestern nochmal zeigen. Das machen die öfters. Gucke ich mal ganz kurz. Ist Fortnite jetzt schon online? Am Mars online? Okay. Nee, Fortnite ist noch nicht live. Wir sind nicht auf Twitch. Stimmt, warum ist Bucke nicht beim FNCS? Was heißt VP? Er wurde irgendwie gebannt oder so, ne? Oder was ist das da? Er ist ja eigentlich beim World Cup dabei. Aber er ist nicht da. Na, Fortnite selber streamt noch nicht. Das ist der Kanal, wo die streamen? Nee. Oh, Alter, Digga. Gestern gestreamt an. Achso, das ist der von gestern. Ja, okay, die streamen hier gleich wieder. Auf Twitch. Und ich mache auch mal den YouTube-Stream nebenbei von denen an. Falls Twitch mal irgendwie laggen sollte. Wo haben wir den Filter da? Kanal. Fortnite. Live anstehen. Also hier, die haben auf Warten gestellt. 15:50 Uhr. Der HU. Lower Bracket. Das Lower Bracket. Genau. Heute spielen die 25 unteren von gestern, also die 25 schlechtesten von gestern. Hier im Lower Bracket und die 25, die sich Last Chance gecallt haben. Und die Top 25 kommen weiter dann ins Final und die anderen 25, die gehen dann komplett raus mit $4.000 Earnings pro Duo, das heißt 2.000 each. Und ich bin gleich wieder da. In 5 Minuten oder so. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Fortnite, World Cup, Lower Bracket, Day 2. Hier heute Stream Fortnite. Nee, noch haben sie nicht geschafft. Fortnite startet. Ja. So. Wir können uns mal ganz kurz angucken, wer heute alles hier spielt. Jetzt muss ich immer Fortnite Tracker und Fortnite WM Upper Lower Bracket mal ganz kurz ansehen, wo wir hier irgendwo das Lower Bracket eventuell haben. Oh, wir haben hier die Breaks Great Stages. Aber wir können actually beides auf Fortnite Tracker machen. Wir müssen einmal den Global Championship öffnen von gestern. Na nee. Fortnite werden auf der Lower Bracket. So, hier haben wir die Majors. Schnell alles hier. Backstages, Grand Finals. Backstages. Das ist von gestern. Ah, das ist von gestern. Das interessiert uns, glaube ich, heute gar nicht. Nee, es sind mehrere Cooper und so dabei. Ach so. Okay, verstehe. Das hier sind alle Teams, die heute spielen werden. Das sind 48 Duos. Der Mate von Okis, den gibt's halt einfach nicht. Ich habe keine Ahnung warum. Okis hat kein Mate. So. Heute im Lower Bracket die Top 26 bis 50 von gestern. 7-Man, Kalgama, Bingo, Gon, Adapter, FKS, AIM, Celsi, Aegis in Canada, Arnos und Sons, Batman Booger ist nicht der Booger mit 3 Millionen Earnings, sondern der NA West Booger. Rapid Belushi, Vortex, ein deutsches Duo, also zumindest das Vortex ist deutsch und spielt auch für Focus, für den E-Sport Focus von Pro-Owns und Elias M97. Brick, Chubbs, Woody, Shadow, Bleer, Peterbot. Hat Peterbot gestern gespielt? Ich habe ihn nicht einmal gesehen. Tented und kann ihn nicht aussprechen. Cheaton und Pixie, die spielen heute auch mit, die haben gestern nicht mitgespielt, genau. Clement und Kaisen. Klicks und Epic Wall. Haben es gestern ja nicht geschafft, oder? Haben die gestern gespielt? Ne, gestern haben die auch gar nicht gespielt. Copper Marijuana haben aber gestern gespielt und die sind heute nochmal wieder dabei. Dados und State sind heute auch wieder dabei. Dev und Tay, Diguera und Persa, spielt sogar für Liquid, noch nie gehört. Doc Raru, Dukes und Edge haben gestern, glaube ich, auch schon gespielt. FHD und Hero haben meiner Meinung nach auch gestern schon gespielt. Patch und Mstu. Patch hat ja damals, nochmal angemerkt, Patch hat damals den Solo- oder Duo World Cup mitgespielt 2019. Facer und King, einer meiner Favorite Player, weil der damals auch im Solo World Cup abnormal rasiert hat. Fishy und Tails, Nyan gibt es auch schon echt lange, muss man sagen. Mit Moneymaker. Frosty, WA. Gab Sarah Newty auch gestern schon dabei gewesen. Geyser und River. Rhodes und Clown. Kennt man ja auch. Hen und Waske. Waske habe ich noch nie gehört, aber Hen ist natürlich auch schon oft dabei gewesen. Ich glaube, Hen hat auch schon mal ein paar Mal oder zweimal oder so ein FPCS gewonnen. Jemo und Yuma waren auch gestern, glaube ich, schon dabei. Janis und RYZEN sind heute dabei. Genau. Dann der eigentlich deutsche Kami, meine ich. Aber hier hat der Estland als Flagge, keine Ahnung. Vielleicht kommt er auch aus Estland. Dann der Vanjak, der Ukrainer, Kirb und YijxFN. Kitos und Psin waren gestern auch schon dabei. Brasilianische Pros in Fortnite auf jeden Fall. Psin hat damals auch den World Cup auch mitgespielt 2019. Crips und Noxy, Quanti und TK, Curry und Ping, Livje und Steno, Papa, keine Ahnung, Shellim, Mr. Savage und Vadial, auch ganz wichtig. Die müssen heute auch unbedingt rasieren. Okis, sein Mate ist wahrscheinlich anonym, ich habe keine Ahnung, warum er nicht angezeigt wurde. Auf Fortnite Tracker wird auch nicht angezeigt. Wahrscheinlich ein sehr anonymer Spieler, das ist wahrscheinlich auch der eine Maske hat. Pink und Vico, auch mäßig deutschsprachiges Duo, zumindest ist Vico ist deutschsprachig. Oder Science Nazy auch wieder dabei, haben gestern auch nicht geschafft. Das französische Team, für die auch am meisten gejubelt wird im Publikum. Ja, Rapid war gestern auch schon dabei, heute auch wieder dabei. Schizotoric waren auch gestern noch dabei, genauso wie Yumi, die heute auch wieder im Lower Bracket dabei sind. Ich würde sagen, das sind alle Duos. Und da sind noch ein paar geile Duos dabei heute noch. Und ich hoffe, die Duos sind auch morgen dabei. Das wird dann nämlich sehr, sehr geil. So. So. Gehen wir. Auf den schönen und wichtigen Stream von Fortnite.
Game number 1 starts right now. Kanata will have to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe. No! Kanata falls! Malabuka comes out on top. It's all or nothing now. The end game is already theirs. The clutch is possible. And Vino wins the game!
This is starting to look a pretty familiar monster. Queasy and Venom. And just like that, we are right back in it.
Stain and Datus landing directly on top of Seti and Cammy. Cammy finishes the job. They strike back. J-Cord, he knows he's got a couple opportunities here. It's all or nothing now. One shot will be it, but no. And Shari take home the second game now alongside Giras. This sounds like you are ready. I am too.
This is looking like Acorn and Cold's game for the taking.
ARBEITSSPEICHER is still going, but NA takes the game. Acorn and Cold, the shrug.
He's making it look like it was easy.
It just takes one big game to get yourself inside of that top 25. It's Malabuka who does it yet again. Oh my gosh, what did we just witness from King? Does he go back to back? This man is on fire. Sphinx and Poyo drop them into the palm of their hands, and they take the game. NA on top, thanks to Poyo and Sphinx. Let's get this last and final game underway. On the high ground, it's Yamzo and Ryze, but Threats does it yet again, trying to go ahead and keep him and Booga's dream alive.
And we are seeing one of NA's finest with a victory royale for the day closed.
Remember, we want to end the day in top 25 to go straight on through to Sunday. Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Global Championship. This is day number 2. Yesterday, we watched the upper bracket face off, and from there, the bottom 25 moved on here. Not only will we see them compete, but the 25 duos from the Last Chance Major will also take the stage. And once again, the goal is the same. Top 25 to make it to Grand Finals. Joining me here on the analyst desk is Vivid, it's Mini Miner. My boys, how are we feeling in day number 2?
FNCS Global Championship. We have
32
officially made it, of
Minuten
course,
müssen wir
day
warten.
number 2, the lower bracket. Manny, I don't think I could have asked for a better day number 1, right? We pretty much got everything that we really wanted, right? A lot of action. Those 5 games were just packed full of stuff that we talked about all day long, and I'm excited to run it back.
I had high expectations of the Global Championships, and it delivered on every party yesterday. Today's going to be even more crazy. We have the lower bracket, the final chance for these teams to qualify to the Sunday finals. I cannot wait, because the energy in here already is electric.
Yeah, the fans here in the arena, y'all have been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for coming out. Not only have you made the experience amazing for the players, but for us and everyone back home, they can feel your roar. So if you guys get hyped, all the viewing people from home, they will get hyped as well. Especially, you know, some of our French community over here in the stand.
There they are.
That's right. Y'all feel free to go wild. We love y'all. We appreciate y'all. Now, as we start to kind of focus in on the competition, many names looking to try and make that top 25. I wanted to ask you guys, before we kind of get rolling, how do we feel about the competition coming into today? So obviously we had a bottom 25 yesterday. Is the pressure different coming into the lower bracket?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Yesterday, it was like, hey, you know, if we didn't make it through to the finals, we got tomorrow. Now, There's no more of that, right? We have an elimination day on our hands. The bottom half of the teams today will be going home. And of course, the top 25 going straight into those finals. Can't wait to see what our final 50 looks like.
Yeah, and of course, we have some teams that did play yesterday as well. So they have had experience under these lights in this arena and in this environment. So they might have
Ja, die von gestern haben ein bisschen größeren Vorteil, weil die schon wissen, wie das da zu spielen ist. Ich glaube, darüber sind wir gerade am Labern.
We have an entirely different lobby here, an entirely different drop map. Anything can happen.
So much to talk about, but first, we wanted to make rounds. We got to see what is going on
Können
around
actually
the
schon...
arena. Let's head on up to our
Obwohl, ne, kann man
casters
nicht.
for them to say hello.
Thank you so much, Zeke. This has
Gestern haben die auch die Lobbys einfach
amazing
richtig
so far.
durchgedeckt.
And it's only day 2. It's gonna get bigger.
Mal gucken, wie es heute ist. Eventuell jetzt ein bisschen besser. Eventuell haben wir da was gefixt.
We keep talking about the stakes that are involved with trying to make it into that Sunday Global Championship final, but for these
glaube, die
teams
haben ein bisschen
today, if there's
Probleme.
anything that Day 1 was able to teach us, it's the fact that that top 25 pretty much unpredictable. Anything can happen just about, and sometimes all it really takes is one good game.
Yeah, literally only takes one good game. We've seen teams qualify in Game 4. We saw teams qualify in Game 5. It was actually a couple of teams waited to the last minute to qualify. It was like a buzzer beater type finish, and I don't expect anything less here today.
And I think one of the most fun aspects as well, aside from the fact that this crowd has been absolutely electric all weekend long so far. I mean, the games haven't even started yet. You can hear MA and the Fresh community just going absolutely ham. They're not the only ones either. So many fans in the stands just cheering on these players. It is an absolutely phenomenal sight to witness.
Yep, and there it goes. We got our expectations here, but there's more around the arena. Frankie, what's going on down below?
So much is going on down below, my friends. I can hear the French fans behind me in full voice. And really, this truly is the FNCS Global Championship, because I've met fans today from all over the world, as well as mes amis de France. I have met someone from Italy, in fact a whole family from Italy, a family from Kenya. We've of course got so many Danish fans who've turned out for Lucia and Steno today. Also just across the pond, well, across the Brunn, we've got fans from Sweden, from the UK, and I can't wait to also hear what the fans from Japan and North America are gonna say when their favorite duos take to the stage in just a short while, because everyone here is united by their love of Fortnite. And earlier, before the show kicked off, we had a practice of some cheers, and I think we should have a practice right now, Royal Arena. Can you give me a cheer for my friend Levan2K, please? Should we see if Levan2K heard you, Copenhagen? Because I believe he's in the Creator Lounge. Levan, are you there? Can you hear us?
I am in fact here. I am in fact here, Frankie. The cheer was all right, guys, but I want to hear a bit louder later on in the show. Look, it's exciting to be here right now. I'm chilling in the Creator Lounge right now. I'm going to be talking to some of your favorite creators who have come from all over the world to speak to us today. Very, very exciting times for sure. But even beyond that, right? Yesterday's competition, wow. I was absolutely blown away. The fans were electric. Like Frankie's been saying, people from all over the world coming up to watch this competition. The players themselves were super hyped. Some of the high-level play we were seeing, Acorn and Cold, blew away the competition throughout the day on the mid-ground, low-ground layers, what they were doing. But when it comes to today, everybody I've spoken to so far in the crowd is saying, we want to see clicks, we want to see clicks, we want to see Mr. Savage. Everybody's waiting for their favorite creators and pro players to show up big. And I really think those guys will. You know, when you look at how they've been able to perform throughout the year, they've had their ups, they've had their downs, but they've shown that they can perform under pressure. And there's so much pressure today. You know what they say, right? Pressure either makes diamonds or it bursts pipes. And there's a lot of pressure to be dealt with, but these guys can do it better than anybody else can. I want to see more hype from the fans, of course. We've already shouted them out. I feel like we shout out the same people. The M8 guys in the crowd, unbelievable. I want to hear them making some noise. But look, for me, it's at the Creator Lounge. Back over to you, Zeke.
Thank you so much, Levan2K. Yeah, I mean, as Frankie stated, as all of us have stated, this is what this is all about, right? Coming together on one stage, six regions represented, players from just all over the world, different walks of life, all coming together for one thing, their love and their passion for Fortnite. And on top of that, at the end of the weekend, we'll have global champions.
Yes, we will indeed. And alongside a global champion, there's a lot of money to be handed out, Minnie, and I cannot wait to see who actually walks away with with our first place prize pool. $1 million for the duo that rises above the rest.
$1 million. I haven't let that sink in yet somehow. $1 million going to our first place team. $500,000 each is absolutely incredible. $4 million total prize pool. But it's not just a prize pool.
Nah.
It is this. It is majestic. It is gold. It is glistening in all of its glory right in the center of the stage. Oh boy, this is something to play for, Z.
As always, big shout outs and thanks to our friends at Swarovski. But yes, every time these players sit down, they can look up and they can see that trophy. They are so close. Now today, it's about making it into the top 25. And this is a task in and of itself. Let's take a look at some of the players we'll be seeing compete today. Remember, we had the bottom 25 from yesterday and 25 from the last chance major, so they will take the stage today. Just look at this list of names, and just the first 25. I mean, crowd, come on, Mr. Savage and Vidil. Thank you for being awake, crowd. We appreciate it. But so many names on this just first page. I mean, what does that say? Clicks? Clicks? An epic whale?
Clicks? Anyone know Clicks? Anyone? A few people, one or two.
One or two.
Absolutely amazing stuff, right? We're looking at the list of the duos that will be competing today. And you know, there's a storyline here for every single one of those duos. We got to think about the year to actually make it here to the lower bracket, to Elimination Saturday. 3 majors, right? Your opportunity to get into the upper brackets all past. Last chance major. We'll see some of those duos compete for the first time on the stage today. But the elimination aspect of it, it's got to be weighing so heavily on the player's shoulders.
Yeah, and definitely. Every single player has a different storyline. Every single team has a different storyline as well, all doing it for different reasons under different circumstances. But the goal remains the same for every single one of these duos. Make it into that top 25 or you're going home. That's all that matters.
Well, let's start focusing this up. Let's talk about some duos. Let's start with BR. Why not? YijxFN, Kitos will be competing here today. Talk to me about what their journey has been like coming out of yesterday.
YijxFN and Kitos, we got to talk about them.
Yep.
This is one of only 5 returning duos from the FNCS Invitational, right? We talk about experience all the time. Oh, it's going to play into them, right? It's going to be helping them so much with the lights, the fans, being on the stage and stuff like that. And this is one of those duos that decided to stick together. And they had one heck of a year to justify sticking together, right? A 1st place, a 4th place, and a 10th place in each one of those majors. I mean, they've been doing very, very well. And then it slowed down with the upper bracket. That was the first time they've seen any sort of that happen. 35th yesterday. Can they pick it back up today?
I mean, this is one of the most experienced duos in the lobby. They have 7 FNCS titles to their name, the most out of any duo competing this entire weekend. Not just in this lobby. So I think it was a bit of a disappointment yesterday when they didn't make it into that top 25. There was a few issues that they were having. Those early Storm Surge tags weren't quite working out for them. Their rotation just to the east of that Eclipse Estate area, they were getting a little bit into a little bit of battles with Robin and Axe also saw there. So it was a really, really difficult environment for them to play in. Hopefully today things will be a little bit different because we do have a completely different lobby as play.
Yeah, that's got to be my favorite part, right? You take a drop back of day number 1 and then of day number 2 in the lower bracket. You try and slam those together. It's chaotic. We continue the conversation about duos, though. Let's go on over to NA, Peterbot and Byla.
Strengths as a duo is our chemistry. We know each other's play style. We know how to play well off each other. We have good communication, and we're just always ready.
Yeah, I know him. He knows me. We're always ready for anything.
Peterbot and Byla. NA, of course, listen, I always throw in a little bit of a bias, so right now I'm going to do that. Love the story. I think it's one of my favorites coming into today, especially because this is a duo that has won an FNCS together back in Chapter 3, Season 2, over a year ago, actually. But after that, they were like, nah, we don't really want to duo anymore. And throughout this year, actually, Majors 1, 2, and 3, they were not a duo. And when you think about the timeline of the events this year, right after Major number 3, a weekend later, we had the Last Chance Major. So somehow, in between those 2 weekends, they were like, you know what, let's join forces again. And they paired back up for the Last Chance Major. and Mini. They absolutely crushed it.
I mean, what a performance that was. Watching that is absolutely insane. They came out in first place, and for Peterbot, he's been playing with a different teammate every single major. So to come through in Last Chance Major and absolutely pop off, it's absolutely insane. He's gone, he played with Booga in Major number 1. He played with Quanti. He's played with Larson. He seems to be playing with every. He might play with you soon, Vivid. Who knows? But that is what it's all about. I like this, though, because, of course, they're going back to what they know best. They won FNCS together. Why change things? Why split up? So now they're back together. They're playing good, and they're landing at Sanguine Sweet. So we know that Booga and Threats qualified from there yesterday. If they do qualify today, could we see a little contestation in Grand Finals?
Man, I hope so. That's all I want.
Alter, ich spiele gerade so Mad Food 24,
As we
Digga.
can see, that's what we're here for, is action. Now, crowd, I think you guys will be excited about this next duo, Mr. Savage and Vidil.
For me and Vidil, I think it would mean the world if we managed to win the global championship. Since we called Last Chance Major as well, so it would be like crazy comeback story, you know?
Yeah. So yeah, it would be actually crazy, man. Like I don't know. I get the trophy. I'm happy then. This is like
yeah, the gold trophy.
Yeah, the trophy.
Gold trophy.
And then
do you like gold?
I like gold, yeah. Then we get. I think I go vacation after. I feel like no. This is a hard.
I'm going vacation no matter what.
Big cheer for Mr. Savage there, wasn't it? Quite a loud one, and for good reason. Both of these guys have such great experience in the game, such a great fan base across the world as well, and a fantastic duo to highlight here because in Major number 2, remember, they only just missed out on qualifying by a single
Oh,
place.
97,
There was so
Digga.
much hype about this duo going into it with the amount of skill, the amount of experience that both of them have. It didn't quite happen for them in that major. Major number 3 didn't go well either. So this is an important one for them because coming out of the Last Chance Major, they had an incredible performance. So hopefully for them, they can continue that momentum.
Yeah, winning that Last Chance Major on the European region. I actually checked into a little bit of a stat. You know, Mr. Savage, he's been around for a while. I was like, you know what? How many in-person events has he been to? 13, the most out of anybody competing this weekend. So if we're going to talk about experience, we have to mention Mr. Savage. And honestly, I just love this duo so much because, you know, throughout life, there's a lot of things that work on paper. And we think about Mr. Savage and Vidil. Mr. Savage, very, very smart. Let's say, you know, he has the whole 200 IQ thing going on. Vidil, very, very good mechanically. And it just sounded like it would work. And I'm so happy that it has so far.
Well, you know what I'm excited about? It's an interview, because guess what? Frankie is standing by with Mr. Savage right now.
I am indeed, and there are so many fans in the arena here in Copenhagen that, of course, we had to talk to Mr. Savage. 13 LAN appearances to your name so far. Do you feel like the experience of playing on LAN has changed much in the years since you've been competing?
I mean, obviously, yeah, the game keeps changing all the time, but yeah, I'm just excited to be here.
And tell me about your relationship with Vidil. He also has, I believe, 7 LAN appearances to his name. So you have so much experience under your belts. Has he taught you anything about performing well on LAN?
Well, I mean, Vidil has been a great duo. We've played together for a while now. If he's taught me anything to do on LAN, I think I have more experience than him, but, you know, yeah, he's a great duo.
There's always learnings to be exchanged. I want to ask about this year. It seems like sometimes in game you've been splitting off solo apart from each other, and it hasn't always worked in your favor. Can I ask about why that's been the strategy?
Well, it's just like claiming space on the map, trying to get surge on different people. So, I mean, that's basically the play we're going for, but, you know, it's risky. So sometimes it doesn't work out.
But the thing is, you don't like being contested. And if you are contested, you can get those Storm Surge tags early. Are you hoping to be contested today at Naughty Nets?
No, hopefully we're uncontested. I've been contested way too much. I'm done with it. So, yeah, hopefully nobody lands on us.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying 10 grand finals you've been contested at. If someone does drop near you today, would you consider swapping the spot?
No, we're landing Naughty Nets no matter what.
And what happens if someone comes to contest you off spawn?
I mean, do I even need to say anything?
I think you need to look down that camera and give them a warning.
Hey, Anon, sons, you better not be coming. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. You heard it from the man himself. Don't come his way.
Oh, man, crowd. I mean, Mr. Savage can hear you guys from up here. Make some noise for him. That is right. We will be seeing more players and, of course, more Mr. Savage as the day goes on. Now, of course, as we're kind of talking about today, don't forget, tomorrow, Grand Finals. I have 2 very special friends coming by tomorrow for the halftime show, so you do not want to miss out on that. Let's talk about the format. what does this look like? So if, in case you missed out yesterday, we watched the upper bracket play. Today, we will watch the lower bracket. From today, the top 25 will move on to tomorrow's grand finals. Again, pressure is on. For some of the duos, they're already coming in saying, okay, we didn't make top 25 yesterday. We have to go into tomorrow. Players in the lower bracket are thinking, we've now watched you play. So when you come to our turf, we have advantage. Do you agree? Disagree?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of things to kind of consider. Obviously, all of the gameplay that happened in the upper bracket, it's all out there, right? Can be VOD reviewed in any sense. So a little bit of an advantage there. Anybody coming from the last chance major, we haven't really seen them play on the stage yet. But honestly, the one thing that I learned from yesterday is that since we are playing 5 matches and 5 matches only, it makes it come down to the wire, right? We saw many teams actually jump up into the top 25 just because of their performance in the last game.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen that. And we also saw how big of an impact these mid-match objective points had. We saw that make a massive difference today. And why not take a little look at the format as we do that? Of course, first place, 65 points for the victory.
That's right. 4 points for each elimination. And you'll get something for hitting that top 25. But I love that you call out the mid-match objectives. Yesterday was a bit of a weird one, right? A lot of these players didn't really play for the mid-match objective. I mean, yesterday we saw a solo player claim Rift Island, just completely uncontested. Why do you guys feel like this isn't prioritized more? Is it maybe just more of a grand finals thing?
I mean, yeah, throughout the majors, right, we saw a lot of teams actually being willing to contest for it, but it seems like now there's just a lot of respect given. Maybe the strategies haven't really been built around Rift Island because they don't want to go for something that is as risky. So usually whoever's the first one up there, they just get it.
It just comes down to experience, I think. It just comes down to experience on that island. You don't want to be trying to do things new. You don't want to think, oh, that's an island. That's worth 15 points. Should we try it? Should we give it a go? It's not worth trying to do that right now. I mean, we saw it yesterday in game 1. Malibuka and Thomas HD went for it straight away. There was no hesitation whatsoever. So for this day, I'm expecting a little bit more hesitation because a lot more is on the line. They don't have another day to fall back on. It's now or never. So maybe we'll see less contestation on live. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm so curious myself. Of course, we have players and they are excited. So let's go ahead and meet a couple of them. Check this out.
Calling through last major really.
Ich dachte gerade zuerst Star Wars Musik auf einmal.
And we were really happy. Yeah, I actually started crying right after we qualified.
Reason and Yannis.
We qualified through last chance because he solo clutched a big game where we had absolutely nothing, and we kept it consistent from then on.
Leading up to the last chance major, I wasn't that nervous.
وكنا موافقين بزيادة إن راح نتأهل لأن إحنا من أفضل الأيام اللي تأهلوا لللاست شانس فاينلز.
Qualifying through the last chance major was definitely a sigh of relief. All year round, we were kind of close on the edge of it, and finally winning last chance was a great feeling.
I was in my seat, like shaking. I'll be honest. Like I was like, all right, like this is actually about to be over if like he gets eliminated right now. And you know, my duo, 6 FNCS wins.
Little solo clutch.
Little solo clutch, brought it home. You know, the coach could get all mad, but at the end of the day, we qualified. We went to got some cookies, and he fed me the cookies. I fed him the cookies, and yeah.
Aber Klicks könnte heute auch schon krass rasieren, muss man sagen, ne?
Being on day 2 definitely would be watching the games and seeing how they play, seeing how the lobbies would be, you know, trying to like plan out the day before after watching the games.
E ver o primeiro dia, como vai ser o primeiro dia, a gente consegue ver como os players vão estar jogando, como que vai ser o meta, como que eles vão estar se posicionando, e a gente já vai entrar com uma visão pouco de como vai ser o campeonato no segundo dia.
I think a lot of people in the lower bracket can do a really good job. People like Clicks and Epic will definitely have a chance of winning the whole thing.
We're definitely in it to win. I mean,
I didn't fly 12 hours to 10-hour layover, another 12-hour flight to not win, you know.
People have never seen us, even if we aren't top, people have always called us either lucky or just a one-time wonder, anything else. But I just know we are basically better than any of them, so that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the biggest tournament, so it would be the peak of my career if I could take this one home.
Coming from the lower bracket, people might underestimate us. Anything can happen, and I'm planning to win.
You saw him there. Clicks, of course, as many of us are fans of. Let's talk about what it looks like for him over in Mega City, going up against Jaemon, who played yesterday, but was in the lower half, the bottom 25. How can we expect this matchup to go?
It's going to be very exciting, right? We have two teams that are used to landing here. Of course, Clix and Epic Whale have made it their home since coming together. We've seen this duo have a little bit of ups and downs in the cash cups when it comes to being contested or spawn. They haven't actually been performing too great, but sometimes when they make it out of there, they're actually able to find so many Storm Surge tags and make it to that end game well. Whereas Jamin and Yuma, yesterday, they had a very, very interesting strategy. They decided to land there uncontested on that northwest side. They didn't take very long there, though, Vivid. They didn't spend very long there at all. They were actually rotating out straight into the center of the map and trying to find Storm Surge tags as they go along. So I'm excited to see what they do today.
Yeah, I love the fact that you kind of bring up that point, because in order for that strategy to really work, you have to be uncontested, right? So I love the fact that you're bringing that up. But also, Clix and Epic Whale, also in major number 3 and the last chance major, they were used to being uncontested as well. So I feel like the most recent experience for them also kind of involves that sort of scenario. I feel like both of these duos are kind of going to be thrown off their balance a little bit when it comes to this, fight at Mega City.
Yeah, two duos that are used to being contested. It's going to be great to see. And from Yuma and Jamin's perspective, I want to see a little bit more confidence from them. They were getting really, really good Storm Surge damage yesterday. 800 above, 5th zone, around that sort of stage. They were staying on the edge. In that particular situation, I want to see them getting more towards the center, being a bit more risky where they're positioning, because so far, although their rotation is a little bit uncharacteristic for a lot of teams that rotate around there, it seems like it's working out very well. So why not go the full way?
Well, guess what? Frankie is standing by with an interview with Jamin. So why don't we hear from him himself? Frankie, what you got?
I have got Jamin, and also I've got Marinus, who's going to be translating for us, because Jamin is from the Asian region, or more specifically from Japan, where all of our Asian duos have actually come to us from. First of all, thank you for joining me,
Grüß dich,
Jamin.
Commander.
I would love you to tell us a bit about the playstyle from the Asian region.
日本代表のプレイスタイルってどんな感じですか？日本代表安定した立ち回りが一番大きいです。It's a very stable region.
And so you're very balanced, and that's good to hear. It's your first international LAN. How are you finding your playstyle match against the other regions?
今回はその初めてのオフライン大会で。
Nee, warte mal, Digga, schieb auf morgen, glaube ich, Digga.
選手と比べてどうなると思いますか？
Schieb mal auf Mac. Auf Mac, Digga. Alle gehen immer auf Mac.
プレイスタイル的に。 やっぱでも他の地域一発でかいのが大きいのでそれをしたいです。We'd like to kind of just get a lot of points in one go.
Ja, Sonntag.
And so, how about the games today? So you will be playing for a spot in tomorrow's Championship Sunday for the trophy. How will you change what you're doing today to make sure you qualify?
進出するために昨日と比べて今日どう変えますか、プレイスタイルを？そうですね、リプレイとか見て研究してきたのでそれを変えてやっていこうと思います。We've watched through a lot of replays, and so we've kind of used that, and we will kind of use that to change our play style today.
Well, Marinus, thank you so much for talking to me, and arigato, good luck. I can't wait to see how Yuma and Jamin do as they take to the battle bus later today.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Jamin, focused, right? Playing after yesterday, he knows what they have to do here today. They're
Noch 8
aiming
Minuten,
their
Digga.
target
8 Minuten noch.
25. Now, as we kind of continue, there's a couple more Ospawn fights we wanted to highlight here. Pamstu versus Datus. Now, Datus, same situation, played yesterday, but found himself in the bottom 25. What can we expect about from this head-to-head?
Yeah, over at Frenzy Fields, it's a very similar situation to the one that we just checked out, right? One team coming from yesterday, one team just coming in very fresh from the lower bracket, that last chance major in Pamstu and Fetch. And I'm going to be excited to see how this one actually plays out, because if we look at how Datus and Stain performed yesterday as it pertains to the all-spawn situation, game number 1, they won against Cammy and Seti, right? And that was actually the only game where they actually made it into the end game and got any amount of points. After that, we saw in game number 5, they tried to switch it up as well, in which they tried to split the drop, but that didn't necessarily work out either.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult to split Frenzy feels like that. I think it is just going to be a full-out 50-50. We've seen Pamster and Fatch winning that a lot of times. They've been putting a lot of practice into that drop spot. The only issue that they have so far is the third parties that could be rotating on over. It's a very, very 50-50 drop spot. Even Pamster and Fatch, they've tried landing in different areas in previous seasons, previous Cash Cups and weekly finals. And I think it was North Slappy that they were landing. It just didn't work out for them. So I do not see them giving this landing spot up because they know it so well.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, not to mention as well, Hamso and Fatch, also a returning duo from Invitational. They played together in every single major, and we've actually heard it, right? They had to suffer through an injury throughout the year, which, you know, they lost some practice throughout some of the majors. All in all, though, I'm excited to see them perform today.
Yeah, they qualified to the last chance major. This could be their moment, right? They just need that top 25. Guess what? Frankie is standing by with them now to get their thoughts. Frankie, over to you.
Thank you very much, Zeke. I was so excited when I heard that these guys had qualified for the Global Championship. I know, Fats, that you were not happy with your final result at the Invitational. So how does it feel to be getting to compete again here in Copenhagen?
It's nice to have another chance now to prove ourselves again, and like we got to qualify today, being contested probably again, and we've been con the whole chapter, so we're pretty confident on our abilities off spawn, and then we just gotta do what we know how to do, and like we got this. Like,
are you expecting to be contested at Frenzy Fields today?
Yeah, we are, but I think we're very ready for them to contest us, so we're not really scared or anything.
How do you practice for being contested off spawn?
I think it's just by running a couple of 2v2s at Frenzy. We did that last night, so I don't think we're gonna have a problem today.
The two of you have been playing together for nearly 2 years, which is actually so rare in the Fortnite competitive scene. What is it that's kept you together?
I mean, we both speak the same language, and like we like each other, we play well with each other, and now like we're at some point being played together for like 2 years that we can like play with no comms and we'd be okay for like good part of the game. Of course, like at some point you gotta give information to your teammate because games are different every time. But yeah, we've just been playing together for so long, and it's weird to do a change now.
That sounds like we're Quebecois and there's not many of us, so we have to stick together. But I know that there's genuine love between you two as teammates. Can you tell me, Pamstu, about what it was like when Fatch did start to get his wrist injury at the end of last year, because he had to take a month out, but you decided to wait for him?
Yeah, Fatch had a wrist injury like around December. When he told me about it, I was kind of like upset, but I just knew that Fatch when he will come back, he will always be good. So I wasn't really stressed or anything, and I just waited for him patiently.
And now here you are in Denmark, and I know that you would like to say something to the fans watching around the world. And there are some French fans in the audience, maybe you could win them over. And I know you'd both like to speak, so if you'd like to take the middle spot, I'm gonna let the two of you speak to your fans.
Let's go les Québécois et les Français, on va gagner pour vous. On va essayer de mieux vous représenter au Québec, puis envoyez-nous de la force, puis les Français aussi, si vous pouvez nous aider un petit peu à passer aujourd'hui, ça pourrait aider. Merci.
I think you might have won the French fans over as well as the ones watching you at
Das
home in
ist
Canada.
purer Style und Snazy.
I do believe our friend Levin2k right now is in the Creator Lounge, so let's see who he's got.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, we are in the Creator Lounge, and I'm here with Squatting Dog, but I can't... here he is, there he is. Squatting Dog, such a funny fella, such a funny fella. It's actually your birthday, right?
It is my birthday, in fact, yes.
How are you celebrating your birthday?
Hopefully with Mama Benji Fishy and Kanata, because we're all sharing it.
Oh, wow. Wow. Lots of birthdays today. Well, hope you're having a wonderful birthday. A great place to be on your birthday. Tell me, how's it been so far? How are you finding the atmosphere here in the arena? All the fans, you met any crazy fans so far?
So many crazy fans. Everyone out here is fantastic. All of you. So fun to be around.
Ja, gleich Tag 2 der Qualifiers, ne? WM.
And like I think this is going to be an event that we will
Vielleicht war der ja in RYZEN zu sehen. Und den anderen, die gestern nicht gespielt haben. Endlich.
It has been really, really fun.
Meistens freue ich mich natürlich auf AD als Savage, RYZEN und Jannis.
You're supporting anyone you got your eyes looking out for. Of course, today is a lower bracket day, right? It's a lot more on the line. You know, some teams are going home after today. How are you feeling about that? Who are you supporting?
Schon crazy.
There's a lot of pressure on the players. I think I'm looking for Kanata up there. Fan favorite of mine. And then I think when I talk to a lot of people out there in the crowd, they're saying Clicks, you know, and I think that's a common answer as well. So we hope the best for him as well, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Clicks is, you know, the guy that everybody wants to see well. I have to ask you though, right? You know, people want me to ask this, so, you know, this is coming like it's a very important question right now. Sure. How do you think you'd fare in a competition like this one?
Like this one?
Yeah. No more funny business. Let's get to the serious stuff. Back to you on the desk, Zeke.
Dang it, Squatting Dog. 11 2K. What a guy. What a character, that guy. But as you can tell, vibes are high here today. There is quite a bit of seriousness, of course, as some of these players are kind of looking to start getting themselves prepared. But it's good to break things up with a nice little laugh here and there.
Yeah, I mean, you put those two together, you're bound to get a laugh, 100%. That's why we love them. Levin, he's tough to be around sometimes. He's always trying to throw a joke.
He's tough to play duos with as well. So I think if they duo together, yeah, they'd be bomb.
Wow, Levin, way to not play duos with me. That's cool. Anyway, guess what? We are getting ever closer to starting the competition. Why don't we send it on up to our casters to get us prepped?
This has been phenomenal. Just to even start the show, the fans all over are erupting. And honestly, I expect the Royal Arena to open up at some point because they are going to blow the roof off this place.
Yeah, and to be completely fair as well, I think most of us would have the same reaction as Squatting Dog if asked that question, because these guys that are competing here today, I mean, we might be looking at the lower bracket matches, but these are still some top competitors.
Yeah, and I don't think any one player has kind of an upper hand here today, because if we seen yesterday, I think there's a couple players that we're seeing today that everybody would have predicted to be at the top of that leaderboard, taking a break onto Sunday, and that's one thing everybody has to get through their mind. Nothing is guaranteed, everything is earned.
And just like that though, you have to keep in mind, everything has been building for this moment. These players have been waiting for their opportunity to find their seat on the battle bus for Global Championship Sunday. So we've got the stage set and ready to go.
Let's go.
Just 25 duos can make tomorrow's grand final. We have so many players nervously lining up behind that stage, ready to meet their fate. And Copenhagen, I think we should lend them your voices right now. Are you ready to meet your players? I said Copenhagen, are you ready to meet your players? Let's bring them on.
It's not about how hard you fall. It's about how you pick yourself back up. And these guys plan to do just that today. They want to continue their dream. They want to continue that journey to the Global Championship final.
What happened yesterday doesn't matter. This is a new lobby with new competition. And if there's any takeaways from their day one, it's that all it takes is one good game to break through.
And this is what they plan to do. Take a couple of those moments from yesterday, the experience, everything that they have learned, and put on a show for the Royal Arena to keep it all going.
Second chances do not come often. Everyone wants today to be the start of something great, and it all begins with this competition.
And this is
All right,
it.
let's go.
Lower bracket. Everybody's ready to take their seats. They're ready to start to play the game. You hear the chants of the crowd going loud. They're ready to make some noise.
So take it all in. Enjoy the walk down. You've taken your seats one time before already, but this time, you don't want to make it your last.
You can feel it. You can feel it in the air. The tension is real. Yesterday, those players were a lot more animated. Today, the focus is next level. We saw them there for a moment. Kanada and Agers, a duo that if you had said they're going into the lower bracket, I would have said, nice, that's a funny joke. But here they find themselves.
Kanada and Agers, your Chapter 4, Season 3, Major 3 champions, coming straight out of NA, representing. Honestly, yesterday was a little bit rough for them. They were contested by the greats, Thomas and Malabuka, but today, it's a different story. They're gonna be uncontested, and if there's anything that I know about Kanada, it's that when he is uncontested every single game, he's going to find the damage needed for Storm Surge and find every single one of those end games.
Of course, and I mean, as you saw them on screen there for a moment, the French fans, we got a duo for you. It's PROZESSOR, it's Snazy, finding themselves here in the lower bracket, but the fight's not done. That's right, make some more noise! Mini Miner, what can they do?
Yeah.
What can they do? What can they change to make it happen today?
Yesterday wasn't great for them. It wasn't a great day. But they can come back. They can definitely come back. They couldn't quite make it to endgame yesterday. Surge a little bit of a problem for them. And we're talking about a duo in Snazy who has LAN experience. He was at the World Cup. I think they're going to need those fans today. I think they're going to need them on top form. And it looks like so far they're definitely doing that.
For sure. Now, of course, we've seen these duos yesterday, but there's 25 from the last chance major we have not met yet. So let's go ahead and meet half of them right now.
Our first group of our last chance major qualifier teams, and let me tell you, they hope that is not the last time that you see them here this weekend. They're looking to put everything they've earned throughout the year to the test here against some players
Oh,
that
Mr. Savage war der.
on the stage.
Look, just because it's their first time on stage does not mean it's their first time competing. They are familiar with what it takes to find themselves the victory royales that matter most so they can keep their ticket punch for the global championship.
And with their backs up against the wall, they realize the situation that they're in. It is go big or go home. And let me tell you, with a long flight for some of these guys, they don't plan on making that come to fruition. This is just one group of so many superstars you're gonna see this entire weekend.
A high-profile duo, Janice and RYZEN, will finally get to take the stage. Now, Mini Miner, what can we expect from this duo from EU?
We can expect excitement, right? We have Janice, the big brain IGL, FNCS winning pedigree across different seasons. RYZEN, considered one of the best fighters in EU still. And I'm surprised it's taken them to the last chance major to qualify for today. I mean, after day number 1 of Major 1 of Grand Finals, they were in first place. They had an incredible performance, but ended up coming 3rd in that major, so just missing out on a spot. They had a little bit of contestation issues in the last chance major as well, so they just about battled their way through, but I'm glad they are here because they can put on a show.
Absolutely, and a duo from NA, Scented.
Ja, ich glaube, wieder um 17 Uhr geht's los mit den Matches.
Scented has kind of shuffled around a couple times, but now paired up with Polarize. For maybe fans that aren't familiar with them, that are watching the Globals for the first time, Vivid, what can you tell us about this duo?
I mean, Scented is going to be the brains of this duo, throwing it back to Invitational, where we saw him alongside Cold. But coming into this year, the search for a new duo began, and honestly, he didn't really find his feet until it was Major 3 where he picked up Polarize, but they found no success there. And then, of course, the last chance major is where they clutched up. If it's anything that I know about Scented, he's going to be looking towards the low ground. He loves being down there, especially when he was alongside Cole. It looked like they just ran through anybody that was in their way. I'm expecting to see more of that today.
You know what I'm expecting to see? The last half of the duos from the last chance major. Arena, give them a welcome.
but certainly not
Let's
least,
go.
our final group of players taking the stage,
Letzte Gruppe der
qualifying
Spieler.
for the last chance major. They felt this pressure before, and like Levin said, it either bursts pipes or makes diamonds, and they're trying to shine bright this weekend.
These contenders have already proven that they know how to prevail through a last chance situation, and today's gonna be no different. The Global Championship Battle Bus is leaving with or without you. It's time to see which 25 teams will claim their seats.
Those seats are a hot commodity this weekend. Only 50 teams will be able to make it there. We saw half of them qualify yesterday. Today, we will secure our final entrance onto that battle bus. Who do you want to see take it all?
Jacob PR, I need to give you a job as just my hype man. I just need you to follow me around and hype up everything that I do. But man, oh man, now we have the full lobby of players. Now, we wanted to highlight one in particular here for you. It's Kirby and it's Wiccassy. Now, originally, they were part of two separate duos, but their duo mates couldn't make it. So now they've been allowed to come together and form one duo for the Global Championship.
This is a really interesting storyline. Kirby and Wixie, of course, coming from different regions, a little bit of a language barrier potentially there, so they're going to have to sort of use the in-game tools to communicate, landing it to the north side of the map, just to the west of Sanguine Sweets. Really interesting drop spot. I think they might have a few issues with Storm Surge, with teams actually using that massive mountain that's just outside of that drop to take advantage of them, but anything can happen. This is why I wanted to talk about this duo, because literally anything can happen. We've never seen them play together before, so literally, who knows what's going to happen?
That's a little bit of an X factor, right? You never know what could happen, and Fortnite loves to do this thing where when you don't know what could happen, that's when the craziest things happen. A last duo here, FKS and Adapter. What do you want to talk about this duo, Vid?
Listen, I mean, I love where they are dropping. Kinjitsu crossing. Of course, we saw Queasy and Eveno do very, very well from this drop spot yesterday, right? Kind of taking the reins over from them. And honestly, I was looking towards them because I was like, hey, I think they can do very good from this drop spot. But of course, it's the lower bracket. It's Fortnite. It's the Global Championship. We love to always mix up a little bit of drama in there. And I was checking out socials a little bit earlier on this morning, and it looks like Suns and Anon might be switching over to contest this duo. So my eyes are going to be towards that fight as we jump in to these first couple of games.
That is crazy. And if I remember correctly, these guys were at Invitation, all right? So they already have some LAN experience. Do you feel like that could play a factor coming in today?
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about it, right? Any of the duos that have experience, especially the ones that have been, you know, together when it comes to an international event or just playing in person alone. And then, of course, you know, some of these duos, one half of them kind of have that experience as well. So I'll be excited to see, you know, if they can kind of take the reins and make sure that they stay cool, calm, and collected under the pressure.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned they're now contested, because that just shows what the lower bracket can do. Anything can happen. These guys would have been preparing to be uncontested. Now they are contested by Suns and Anon. I mean, that's going to throw a huge spanner in the works, and that is crazy, because they would have been preparing, yes, we're going to rotate here to get our surge, no one landing us, we'll be chilling, we'll be enjoying ourselves. Next thing you know, two Australians, they're flying in, and things are all going out the window. All the plans are like, hang on a sec, what's happening here? So this is why we talk about adaptability so much, not only in the whole game, the whole meta, the whole season, per day in this format. That's when you need to be adaptable as well.
And I wanted to kind of bring it back to full circle. Something we talked about originally was it's only 5 games. We're used to kind of seeing either 6 games one day or a total of 12, right, spread across. Only 5 games, though it's one less. It sounds like
50 ist doch viel zu laut.
Actually that much harder.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely tough. And one thing that I want to talk about, right, when it comes to the mentality that the players must be thinking about to qualify to the Global Championship, right? For these upper bracket teams, you pretty much have to place bare minimum top 10, right? And that's EU. That's a very, very large region. But for a lot of the smaller regions, it was a lot tighter for that, right? So they're used to kind of like winning or placing very, very high. Yesterday, they had to get bottom 25, right? So surely that's kind of affecting the mental a little bit. But then those last chance major teams, they're used to clutching up. I mean, they made it all the way to the last event of the year.
Yeah, okay,
right?
alles gut,
the last
egal.
one to actually make it to the Global Championships, they clutched up. Today is a clutch situation.
Yeah, and one team that are synonymous with clutch, Steno and Lucy. I was speaking to a few people earlier, a few people were around me. I was like, who do you think is going to win today? I think they were Danish. They said Steno and Lucy. And they're Danish as well, of course. This is a fantastic. I'm excited to see how this duo. Yeah, give it a round of applause.
Wow.
Cheer, why not? Yeah, give it. Because
Lucy and
these guys are
Steno.
fantastic. I really love watching them play. They just seem to know how each other plays so well. They vibe off each other so well as well. And of course, they have LAN experience as well. They did so great at Gamers Day. I think it was last year they did so great. So I'm excited to see if they can continue and bring that LAN experience, that chemistry that they have in a LAN environment to this event. Because, I mean, they have the fans for it.
Yeah, for sure. So let's say, we know we have these 5 games. Do we just send everything, right? At this point, we've got to make top 25. You could argue maybe just try and do something and kind of keep any kind of strategy secret and just hope that you can kind of save that for tomorrow. With only 5 games, though. Is that enough wiggle room, man? I feel like it's just not. You just got to go full send now.
Nah, I mean, if you're holding back now, I think you're trolling a little bit, honestly, right?
Right.
I mean, full send for sure. And that's the thing, though, about Fortnite. And I love the fact that you're talking about strategy because I feel like we have 2 major different play styles, right? People who like to play a little bit more passive, and then we have those aggressive duos, ones that are looking for those one pop-off games with 10+ eliminations. I'll be excited to see which duos kind of pull out each one of those strategies.
Yeah, and of course, I think you have to just use the strategies that you practice for the first couple of games. If things go wrong and you have to pull out the grand final strategy, then do it. Because if you don't do it now, you might not even make it to the grand final. So there's no point in hiding them away. We saw some great strats yesterday from Zagu and Pepper with using the shield mushrooms to get some extra surge. Some great ideas from these teams that we haven't seen on other regions, and that's what this is all about. Who's going to pull what out of the hat?
I love that too. I mean, social media yesterday and even today was just like, what is their strategy? Yes, that's what we want to see. We want to see what they're thinking, what they're cooking, and then come out tomorrow. And that could be like the difference maker in them winning and becoming global champions. That would just be wild. Another duel, we cannot not talk about them. It's King, it's Phaser. They did not make the top 25, but yesterday, King hit just the most disgusting snipe shots. The double back-to-back to the dome to secure Surge as well. What can they do here?
I mean, that's just skill. Seriously, there's no like coach, there's no
haben die Namen
that'll allow
vertauscht.
you to hit those shots. So,
Hä?
Obviously the skill is on this
Fortnite hat einen
duo.
Fehler
This is
gemacht. Die
all
haben
about clutching up, right? Finding the
den falschen Namen
And I think today they're actually
geschrieben.
switching up their
Digga.
drop slots, so I'll be excited to see if it ends up working out for them in that regard.
Bei King steht Phaser Came und bei Phaser Came
Drop
steht
all the way
King.
down there at
Geil.
Relentless Retreat. We saw them sort of contesting a team there yesterday. It was Cal Gamer and 7man. They're both still going there, but they're doing it in a different sort of way. I'm interested to see how that all spawn goes. I think for both teams, it didn't really work out. They were both sort of stuck in no man's land. What's going on? Are we going to try and fight? Are we going to try and disengage? I didn't even know what was going on there, so maybe they're going to try and be a little bit more structured today. They're going to either fight or they're going to disengage. I think it's going to be the latter because the stakes are that much higher.
You saw him on screen there for a moment. Kanata, Agers.
Oh.
Let's bring it back, okay? Kanata, Agers, going up against Thomas HG yesterday. It felt pretty one-sided, right? They had a couple games off spawn. Are they contested today?
Nope. And honestly,
they qual.
Yeah, well, that's what I would say. That's what I predict, right? But Kanata, he hit the socials. He was like, yeah, we only made it off spawn 2 games. And both of those games, headshots.
Yeah.
Headshot snipes actually were the ones that actually ended up closing out their games for them in both of those scenarios. So maybe there's something they have to switch up a little bit there. Maybe a little bit of an adjustment. Maybe they're not used to dealing with those snipers, but I'm sure they can do it.
I mean, the biggest problem for this team throughout this whole year was Storm Surge coming out of that racetrack spot. And they were uncontested in Major Number 3 Grand Finals. They fixed their Storm Surge problems, and Vivid, would you like to remind me what happened in Major 3 Grand Finals?
Die wurden ja gestern Connect.
They won. That's right. So
Connected,
hopefully
Digga.
today, if they can find that same mentality, that same way of playing, they'll be all right.
Contested die ganze Zeit, Kanada.
It is that time. We are about to kick off
Heute
the
nicht.
lower bracket of Global Championship Day number 2. So casters, take us in.
Now is the
Endlich.
moment you have all been waiting for.
Endlich.
Game 1 of the lower bracket is ready to get underway. And Taco,
Endlich Game
if I had a
2,
seat
Day
here,
2
I
hier.
would be on
Game
the
1.
edge of my seat ready to call this action.
You can feel the nerves that have just been kicking the entire time. Everyone here is just wide
Welche
awake.
Duos
And
griefen
the
sich
battle
heute?
is as
Come
well,
on.
Because we're already heading into game number 1.
Let's go.
This is it. This is the start of a journey for some, the continued journey for others. We've already seen some drop spots being switched up. Other players are sticking straight to the plan, but we're going ahead and looking at some of these contested battles right out of the game. RYZEN and Janice going up against Curve and Whiskey a little bit, but it looks like they're actually going to split off. They don't want to go ahead and hold on to one spot. And
Die gehen mit dem Jump-Pad da runter, ne?
They go back to the game.
Weil da keiner ist. Der ist ordentlich contested. Die geht dahin.
Heading for this crude harbor drop. It seems as though Giannis and RYZEN, maybe with the intentions of not trying to eat early surge damage, but as we can tell, the 50-50s they have
wir haben schon Fights.
that got the better drops already letting their opponents
okay, also die werden 50-50.
eliminations to start the game.
Yeah, this is his continued journey from yesterday. He fell below that top 25 threshold, looking to make up for it here today. Pamstu and Fatch, on the other hand, they thought they were going to have a huge contested battle. We saw it yesterday, but it doesn't look like Stains and Data are going to go ahead and contest them, or at least not right out of the gates.
Stain and Data is maybe taking a moment to reconsider things given how the circumstances went up against Seti and Cammy yesterday, but here at Kenjutsu Crossing, Adapter, KS, trying to be careful. They know that they've got pressure looming elsewhere inside of this POI.
Nee, kann man nicht. Man kann nur das hier schauen.
Who actually seemingly switched up initially were appearing as though Suns and Anon were going to head towards Naughty Nets, but maybe because of Badil and Savage's presence thought otherwise.
Yeah, they had it uncontested yesterday. Did not work out for them. So I feel like they're just confident. They're ready to take whatever challenge is going to be before them. They want a little bit more loot, a clear path towards the middle of the zone, even though this time it's on the corner. And right now they're trying to go for the flag, and third-party shots already interrupting this off-spawn battle. That's going to force Adapter back, and he might have to go ahead and loot. He only has one combat SMG and not much to work with. But while they giving him time, that's FKS. They're trying to put the pressure on, so that way his teammate can get a better loadout.
Mr. Savage ist down bei Steno. Mr. Savage ist gefinished.
Hanging on over by Naughty Nets. Saw a
Nicht,
nice collection
nicht wirklich, Digga.
Mr.
Nein.
Savage. That could definitely play some spoiler effects for game one.
But if Fadil finds
Klicks, Epic Wall, Babin Booger, J-Man sind alle hier.
But make some noise. Clicks and Epic Well contested over towards Mega City, but I feel like that's no different. All season long they've been contested about 2 or 3 other teams, but there's so much space to work with. There's so
Klicks
much
und Epic Wall, beide mit der richtig crazy Brille unterwegs.
It's business as usual.
But at the same time, there is so much traffic inside of Mega City, and as far as the vault is concerned, there's definitely something worth fighting over. You have to expect that regardless of where that high card spawn is at, people are going to be looking to make sure to take out whoever actually secures that vault key card.
Das ist nicht gut, Digga.
Actually, they weren't necessarily contested. They were taken out on their drop. You saw
Mr.
Fadil go
Savage
ahead and
ist
get that
direkt
reboot card, trying to give his teammate a second chance at life. Oak is here, ready to put some respect on his name, already getting 1 elimination. He's looking for another, but first he has a stop to make. Let's clean up this loot. Let's try to get as jam-packed as possible. You see the fallen teammate, Deguro, is going to be right above him. He knows no matter what, as he continues his journey, he's going to have to try to get that reboot card, because doing this alone is not something anybody wants to face.
But at the same time, that siphon there for Okis definitely gave him a nice little bit to work with in comparison to Dieta, who doesn't have shields. If Okis wants to pressure this, he's definitely more than capable of doing so, but it seems as though his mentality right now is just to stay on the move. Being in this sort of solo situation, deep in the jungle biome here at Rumble Ruins, especially in this lower elevation territory, he might be able to sneak up on some other teams.
Yeah, I like the way you mentioned Surge as one of the first things, because yesterday, if it's shown us anything, Surge is not the easiest thing to come by in a lobby like this. And uncontested this time around, Kanal and Agers getting a chance to fight off spawn, and immediately they go to what they know works from the past, trying to get Surge underneath their own belt, so that way they don't have to worry about it too much later in the game. But Vico and Pink, another team that has experience from day one,
Vico pushed here
by Acorn and
Shadow.
Cold. This time around, they're ready to take their fights to their opponent, and on the other side of things, it is going to be Bully and Shadow.
But look at this hype battle as well between Pink and Bully, both of them trying to provide cover fire for their fraggers down below. As far as Vico and Shadow are concerned, a little bit of a pause here, not directly trying to challenge. Seems as though Vico is trying to look for a regroup circumstance, but again, you have to keep some form of a barrier between yourself and another team. Bully just trying to do what he can as far as making sure that he's able to suppress Pink in the process, but they're not trying to give up any sort of resources for free here.
Yeah, and you can kind of already see in the mini-map just a little bit. You've seen it here. Bully and Shadow, they had no intention on trying to take that engage. They split up to try to get even more surge early on in the game before the zone does get
Die
too small.
Franzosen, Snazy,
Snazy and POZESSOR probably have the fan favorites on their side in the stadium. I hear them loud and proud already, and they're trying to go ahead and use that energy to fuel them here today. A little bit of a misstep on day one, but they're picking themselves up, dusting themselves off, and ready to put on a show.
Just because you stumble doesn't mean you fall, and it's got to be such an invigorating feeling knowing that you have so many fans in the venue just cheering for you every step of the way. It's not even like these guys are getting a piece of the action right yet. They're just moving, and you've got the French fans cheering for them. It's just awesome to see that kind of display.
One of the best controller players in the lobby. Polarized, teamed up with Scented over on the other side. They're taking a split that in day one belonged to another team. It's probably part of their strategy. Use this to try to qualify. We'll figure it out later, because that's the biggest things. At this stage in the game, there's no reason to save all your secrets for that championship Sunday, because you have to be able to make it there. Mini-Miner said it himself to open up the show, because what good are those strategies? What good are those tricks underneath your sleeves if you're not able to use them in the biggest moments possible?
Trouble now. Not for POZESSOR just yet, kind of lurking around this bush. He knows that he's got a couple contenders down beneath him, and as for Shalom and MK Papa, they want to take their time. I mean, kind of tough to try and fight that uphill battle, quite literally. So instead, just continue to wait things out, wait for a better opportunity to look for a rotation out. It can be difficult as well when you're playing right here on the edge side of where these zone pulls are happening, because again, for POZESSOR, it seems as though the intent is just to prioritize positioning.
One team that changed their positioning overall to another, King, Phaser. You can already see they're over towards Shatter Slab. Zone is pulling all the way towards the eastern side of the map. They have a long journey to go, and you can even see it at the edge of Mega City here on Pink and Vico. So they have even more rotations to go later on in the game. But for now, it's Batman, Booga, and Rapid who beat him to the punch. The top of the hill, just west of Mega City. And they immediately got out of Mega City, because that's one of the things we talked about to start the show, is how contested it actually is. They could easily take a building on top, but they're taking a little bit of the safer route, or what they thought would be, because right now Pink and Vico are slowly but surely looking like they're going to try and sneak up and see if they have any opportunity to take over. But if you can see in the mini-map, they're going to choose to go the other way. It's not something they want to battle this early on in the game.
You can already see some shots, though, coming from a little bit of a distance here. Rapid just trying to be wary of his surroundings, and it makes perfect sense why you'd want to ditch from Mega City ASAP. When there's 4 separate teams landing there, again, it's just so much traffic to actually deal with. So why risk it when every single game can be so important? I think for Rapid and Batman Booga, not necessarily getting max resources, max materials, it's not as bad as it might initially look, because they can always find the refreshes after the fact. Because again, Storm Surge strategies were definitely an issue for a lot of teams in day one. And this is day 2. It's not like the competition's gotten any less.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of these teams taking that prime real estate to where they know players are going to rotate into. Video. We've seen him
Savage schlägt auch wieder.
Mr. Savage, uncontested, nor not even nets. That's a no-brainer that he's going to get him back into the game, back up as a duo. But as you can see in the mini-map, they are split up. They called out the strategy to start the game. They're trying to cover more ground. They're trying to take more space away. This also allows them to get better lines of sight around the map for their Storm Surge. They already know what has happened in the past when Storm Surge is lacking. It forces you to make plays. It's almost like you don't have control over the game, and they are trying to do their best to keep control of their own destiny.
It's definitely something that has haunted Mr. Savage and Vidil all chapter long. As far as Major 3 was concerned, even leading into that last chance Major, where we saw them switching up their drop spot even over to Drift Ridge, just because of the fact that Mr. Savage is mentioning he doesn't like to be contested.
Moneymaker
Should have got it uncon then, but it's still never easy whether you're uncon or contested, as far as establishing a solid Storm Surge strategy.
Yep, Fnayan and Moneymaker. Moneymaker probably one of our youngest players competing here today, showing that anything is truly possible.
Ach so, deswegen feiert den Krug so, weil er jung ist. Der ist 13 oder so.
Opportunity on the biggest stage in the world when it comes to Fortnite. And you can
Der
already see the augment that he's
Der
choosing
spielt Controller und safe 13 oder
two
so.
of the biggest ones that are needed when it comes to Storm Surge. It's going to allow them to keep their distance and keep hitting those shots.
Digga, stell dir das mal vor, Digga, 13 Controller-Spieler Fortnite werden.
Like seeing this
Und das heute noch, heutzutage. Auf so ein Niveau.
Prioritizations onto Snazy. And it's looking good. Trying to see if they can push forward in this box fight. Shots being taken by PROZESSOR as well, just to even trade out so far. No real damage inflicted by either side just yet. But Yuma and Jamon, they can definitely feel the pressure, and PROZESSOR definitely aware of the fact that they've got more company coming.
We're already taking advantage of their positioning.
Oh, Pink und Vico. PROZESSOR Snazy hier.
Some shots onto both Pink and Vico, who
Oh,
took
Pink
down
hat Okus geholt.
adding more to their own Storm Surge. Weapon cache are going to be there, and you can see Yuma and Jamon probably share that same weapons cache, so they're going to be forced to wait till Snazy and PROZESSOR leave off of this spot to try to pick up the scraps, figure out whatever is left along. But a team that, you know, taking a lot of time towards Slappy Shores. My only question for them is how is their surge? Because a lot of the teams are on the western side of the zone for now. They haven't begun to rotate over towards Slappy Shores. Not a lot of teams landing here right out of the gates. So for them, that's probably what's on their mind right now. We've looted up, we've got everything we need. Now we just need Storm Surge.
And hey, we're talking about Storm Surge so often for Pink and Vico. This is going to be a massive contributing factor, getting that elimination onto Okus, just taking full advantage of that 2v1 situation. And that's something that's not necessarily going to be easiest to come by
Oh,
at
Batman
this stage
him.
of the game. And for Rapid and Batman
With
Booga,
Rapid.
again, we revisit, we talk about the fact they left Mega City so early, and they just haven't managed yet to find that pressure situation to actually secure eliminations for the refreshes that they would like. And they don't necessarily have time to just farm resources either, because there's other teams moving in at this point. There's other teams already establishing good positioning off of earlier rotation. So if you try to expend your time farming resources, you're just going to keep getting lit up.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at 7-man's inventory now, you can already see they won the ball over towards Relentless Retreat, but it's a little unorthodox. Typically, you would grab something to pack a punch, whether it's a Sharp Tooth, an Infiltrator, or even a Maven, but he's going to go without it for now, hoping that that Mythic Stinger does more than enough damage in a moment's notice to be able to survive. It all depends on how you control that recoil, honestly, because I remember that thing go brr.
It's so obvious that the intention, though, is that up-close and personal battle. The question is, will they actually manage to force themselves into that type of situation? And Rift Island can definitely be a location where we'd expect those battles to come, but even all throughout day one, we hardly saw any sort of contestation over this Rift Island. Senate on the way up, though,
Agents.
definitely having some issues as far as maintaining his shields are concerned. Those are going to be completely depleted. Granted, they have a handful of shield potions to make up for it, but it's going to be Hen, it's going to be Bask actually looking to contest. They don't want to let this Rift Island objective points go for free.
If only they saw the damage that was put on both of these players before they even touched down on the island. Surely they would try to take advantage of it. And you can see one man's trash, another man's treasure. Mero and Cooper sneaking up on the side, trying to take away the position.
Gut, das heißt Snazy auch hier. Die wollen alle einnehmen, weil 15 Punkte. Wegen diesen 15 Punkte.
Things I was thinking. It was very, very passive yesterday. Even solos were able to take it. But as the VOD review goes on, as time passes, players are going to realize there's nobody up there. But when everybody thinks the same, now we have 4 teams
300
on top
below.
of Rift Island ready to battle it out. One of them, Hen and Vask, 141 above the damage
Hen
threshold.
und Vesk haben 15 Punkte jetzt dadurch bekommen, dass sie das erobert haben. Lübsche.
Every little bit counts, but we've gotten a good idea of what's been happening directly in game so far. However, got our mid-game analyst to give us a little bit more.
Thank you so much, Taco. I just want to catch everyone up on our hometown heroes of Steno and Lush, who were able to get an elimination on Mr. Savage before he even hit the ground. Then we saw Steno be able to find a key, which he used to unlock a mythic shotgun. Quickly, they regrouped, built up a surge tower, and as you can see, they have vision on 2 duos of Jamin and Kanata, setting themselves up for an excellent mid and late game. But let's see how they do.
Only time will tell to see how it pays off. They definitely got themselves a good spot in the zone, thanks to those
Pixie und
plays.
Cheaten.
And that's the thing too about
Oh, das soll
those teams who
500
are landing
above.
more towards the south side. It
500
is so
damage above.
easy for other teams with slightly earlier drops to just pick you off with the elevation difference. It's one primary issue definitely known about that Naughty Nets area, but you can always expect to bounce back. I mean, we already saw the deal with the successful reboot ban onto Savage, so easy to say that anything can happen in these circumstances.
You can see it started at 181 above the damage threshold. Pamstu and Fatch slowly falling back down, climbing back up, trading shots back and forth. You have their eyes set towards Rift Island. They see a giant monument being built on top as Polaroids actually took down Snazy up above. And this is going to be a huge opportunity for them as they're just looking around. Nobody's directly pushing up onto them, even though they are split. They're just looking for these fights that are already underway and just trying to take advantage of it.
Ja, Hen ist hier noch. Miro ist jetzt auch im Po, das heißt Snazy.
I didn't see Scented either.
Miro and Cooper are looking
Crazy.
awfully vicious though in that position. You can just tell that they are waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, and it's got to be only a matter of time. They can tell that there is so much chaos already unfolding on top of this Rift Island. Teams are just constantly under pressure, both outside and right here directly at the Rift Island. But for Vask and for Hen, again, you have to remember, they're the ones who actually secured the capture point here. So they've got some decent loot to go with it. And Miro and Cooper, if there was ever a time to try and take down another team and, you know, get plenty of refills as far as your materials are concerned and your weapons, that is definitely the opportunity.
Yeah, elimination feed is lighting up. A lot of players being forced to interact with each other thanks to that storm surge. Seeing Vortex go down. Even Duke's trying to rise to the occasion here today after his performance yesterday, trying to qualify for the FNCS Global Championship final tomorrow. Jamon goes down. Yuma's going to have to leave him behind. But he's only 72 above the Storm Surge threshold, but now he's becoming the focus of multiple teams in this lobby right now. It's not looking good. HP is going to be down low.
Ja, er kann gar nichts machen. Von hinten, von der anderen Seite.
Continue. Finally, though, he does have a short moment to breathe, but that's only going to give him enough time to pop one Mimi. The Shalom and MK Pop are over on the other side. They probably know that he's a solo. They saw him crash land in with that rocket ram, and this is something that they're trying to take advantage of.
For Shalom and Papa, they've just been playing bouncer responsibility on this edge of zone, and granted it just moved in a little bit tighter, but for Yuma, now you could see him starting to get lit up by some of that storm surge. Accountability as far as your surge strategies are concerned, it can be very difficult to maintain it throughout because there is just so much action happening as some of the congestion builds along this edge of zone and teams needing to move even further in. Players like Yuma are bound to get caught out on those later rotations.
Yeah, you can see they're even willing to risk it. Shalom and MK Papa, they got the elimination, or at least they saw it towards the backside of zone, but they didn't have very many materials at all. So it was almost an all or nothing situation if they want to keep as best chance as possible for them to try to stay alive. I see a Vico. I don't see Pink.
Oh, Vico ist alleine, sein Mate ist dead. Und er kriegt Storm Surge, er kann nichts machen.
13 below the threshold. Now he's in zone. Everything crumbling down. Only a few seconds to try to land the shot that matters, and he's not going to be given that
Er kann nichts machen. Storm Surge, Crasher ist in der Zone, 50 KP, sein Mate ist dead. Holy shit.
Try and close the gap even further and make sure that he's maintaining a decent distance on that
Kenne
backside
dann
of the
Aegis
zone.
auch noch dabei.
Meanwhile,
100 Schaden drüber. Und Savage schon, weil die halt sind auch.
And again, so many teams just trying to keep tabs on where everybody else is in the lobby. And players like Ping, there are a decent amount of pressure here, but they will manage to prevail. Nicely timed shots, nicely placed aim as well with that sharp tooth to ensure that they can acquire that elimination.
Yeah, and since he got eliminated altogether, you gotta imagine Moneymaker went down earlier on in this same game. We saw Polarize, the one that took down Snazy, leaving Podesai by himself. At least he's above the damage threshold for now, but quickly falling below. Now he knows he's gonna have to try to find and catch somebody off guard, because otherwise he's gonna have no choice but to try to get in the box. Slowly but surely biding his time, trying to make sure that he makes the right play. And this is an opportunity for him to really rise to the occasion by himself. And with Storm Surge shutting off for now, that at least allows him to breathe, restabilize himself in that position. Edgy goes down outside of zone. It wasn't a knock. So Duke and Edgy are also out of this game. Action is moving so fast, and we're not even into the place.
Varial hat einen Kill.
The zone pull, a little bit brutal for some of these teams as it just keeps getting closer and closer to that edge side.
Kicks Epic Walls sind da.
And again, for Agers and Kanata, as we get another opportunity to see
Agers low HP.
from where we last left off with them.
schon.
Kanata's got to be careful with this rocket ram on the landing. So many teams, and right on the side of this hill. It can be difficult. He's trying to work his way back up already. Fully understand the fact that he doesn't want to have to play from the low ground, but
viel zu
he'll
heftig
be forced
wieder.
to take shelter, utilize some of his Memnis.
Man kann's schon wieder sehen.
Unfortunately for him, only has those mini shield potions, won't actually get an opportunity to get full shields. And for Agers, this is even worse.
Yeah,
Und Agers hier.
HP doesn't have time to sit back.
Oh, finish. Wichtig.
Refresh for Agers, because now he's boosted up in the mats. He has a little
Ein
bit more
Flopper.
HP to work with. The flopper, the med kit he can use in game, and if him Kanata can find a way to reunite.
Oh mein Gott.
Minis and another knock onto
Kill
Q
him.
and DX. Agers doing what he did in their championship run. The Cypher's going to be picked up, but he has to get to zone. This is a 5-tick. Time is running out, and another men miss. Miracle upon miracle landing in the palm of Agers' hands.
He's trying to do what he can to make it across, but this hill phase is just so problematic still.
Könnte es schaffen.
Plus the med kit, he just doesn't have the mobility that he'd be hoping for. With so many teams having already pushed in, he might just barely make it in the nick of time.
Schafft das.
He's got to find
Agers ist in der Zone.
But even just
Agers.
is more than enough.
I feel like I heard him on stage. Don't worry,
Holy
Kanata,
shit.
I'm coming. Don't worry. Medkit being used.
Digga,
Minis
was?
being dished out, and they are back into the game. The resurgence from day one as we get a replay from Clix and Epicwell. One of the biggest teams everybody came to see. They
Boah,
get
es laggt schon wieder so,
aggressed on
ne?
due to Storm Surge, and they shine
Ja,
bright.
geholt.
Storm
Let's go.
Surge is not a problem from them as they pick up 2 eliminations.
Was sehen wir hier? Clement sind wir noch. Mr. Savage war die als 3 Kills schon. Sind 500 above Damage.
From Rags or Riches at the beginning of
Sehr,
this
sehr
game,
wichtig.
they have done a decent, if not a phenomenal job at putting themselves into a comeback situation.
Some of these teams,
Clicks
you're asking, do
on
you
that
got
big
what
wall.
it takes to get your ticket onto the battle bus? What about the roller coaster this team's going through from down the mountain, across the rivers, over towards Naughty Nets? I think best case scenario, honestly, Taco, is it going south, continuing on
Agers
towards
fightet.
that island. If it goes back
Oh,
on
Agers
over
is
to the
dead
west,
beim Ping.
this is going to be a nightmare for anybody that doesn't have mats, as Clix has used the last little bit that he does have left, but he finds another elimination
Ja,
on the
Ping.
Ping.
These perfectly timed rotations from Clix,
Wichtig.
managing to find these players who are looking to just find that final push
Oh, Peter,
inward.
what is that?
But again, this is the beauty of being able to play from that backside of the zone. Still, Clix, Epic,
Mr. Savage doch hier. Wo ist RYZEN? Mir ist nicht aufgefallen, ob die noch leben oder nicht.
Momentarily on high.
RYZEN
Whether or
und
not
Jannis.
Fishy and DMK are going to be able to
Ich glaube,
hold
die
this
sind
is a
schon lange
different
dead,
question
ne?
entirely, but for the time being, they look well situated to carry themselves into the top 10 at least.
Ich sehe sie hier
Even
nicht.
though they have high ground now, they might
Oder
have to
das heißt
wait for
Daisy?
some of those teams below them to try to build.
Pixie? Doch, ich habe Jannis
allow them
gesehen.
to save some resources,
Ich habe
save
Jannis
some
ganz
mats
kurz
as they make
beim
their way
Dings gesehen.
across the roster once more. Podesai 131 below the damage threshold. Only a big
Er muss
pop
Damage
to his
machen.
name. So right now he's peeking through the cone. He's
Ja,
trying to
Jannis
just
ist
get as
da.
much information as
Epic
possible.
Wall ist dead.
Where can I get this damage?
Savage
But
hat
time
Epic
is
Wall
running out.
geholt.
He continues to fall well below that threshold as Savage picks up another.
Oh, die
heal.
werden gesprayt.
The heal goes down, but it's
Aua.
actually Epic Well who falls to
War die halt
Mr.
dead.
Savage.
Und
Trying
Savage
to
ist
keep
low.
himself alive. Storm Surge isn't a worry, but it's the HP, it's the zone that's moving away.
So unfortunate though, Savage gonna be unable to do anything in terms of helping out the deal. Simply has to watch, wait, continue their run. That flopper though, along with the crash pads, does a great job placing him into the zone. Mr. Savage moving through all the
mein
traps,
Gott.
shots as well, but doesn't care in the slightest. He's just continuing to push forward. He's making his own path through.
Was macht er?
Most
Oh
healthy
mein
anybody in the
Gott.
lobby can be.
Junge,
He's definitely going to give
bitte.
himself enough wiggle room to work with. His clicks
Es ist
now
immer
going
so
to be a
knapp.
solo. Probably one of the more prolific
Oh,
solo
Hen, ja,
players
das war's.
in the game. He
Und Klicks
rises
auch.
on to Hen, but unable to finish it up. He gets taken out by PROZESSOR.
Clement.
PROZESSOR as well. The fact that he's managed to stay this far into the game as a solo, you just know that he's going absolutely
PROZESSOR lebt ja auch
insane
noch.
right now, trying to keep the run alive. Rocket Rams as well, destroying so many builds in the process. These players continue to rotate through, but that materials refresh
Pixie
is
ist auch
going
dead.
so far, and it's actually Bryce and Chump
Mr.
now
Savage lebt
at
auch
the
noch.
top of the lobby, but builds
Und die hier von
really
ganz Anfang an, die leben ja auch noch
Top
hier
10
oben auf High Ground.
in the major this year.
Der
I think
Tag.
Bryce and Chubbs are one of the teams that are
Oh,
falling
Clement.
under the radar. They're ready to make a statement, just like Komet, but he
Ja,
runs
Clement
out
kann
of
nichts
time, he
machen.
runs out of space,
GG.
he goes down as his madness runs dry.
Kanada, another mini, going to be popped.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, ich schaue kein Legends Landing. Ich schaue Twitch,
It's so hard to
deswegen
be
habe ich keine
patient
Ahnung.
through all this chaos as well. It's so easy to get distracted and think, okay, this is the perfect time to strike. A drop
Aber ich
down
glaube schon
from the low
wahrscheinlich,
ground
ja.
here for Kanada. Recognize the fact that he's got some players directly above him. Still has a couple of mini shield pushes he can utilize. Source, on the other hand, won't make it through. Cooper going absolutely nuclear.
Ja,
with
müssen
the
30 Minuten sein, wie
back-to-backs
gesagt.
here. Cooper
Oh,
just
Cooper.
won't let it go.
Oh mein
He's
Gott.
actually got it.
It's actually no Bryce and Chubb. I thought it as well. I thought Cooper just stole away the game, but it's Bryce and Chubbs. I call them one of the most underrated teams falling under the radar this weekend. They played phenomenally to make it to this point, and they make a statement here in game
Knapp.
one of the lower bracket. Frankie, how are they feeling?
How are you feeling? I mean, my friends up in the casting booth would like to know, so I will ask you first, Bryce.
I'm feeling good.
Are you feeling a little bit overwhelmed about the fact that you just took a victory royale here
Das
on
war die
land in
erste Runde.
Copenhagen?
Savage hat
Ja,
gut Punkte geholt. Ich glaube, Janis ist auch sehr, sehr weit noch in die
I can
Placements
understand why
reingekommen.
you might be nervous. I do have a very scary face, so I'm going to come over to you, Chubbs. Talk me through the
Mal
last
gucken, warum mit
moments of that
Fortnite
game.
Trigger?
I don't know. We just took high and we won.
You took high. Okay, well, talk to me about the journey there. Did you
Let's
feel
go
like
Fortnite
the
Trigger.
zone was in your favor the whole time?
No, it wasn't at all.
Okay, well, how did you get around that situation then? How are you able to
Hier steht
make the
überall, dass
most
die
of
zwei
what
Matches
maybe
haben.
wasn't the most
Das gibt's
ideal
doch gar nicht.
situation?
Just we got surge and we had forecast, so we just went where the zone
Ist
was.
verbuggt?
There you go. Simple. Everyone hopefully
Ja, die
listening
Liste
here will
ist verbuggt
find
auf
out how to
Fortnite
win a
Trigger.
victory royale on land thanks to these two. Just before I let you go, do you think you can
Wir werden
overcome
zwei
the
Matches
nerves and pick up
übereinander
another
gezeigt
victory
von den
royale
beiden.
today?
Und nur
Yes, I
47
think we
Duos.
can.
Brilliant. Well, you know what? Now you've said that, I think you can too. Copenhagen,
Total.
please give it up for Bryce and Chubbs.
You know, I thought the games yesterday were crazy, but game number one of the lower bracket does not disappoint. Bryce and Chubbs taking forecast, using that to just help them get ahead of the storm, even though they were in the toughest spot. It didn't matter. They were able to adapt. Yes, there's some nerves, but they overcame.
I love that interview, right? Getting asked, hey, you feel like the zones were in your favor? No, they weren't. I don't think they were in anybody's favor, Mini. I mean, a zone pulling over to naughty nets and then pulling back to the mainland. That was a roller coaster of a ride. But Bryce and Chubbs, they found the high ground in the end, and they made it work.
I mean, these guys land all the way to the north of the map, even more north than Creaky Compound, so high up there. Of course, as they mentioned, they had the forecast, which helped them get the step ahead. And I really love the way they took Hype right there. A little rocket ram play to knock out Towels and Fishy, who were up there for seemingly a long time in that end game. And from that point on, they were just riding out all of their materials, all of their heals. I think at one point there in that end game, I think I saw Bryce with a fishing rod. You know when you're carrying a fishing rod in the last zone? Things are looking rough, but it didn't work out too bad for him, did it?
Absolutely. Game one here on day two, the victory royale. I'm sure for them, they're feeling a little overwhelmed, and now they just got to bring it back. More of what you do in game number two. Now let's take a look at these standings. I want to see how this went. Now, of course, there's actually so much to talk about. Really quickly, let's highlight the duo in second place there.
Cooper
and
Merritt
here we
Zweiter.
saw Chubbs and Bryce.
Das Ding ist, der Winner ist jetzt schon gefühlt weiter.
Of Cooper, but riding as a solo
Der ist
rider,
jetzt schon gefühlt
still
weiter.
a second
Bei den Top
place after
25
the first game.
weiterkommt.
that is a way. We hit the ground running.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought these guys up because yesterday wasn't too great for Cooper and Miro, and I love the way that Cooper played that endgame. Such a clutch moment for him. And paired up with Miro, when these guys got together, I think a lot of people were asking questions. Wait, Miro is playing with Cooper? This up-and-coming player? Miro himself? And I think Cooper has just proved why he deserves to play with Miro, a player of his caliber. He's clutching in the big moments on the big stage, and it didn't quite work out in a victory royale for them, but what a start. That's the exact start we want to see from them.
Weil die Top 25 weiterkommen. Gestern haben die 91 Punkte gebraucht, um weiterzukommen. Und die haben jetzt schon 88, Digga.
I think he would have
Das
found
ist
that
halt so
other rhythm
krass.
and clutched it up.
Mad close. Another duel we have to
Also man
highlight.
braucht
Aegis and
wahrscheinlich auch
Kanata
heute
being
wieder mindestens 90
uncontested.
Punkte,
Man, the
um
way they
weiterzukommen.
navigated
Ins
that
Final
last
zu kommen,
little
ins
bit of
Grand Final.
endgame there. I just love how kind of brave
Und die haben
Kanata
sie
went.
so
Like,
halt
I don't know
gefühlt
if
schon
brave's the right
gesaved.
word. Maybe just like crazy,
Außer die
right? Like,
verkacken halt
let's
jetzt
just
jede
rocket
Runde
ram on the
komplett
side
ohne
of this
Punkte.
kind of clip, and we'll just see what we find. But once again,
Savage
man,
jetzt
you're going to
bei
do what you
Canada.
have to
Krass.
do. And for him to have this start,
Hat der
this
Podas
is the
auch
surge
geholt?
we need.
Er hat Savage
You're gonna
und
say,
Podas
the way that
geholt.
they traversed the end game. No. This was a Kanata solo clutch. But let's not forget, Azers had his own just right before this and actually made his way all the way to Kanata. So it was almost like they were kind of like passing the torch, right? It's like, okay, I done solo clutch. Now you go ahead and get us a couple more points. Third place. And I mean, I want to point something out. Look at the top four. Look at the NA representation at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing good. It's good to see. I like it. You know, they're doing very good. I mean, we still have time. 4 more games to go, right? I have big expectations of people like Janice and RYZEN. Even, can I remind you, who took control of the island in that last game? Was it an EUGO? Yes, it was. I'll give you the answer straight away. And that was something that I was really surprised at as well, that island contestation. Yeah. So many more teams went up for it, it seemed like, but no one wanted to go all the way and try and claim it. It was Hen and Vasquez who ended up saying, you know what? This is ours. It doesn't matter about anyone else. I think everyone else kind of like half went for it and think, you know what? I'm getting off this.
What's odd though is like, yes, for like one moment, right? They're right next door. And then suddenly it's like, you've got Snazy Podesai rifting on up. You've got people kind of hopping over old builds. But why did no one want to take this fight, right? If we're all going to take and burn our resources or do whatever we have to get up there, why did we just give that to them for free?
You know, me and Minnie, we were watching sort of the west side of that zone, and there were so many teams that actually ended up being congested on that side of the zone, which means that all of these teams that were actually up on the Rift Island, they were happy with their position because they were getting free damage, right? Free shots off on so many teams below them. So why would you go ahead and take the fight? I mean, sure, you know, the capture point is worth those 15 points, but when you can get that much surge and actually traverse it into the end game, you might as well take that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. And we were speaking about these sort of storm surge strategies. We often see teams build storm surge strategies depending on how the lobby works. Who's landing where? How can we rotate and get as much damage as we can?
Ganz kurz
These guys
weg.
haven't had very long
Ich komme gleich wieder.
to prepare for this, right? They haven't had a time at all. So
In
I'm
spätestens
expecting
4
some
Minuten,
more
bis es hier
drama
losgeht.
in the next few games.
Absolutely. And why don't we hear from the players themselves? They have their own thoughts on mid-match objectives. Take a look.
The mid-match objectives are really important towards the game. That could be the difference between you winning and you getting top 5.
Big risk sometimes, but if you're good at fighting, it will make the game so much more easier.
For the first objective of the game, the forecast tower, there's a lot of reward. I mean, you get 2 slurps, a gold AR, and you can see the future zones.
Você pega uma torre que ela prevê a safe, né? Então, isso é uma vantagem tipo ridícula. 電波塔は取ったら1取れるぐらい重要です。
If we see that it's not a big risk, then we go for it. That makes the game so much more easier if you get it.
But there's definitely a risk, and you might lose all your mats, your heals, and you might even get eliminated.
The Rift Island made the game more interesting for the teams that are going into endgame and know they don't have a lot of loot.
It makes the game more aggressive.
The risk is that many people go for it because of the points.
It can be up to like 8 to 10 people on one island all fighting in one really close area, and it gets really hectic.
The fights at the mid-match objectives are going to be intense because of the high reward, but it can be the downfall of some players if they get eliminated.
It gives you max mats, it gives you everything that you need to win the game. The sacrifice is that everyone can see you if you're up there.
It's a finals lobby and people are probably gonna be scared to go for it.
Towards the later games, like when people really need that jump, if they're trying to place as high as possible, the reward will be a lot higher, but the risk is also be a lot higher, so we'll see how it turns out.
命をかけて電波塔はいもう
those 15 points could just
make or break your entire game. And that could be the difference between 10,000, 100,000, even 500,000.
Se você ganhar o campeonato, você muda a tua vida, literalmente.
So it's definitely something to prioritize and something that we're looking to play for as well.
The two takeaways. Forecast Towers willing to put their lives on the line for it. And if you get the Forecast Towers, you're probably going to end up like Bryson Chubbs there in game number 1, finding their first victory royale of the day.
Yeah, and they got 3 points for it, even though it was Hen and Vasquez that were able to get the 15 for Rift Island. That's just showing overall how important it is to plan around these things, but also have a plan B just in case things go wrong. But the right thing is game number 2, and it's about to start now.
Game 1 did not disappoint in the slightest. Game 2, I expect to deliver all the same, if not more, as these teams, some of them getting a little bit of a taste of what that 50-50 contest is like at the start, but we definitely saw plenty of teams taking things relatively slow, really just trying to prioritize their resources off Brit. But for FKS, Adapter, they want all of Kinjutsu to themselves. Suns nearly eland on the drop, and yet Suns and on just barely gonna manage to get out of this one.
Yeah, and it almost looks like they want to chase him down. They're over one. Was that bush there before? Is that something new? Shots got fired through. Just a sliver of HP left. He finally gets knocked down. Forget Luton when we could pick up these early game eliminations. That kind of leaves Anon all by himself, but luckily he was able to get across to the other side of Kinjutsu's crossing, but the timer is on. He only has a certain amount of time before he gets that reboot card back. Luckily, those Suns hasn't been fully eliminated just yet, so the timer actually hasn't started just yet.
But surely Anon knows Suns really being toyed with at this point by Adapter and FKS will finish off.
Oh, Moneymaker F9 hier gegen Yuma und Jamin.
To collect the Siphon and the 4 elimination points to go with it, but meanwhile, Hall of Whispers could definitely see some action here. Depends on how Yuma and Jamin actually want to play it out. Right now, Yuma, Jamin doing their best to just try and get some materials going, because you can't really have a box fight if you don't have any boxes to build.
Yeah, and it looks like Moneymaker and F9 not wanting to push up just
Epic Wall, Buga auch noch.
Still getting things going, waiting for it to flow. Clicks and Epic Well over on the other hand. Mega City, they had a phenomenal first game. They sit inside of the top 25 after 1 game. If they can keep this pace going, we will see them on the Grand Finals Championship Sunday. Only time will tell though, because they're actually split up right now. They are so far split to do different buildings of Mega City. Zazie and AIM, Batman, Booga, and Rapid are the 2 other teams. Nobody really wanted to push and contest just yet, but
die werden jetzt genervt von Jamin und Yumi.
Getting chased by Jamon and Yuma, backed up into a corner. Very little options to work with, and this is exactly what you were talking about. These bog fights, they need materials in order to be able to come out on top, because eventually, if you didn't farm up as much in the early game, you will run out quick, and that's when they'll strike.
It just seems as though Yuma and Jamin, they've got their prey perfectly trapped here. F9, Moneymaker, this is quite a sticky
Hat immer noch 100 HP.
literally against the
Die sind beide eigentlich so gut wie full.
Might have an opportunity. Moneymaker
hat voll HP, aber F9 hat 100 HP so.
Height that it can cover, but at the same time, F9 as well, but they'll still be relatively exposed. If they do try to utilize these rocket rams, there is still a chance that Yaman or Yuma might potentially look to take them out here.
See them using the EMP grenades, trying to just at least sniff off some of the shields. Not very many left in their back pocket.
Snazy auch unterwegs.
Over on the other side of the map, looting up pretty safely. Not too many teams contesting them. Maybe one north of Shattered Slabs. You know, King and Phaser are over on towards their left, and a double contestation on their south towards Relentless Retreat. And they're kind of using all the time that they have to their advantage, so that way they can have these safe rotations. That way they have an opportunity to play out, and they're going to be one of the first teams rotating out of that side. And Taco, I think we've seen this strategy before. FHD and Hero
Oh nein, das haben die gestern schon gemacht.
One region has done so far on the weekend.
Nee.
Zagu and Beppo are somewhat of an inspiration, one might say, as far as this strategy is concerned. I mean, you can see Bing trying to crawl away here, but that's just not going to be a possibility. The damage is being farmed. We talk about surge strategies all the time, and hey, if it works, it works.
Right now, he's got to be able to capture the other one, but it does look like Gon was
Wir
able to
wollten
kind
wieder
of
dieses
get
Storm
his
Surge
teammate
Ding machen,
eliminated.
was
No
ultra
free
schlau ist.
surge for you anymore, and he's hoping they move off that spot so that way he can get the reboot card back, get his teammate back into the game like we saw so many times in game one. And we saw how fruitful it was on those reboots. They were able to get far into the game and kind of make it worth their while to go for such a risky attempt at that. Kaizen and Clement split up, looting up, safe as can be, but Hen is doing the same thing, and nobody is nearby, at least for now, but the zone is gonna force these guys over towards the east, maybe a little bit towards the north, so eventually they're gonna run into some problems.
Hey, look, we talk all the time about players splitting off from each other, looking for opportunities. One might be prioritizing farming out resources, the other looking to try and secure as many surge tags as possible, but when you are this far apart from your duo, you have to be certain that you are not going to have some unexpected companies spring up on you, because if that's the case, and you're not able to actually provide that backup that you would like, it could be a very quick downward spiral before you have a chance to recover. King and Phaser, on the other hand, though, they're just looking to stick together. Death and Tahi, looks like they wanted this fight.
It's a bird, it's a plane, no, it's just Death and Tahi trying to go up and over King and Phaser. Didn't work out. They land right at the top of that mountain along with them. Shots going through the build for Phaser. Him and King, they've already had their chance yesterday to qualify. And not very many people get these second chances, and they're hoping to not waste it and let it dwindle away. And they're actually separated. They're almost box to box with their opponent with very little space in between. And this is where the strategy, formulating some sort of a plan, maybe a little bit of a bull rush to try to take them out while they're separated, while the strength in numbers is high.
This goes for both duos. You can't get too distracted and tunnel in on one unless you are certain that your time to elimination is going to be fast. Other teams already starting to take note of this battle that started to break out just outside of Shattered Slabs. And for Death and Tahi, King and Phaser, well, they've got a couple more problems than just each other to deal with right now.
All around the map, players are trying to rotate to some high elevated positions, grab their spot in zones so that way they can look back, try to hold people out. And already you're seeing where these players are positioned at towards the northeastern side of the zone. They're kind of hoping it goes over towards Brutal Bastion, maybe even Sanguine Sweets, something that they can work with so they can hold their spot and gatekeep these players out. But Pixie, you can see him just putting some shots, not finding too much success, but he's not giving up very many shots either. But Vico is down. Now it's Pink's turn to try to hold 10 toes down. Nice shot, nice knock.
Oh, nein, was macht der? Oh mein Gott, war das doch knapp. Ja, kann nichts machen, Digga. Noch ein Duo oder so. Aber trotzdem. Pink hat ein Duo geholt, wichtig. Es ist immer so krass, selbst mit dieser Waffe, was sie treffen einfach. Die treffen immer mindestens einen Schuss.
Vico's reboot card on top of some initial materials to build with for his escape there. Nice utilization of the crash pad as well, just not trying to waste any further time. He already secured the clutch that he needed to for his teammate, and it's definitely early enough that he could certainly look for a reboot opportunity there onto Vico. We'll have to check back in with them later on. And as far as Polarized and Centered are concerned, again, it's not uncommon to see players willing to just look for these surge tag opportunities, build up a little tower temporarily close to their initial drop spots, try and see if they can tag anybody else who might be in the middle of their loop path. But as far as Polarized is concerned, when there's a bush at the top of a building, and you know that building's not initially supposed to be there, Jacob, players are using box up around themselves.
Was der da mit dem Büschen macht, ne? Das war so OP-Use einfach. Hä? Hals, Maul, was ist los?
Game plan, they know teams gotta rotate in that position. Eventually, Perza gets tagged up, trying to refarm as much as possible. His teammate doing the same thing. They get themselves a sliver of the zone just on the edge. They can easily move forward.
Sorry, ich
try
hatte
to get
gerade
more
eben Lag
position
oder so.
inside, so that way they
Tut
don't
mir
fall
leid.
behind everybody
Ja, ich hatte
else
gerade
in a
eben
lobby
Lags
like this. That's not what you
Ganz
want
kurz
to
Lags
do.
gehabt.
But down goes River. Skid's trying to make up for it. His
Mein
teammate's very low
Twitch-Stream
HP.
ist
He's
aus.
trying to
Warte
give
mal.
him time to breathe. The elimination and the siphon's going to go through, but it
Nee,
goes
ist
to
wieder live.
Skids, who already was full health. River's trying to battle back with a little bit of that
Ah, ich
high
bin
ground, but
automatisch
he
wieder
goes
live.
down all the same.
Sorry,
Skids
Shane.
and Sora are able to stay on top in that exchange, and now they get so much loot for their efforts.
5 eliminations, by the way. Already 20 points collected for Skids and
Können wir
Sora.
hier ganz kurz,
They've
damit
already
das
seen
auf den
so
Stand
much
ist, auf
action.
Live-Stand.
I'm
So.
curious as to how well it's going to translate in terms of how well they're going to be able to prioritize their positioning, because you have to expect that their surge damage is definitely well above the threshold.
Yep, and phenomenal performance to start this day. Didn't really go their day yesterday, but if at first you don't succeed,
Oh
you
mein Gott.
try again. Fully in
Wieder richtig
shadow, you
gemacht.
saw them kind of contested. You can see that North America has won 4 of the 6
go.
matches played this weekend. NA is showing that maybe it's not as EU strong as it once was at the Invitational, but this is only the first 2 days. We haven't received or played in the grand finals on Sunday just yet. Things can change because we know the EU region likes to go ahead and VOD review. They like to practice. They like to save some of those secrets, if I may say so myself.
Still, NA definitely looking like a decent amount of animals for the time being, and Canada Majors hoping to keep that trend going. Keep in mind their day 1 certainly did not go the way that they would have hoped by any means. But the fact that they've even made it this far is already a testimony to the fact that day 2 was definitely looking better than yesterday's.
You can see how well it's going for them. This time around, Kanata and Agers off the drop, uncontested, but quickly moving around. With the zone pulling towards the east side
Ah,
yet
Belushi
again.
ist heute auch
Only
dabei.
a
Hab
wonder
ich gar
what
nicht
happened
gesehen.
and why they made an
Der ist gerade
opposite
im Bett
decision of what they made
gegangen.
last game. But I trust them. They're the ones who made it here. I'm the ones just in the stands. As Kaizen and Clement, they're not too far off where Kanata and Agers once just were. They're trying to hope. I think right now the strategy is to get as much surge as possible with a lot of teams that are rotating in from the south, that are rotating from the western side. And that way they could probably rotate later on in the game. They could probably be one of the first ones now that they don't have to worry about it. But for now, they're just getting their loot cache, just trying to go ahead and shield up. They're ready for this next rotation. Azazi does go down the top of Mega City. He gets surrounded by both Source and Yumi. And Aim's the one that's trying to disengage. In the distance, another team on top of Mega City just trying to get their surge themselves. He has plenty of heals to work with. My only worry is going to be that men miss the HP because Zone is going to be pulling forward. So he only has enough time for so much.
This array of heals, though, that Aim just keeps conveniently strolling through. You almost have to wonder if this was initially somebody else's base center over at Mega City. I mean, when you have several different teams that are choosing to prioritize landing there, you have to expect that players are going to be trying to accrue as many of those shield potions as possible, so that way they can maintain a good height positioning to look for those earlier surge tags. So definitely convenient for Aim. Not so much so here at the Creaky Compound, though. Noxy Crisp under a decent amount of pressure. Head down overview, but it's going to be Shalon and MK Papa that are making the first strikes.
You see they're fighting over that weapons cache, and Noxy and Chris, that third party, is like a fly at a picnic, just buzzing around, just taking some damage, forced them to kind of disengage off the fight that they were trying to be the aggressors on. And for Shalom and MK Papa, this is their chance here. They have the opportunity with so many extra heals there. They're already in zone. They could keep that base as theirs. Look elsewhere for Surge. Spot some teams trying to go for Rift Island. You saw them flying through the sky like majestic eagles. King and Phaser are trying to be one of the first ones there. They almost get beat to the punch by Moneymaker. And down goes King.
He's 100% beat them to the punch, along with F9. Those two probably not going to waste any time as far as trying to actually base up around that capture point on the Rift Island. They'll also have the convenience of being able to get that overhead view of all these teams underneath. As far as MK Papa is concerned, though, able to spot out another player across the way. It's going to be Miro. And Miro, Cooper, we saw them last time, kind of hovering around this Rift Island. They know that there's going to be a decent amount of players kind of taking note if we're basing it all off of how game one went so far. And with that in mind, Miro and Cooper, they definitely were able to get some tags in the process.
Nobody really contesting Rift Island this time around. Looks like it could be a possible 15 free points
Oh,
for
die
Moneymaker
sind
and
90
Brian.
below.
They're going to secure that underneath their belt and all the
Hen
loot
und
that does
West.
come with it.
Aber Hen
And
ist auch
Vasquez
wieder
were the other
geboostet.
team in game 1 to make that one
Sehr
come
gut.
true, but this time things have gone a whole different way.
Das ist auch so ein
They're
Duo,
below
was
the
ich auch
storm
unbedingt
surge
Final
threshold,
analysieren möchte.
slowly falling farther down. 63 below though with nice
Genauso wie
shots.
King.
I think Vasquez, he got the rocket ram
Da
out. He
vorne.
wants to finish and clean
Und
up some of those
Slime
shots. But it's
mit
King and
Moneymaker.
Razor over on the other side, and he's ready to have a crash landing. First
Oh.
one goes in, second one lands right next to him, but a couple of shots land onto Hen on his way there. That's going to slow things down just a little bit, and that could be a blessing in disguise for King and Phaser, because now they have a chance to stabilize.
That's the problem as well for Hen and Vasquez.
Ah,
I
die
mean, you
sind 400
spot a great
above
opportunity
damage.
to actually look for an elimination process, and yet on the way over, you're immediately lit up. There's just no such thing as a free rotation in these types of lobbies. But for King and Phaser, that little moment of breathing room might be all that it took as they look to continue playing through the backside.
Ooh.
King's gonna find a good left side peek opportunity.
hit.
Doesn't necessarily connect though like he would have wanted onto Hen, but Hen and Vax, they're under enough pressure as is. It's Moneymaker.
Oh,
Keep in
West
mind,
ist
he
auch
was the
wieder
one at the
tot.
top
Von
of the dial.
Moneymaker.
It seems as though
Moneymaker
and
hat West
Brian,
getötet.
they're ready to play with everybody else on the bottom.
Yeah, they thought they had the line of sights in their favor to where they were directly under Rift Island. Somehow Moneymaker did find that angle. Like I said, it just takes some time for a player like him to try to heat up. As Hen's now stuck by himself. Luckily thing for him is he's above the damage threshold for now, but he knows that is right around the corner. Gonna be haunting him like it's Halloween. Check a little bit of a replay here. Way trying to put the pressure onto both Bully and Shadow. Bully gets knocked first. That might even be 7-man trying to steal the loot away.
That is so tough for Bully and Shadow. They are just pincered between two separate teams. I mean, how are you really meant to box fight when you've got multiple directions that you have to be checking for against multiple teams? Definitely not the way that Bully would have hoped to go down, but as far as Way and YKZ are concerned, they're definitely happy with that collection of an elimination.
Oh, die sind auch 700
Now
Damage
continue,
above.
trying to press their way forward. Seems that they're trying to avoid some other players in the process. Gotta be wary though at all times.
Clicks and Epic Well. Quickly rotating out of Mega City this time around, or at least in comparison to their competition that does land over on that side. Firing shots off into the distance, and then instantly closing the cover. Doesn't want to get caught out, even though he wants Surge. He doesn't want to give up any free Surge either. And you can see Pink, he escaped almost getting eliminated early on in this game, and he found a way to get Vico back, but it came as a cost, Taco. They're below the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge. Luckily for them, it's only 6. That is barely anything. They just got to breathe on another team, and now they're hot on the heels of Batman Booga. This is the opportunity that they're trying to take in order to climb above the threshold before they fall too far below.
It definitely won't take much for Pink and Vico to get themselves above that damage threshold, but at the same time, I'm looking more so at their materials. Not
Man
very
weiß gar
many
nicht, wo der
builds
hinschießt.
for Vico to work with, and again, that's largely due to the fact that they had to go for that remove ban opportunity. They didn't actually have the time to look to farm
Es ist
up
so laggy,
as
ne?
well as they would have liked, given the pressure they were under earlier.
Digga,
Vico,
was
he's
passiert
also going to
hier?
eat too much damage in the process. They're trying to make it into the edge of zone, but it's just being safeguarded by so many teams already set in place.
Wow, nice shot from Pink onto Rapid. Batman Booga there to save the day and instantly going for that revive, judging by the slurp juices as well. Waste no time to heal on back up as fast as possible. And that allowed them to get Surge, even if they might not have necessarily needed it. But from one team down below Surge to another, Clement and Kaizen, but they're in a whole different situation because their Surge is now active and they're taking so much damage, and all the heals have finally been used. So time is running out. Lucy goes for a Pink. Nice shot's going to be landed. Even he is below Surge. These are 2 teams below Surge going at it. Clement tries to go ahead and bull rush into the box. He gets denied that opportunity. Lucy with only 20 damage to do.
Come on,
They box up Clement.
above,
They get
glaube
that
ich, above
elimination
jetzt.
and a huge amount
Above
of damage
Damage
to
kommt.
boot.
It was just a moment of
Die
desperation
sind
there
immer
from
noch
Clement,
below.
but what other options do we realistically
Wir haben
have?
Kill
And even for
geholt, jetzt sind die
Steno
above.
and Lucy,
Okay.
they collect that elimination, and it's still just barely going to be
Oh,
enough
Belushi is dead.
above that damage
Schon
threshold.
wieder?
This lobby is moving and not in the direction
Canada
that
ist
they would
auch
have hoped.
dead bei Yuma.
Time around, you see a lot of players, even if they're above, it's not by much. It's not a feeling of comfortability whatsoever. But they know these opportunities will continue to come later on in the game. Kaizen is able to do some damage before falling.
Die gehen hier rein, holen sich direkt den nächsten Kill.
Zeno there to save the day as well. 27 above though. Slowly but surely climbing, but 98
Belushi hat jetzt einen gekillt, Digga. Ich checke gar nichts mehr bei Belushi.
But they have to just take it one step at a time.
Der geht zweimal Knock und dann holt er einen Kill.
Suns and Anon though.
Ping ist auch noch am Leben.
They're
Oder
still
zumindest dann nicht.
making this work. After how this game had started off for them, there's definitely some pretty good stuff here. Saw them talking about it earlier on socials. They're gonna put Oshi on the map, and that seems to be the intent here in game number 2. But first, they've got to make sure they're able to acquire the position.
Oh, Savage war ja jetzt auch hinten.
In the first place.
Ey, ist auch noch am Leben. Oh, die machen richtig viel Damage. Der ist dead.
Storm Surge.
Dead by Savage. Savage kill.
Gapter's gonna fall. FKX
King is
is
dead.
using as much heals as he can, but
Ich glaube nur noch der
Mr.
Mate von
Savage, they
King
don't
lebt.
want to let these
Phaser
4
King.
points and all that loot go out of their way. They're just
Oh, die
trying
gehen
to
jetzt
push
rein.
themselves in the
Badial
box.
geht
There's
rein.
no option for their opponent. He's doing what he can
Oh,
to dance around,
GG's.
but the elimination is going to
Bruder
go
sei hat einen
through
Kill geholt.
regardless.
Gleichzeitig.
Even though they did take some damage along the way, they've got some
Savage
heals,
hat
the
wieder,
exotic
ja,
slap
2
splashes
Kills
to
hier
try to
wieder
get
beide.
themselves back up to tip-top shape. And they're going to
2
need
Kills haben
it.
die
This
jetzt.
rotation is
Batman
going to
Booger
be
auch dead.
far. We're going over towards the side of Brutal Bastion. For some teams that are already there, it's going to be easy. Everyone else, good luck to you.
Working your way up
Oh, Snazy, Bruder,
elevation
sei
is
ja, oder?
certainly
Der Rein hat einen Buff auf
pretty
Damage.
dangerous type of pathway. Snazy and Podesai though, they look like they're set in a decent spot for the time being. Crash Pad gonna take them a little bit further in. Coming up on the backside here.
Es gibt noch keine Placements, erst wenn 5 Duos sterben. Es muss Top 25 Duos sein, dann gibt es Placements. Wir haben 30 Duos noch. Und 53 Spieler.
Looks as though they want to get
Oh.
aggressive here, but instead Podesai has to rethink, doesn't want to use that Crash Pad forward just yet after taking such huge damage
Muss
from
sich der
behind.
Willi gönnen.
Goes for a cheeky edit. Bounce Pad Junior play. It cost him a lot of HP along the way. Snazy, who didn't have any bounce pad, choosing to use the first of 3 rocket rams to try to find a safe spot in
Snazy
zone.
und
Leading the
Podesai
way.
hier.
It
Stan
could
was
be a
dead.
good call for them as Podesai finally catches up. The loot is going to be dished around, but you can see the last of their heals. They are running low. So
Aja
for
ist ja
them,
auch immer noch
a
dabei. Ich glaube
refresh is
alleine.
imminent.
Savage
It
war,
is gonna be needed.
war
We
die
see
halt gehen
Ager's
auch
by
hinten
himself
durch.
as well, below the threshold.
Ja, Canada ist
fell
tot.
Not too far,
Der ist
not
dead.
too long ago, but there's a lot of pressure
Und
on his shoulders,
Kings
pressure that
Duo
he's
ist
felt
dead.
before in their
Also
major
King ist ja
run,
auch raus
trying
aus
to
der Runde.
capitalize on it, but time is running out.
Stan und
Stormsurge
Lucia
doing
auch.
so much damage. He's going to be in the same position as the other teams
Come
that
on.
we've seen. He's using a lot of heals
Aegis.
just to stay alive. Even if it's not Storm Surge,
Above,
but Stacey and
above.
Podesai on the other side.
Richtig.
Storm Surge seems to be Ager's biggest opponent right now because as long as he's given the opportunity to connect,
25
those
damage above.
shots are going to put him exactly where he needs to be. Just
Die
a
richtig gut durch.
moment of relief
Da vorne
here
ist
with
Epic Roll
23
Kicks
above.
sogar noch. Ja, die werden jetzt
From
sprayen,
Replay
oder?
also going to
Nee.
take him in decent ways with that soaring
Ein Hit
sprints,
kriegst
and
du.
again, Agers just
Aber es macht
barely
Aja sehr, sehr
managing
gut.
to
Das macht er
catapult
sehr, sehr
himself
gut.
to
Jetzt
the
auch
front
Mini.
side of the zone, but this is a great
Und dann
opportunity
Damage
now
machen.
for him
Er
to
hat
just look
16er
at that
Buff nur.
brief moment of reset.
Wichtig.
Wants to try and catch Rapid off guard,
53er
but
Buff.
it
Snazy
doesn't
ist dead.
just work out in his favor.
Snazy ist genockt.
Rapid by himself. Batman
Finish.
Booga went down, so he's going to be a solo. There's actually 6 solos in the game as of now who lost their teammate. And they have the world on their shoulders to try to make something out of this game.
Moneymaker hat einen Kill.
Q
Auf
and DX
Yuma.
aren't going to be one of them.
Ich glaube, Moneymaker auch der einzige Controller-Spieler, den ich bisher gesehen habe, ne? Ich glaube, es gibt keinen anderen Controller-Spieler als Moneymaker.
But as this one
Der
goes on, those
13-jährige
placement points are going to
Controller-Spieler.
continue to rack up. We're only into the top 22.
Oh, Savage ist dead.
Getting
Savage
taken
ist
out
full dead.
by Rapid and Q&D.
Ich glaube, Vadia ist auch schon
It's
dead.
sneaky as well. This underbelly type of play over here.
Aegis hat einen Kill geholt. Aegis alleine unterwegs hat einen Kill geholt, okay. Oder sei jetzt auch alleine unterwegs ohne Bild. Oh, richtig. Oh mein Gott.
Just keeps it moving instead. Doesn't want to stick around for
Was hat er
too
mit
long.
ihm
Doesn't
gemacht?
want to risk the backup opportunity from some of these other duos. He just wants the tags. He just wants the
Richtig
damage
stark.
because that's going to buy him more time.
I feel like I got deja vu all over again. Podesai, solo, going into the end game. He made something of it in that last go
Muss ich
round.
jetzt Metz fahren, weil er hat gefühlt gar keine
164
mehr.
above the damage threshold as well. Not too much to worry about when it comes to that part of things. It's all about just staying alive. You don't want to run into the wrong duo, maybe one that's on the other side of that Storm Surge threshold. He knows so many other teams are below
RYZEN
him.
ja auch noch
They're on
dabei.
top and everything.
Vardial
And
lebt
look,
aber auch noch.
This is almost like a
RYZEN,
repeat.
Jannis,
Bryce and
Vardial
Chubbs
leben noch.
on the high ground
Jan,
yet again. They said it's simple. They
RYZEN
said
ist schon
it's
dead.
easy and they're ready to prove
Nee.
it be.
Savage ist dead.
Nobody else is going to try and
Savage
challenge
is
for
schon
high.
dead.
Bryce and Chubbs will be all too happy to take it.
Ja, und die hier sind auf High Ground, ne?
One of the first to fall here.
PROZESSOR ist ja auch noch unterwegs mit einem Kill.
Bryce, and now
Der hat den Kill noch gemacht, crazy.
continuing trying to work his way back up, but so much fire being applied to his build. He's down to just his last
Richtig
two
gut, was er hier macht.
remaining. He needs a refresh of some sort, but whether or not he's going to be able to find it is a different question
Er braucht echt
altogether.
einen Refresh. Die ganze Zeit schon.
So far.
0 Builds jetzt.
Half of those points come when you reach top 10. The other half
Hinter
are
ihm.
in the top 10. PROZESSOR
Ja.
just trying to get as many as he can, but he goes down.
Klicks.
That's Clicks. That's
Klicks hat
Epic Will
PROZESSOR
find the
geholt.
elimination. Clicks
Und
gets
Klicks ist dead.
knocked.
Epic
Will
Wall.
knows
Oh
to
mein
try to go
Gott.
ahead
Oh
without
mein
him,
Gott.
but a misplay on
Ja,
the
der
bounce pad. He
kann er
falls
nicht
as
mehr
well,
machen.
but at least they got some points for their
Aegis
effort.
hat ihn geholt.
Consistency is key, but it's
Und
Aegis
Vardial
as a
ist dead.
solo who was able to find that
Vardial ist full
elimination
dead.
and keep him and Kanata alive within contention of that top 25.
Also Vardial
Talking
hier
about
auch
consistency, and
Top
right now for
13, Top
Bryce and
14 oder
Chubbs,
so.
so far they're consistently holding on to that high PXN. Kitos trying
Ja,
to turn
Savage ist
through
schon lange dead.
some of these secondary high layers.
Länger.
So far, haven't managed to encounter anybody just
Aegis.
yet. Aegis, though, breaks through the build and he doesn't
Aegis
want to
auch
find
dead.
himself behind. That's
Drin
going to be
und
an
Kitos, die
elimination.
Brasilianer.
Credit to Shalom is
Oder
down
nee,
PXN.
Kanada.
Kitos
Die kommen aus
trying to
Kanada.
tuck their way forward, crash pad,
Moneymaker
shot
mit
up
noch
on
einem
Hyper.
Kill.
It's not
Der
enough.
13-jährige
That's breaking
Controllerspieler, der
anything
wie 10
or
aussieht.
knockdown. Bryce.
Yeah, but they're
Und
one of the few
Moneymaker.
teams that
Oha,
sees
Pixie
what's
hat
going
Moneymaker
on
geholt.
above. They can easily try to
Geil.
make that a target if it's something they want to do.
Pixie, der
Quanti and
Schwede.
TK, you heard him qualifying in that last game thanks to a big clutch
RYZEN
by
ist auch
Quanti
dead.
trying to keep that show on the road.
Jannis hat
RYZEN
noch
goes
einen
down.
geholt.
Jan is trying to make up for it. Elimination
mein
can
Gott.
be found. Runs
Ja,
out of
GG's.
build, runs out of map. That's
Aber
not
nochmal
who's
gut
going
von
to be able to
Jannis.
take him down.
Quanti and TK, they seem to have found a
Wen
slight
haben wir jetzt
gap.
hier noch?
Nobody else
Wir haben
quite
Kitas
discovering them
und
just
Sin noch.
yet. PXN
Und
and
Cheaton und
Kitos,
Pixie auf
though,
Low Ground.
they've managed to make a
Pixie und
resurgence for the high ground.
Cheaton auf Low Ground.
Pixie and Cheaton down below on
Cheaton
the opposite end of the
deutschsprachig.
spectrum. They're still forced to deal with some of the congestion that remains.
Oh, und das ist
Chubbs
Sin.
have a chance. Brute
Und
win
das
from
ist
the high
richtig gut.
ground, win from the low
Für
ground.
Pixie und
Pixie
Cheaton.
takes down PH saving that
Quanti?
siphon for later. Now it's going to come in handy.
Nochmal schöner
As
Hit.
soon as somebody else does eliminate it, that is going to be TK who
Quanti
cleans
kann
that
jetzt
one
uns auch
up.
nichts
Only
machen.
one player here left as a
Ja, der
solo.
ist dead.
Quanti going around,
Nee.
goes for the high
Was?
ground. That's Kitos the final
Was?
solo. He gets dropped in the palm of his hands, but he dunks on him as Cheaton picks up that elimination onto TK. Quanti falls. Top
Pixie
two
und Cheaton.
situation with Cheaton and Pixie
Gegen?
being our final
Wer lebt
duo
noch?
left alive. Kitos
Kitos
on the
lebt.
other hand using that early high ground to his
Ja,
advantage,
GG's.
but it only lasts for so
Cheaton und
long.
Pixie haben gewonnen.
Cheaton and Pixie take the game.
Was?
What a
Sorry.
way to
W.
state your victory royale. Cheaton and Pixie wasted absolutely
Overpatient
no time
Cheaton.
taking over the low ground. And we've got Frankie standing by to get into their minds.
I do. To be honest, that
W.
looked like quite a calm victory from you, Cheaton. How did it
Big
feel on
W
the,
for
on the
them.
lobby today?
It's really nice. Like, we are full sec the whole game and just played it out.
Yeah, you did play it out. You almost made it look easy, but it's not easy to take a victory royale in front of a very loud crowd here in Copenhagen. How are the nerves
Und das ist schon wieder ultra
right
wichtig.
now?
Wie gesagt, man braucht
nervous,
ungefähr
but it's fine.
So how did you
mindestens
control
90
those
Punkte,
nerves
um ins
when you were
Final
in those
heute noch
final
zu kommen.
fights?
90 Punkte fürs Final.
Low ground and just won the game.
Und die sind jetzt schon
Do
dran.
you think that low ground
Genauso
is a
wie die aus der
strategy that
letzten
can
Runde, die
work for
gewonnen
you
haben.
all the way to Sunday?
Das ist ultra wichtig. So, ich glaube, die Fortnite-Tracker-Liste ist immer noch ein bisschen verbuggt. Ich glaube, da können wir leider nicht irgendwie die Placements gucken oder so. Ja, die ist immer noch verbuggt. Die kann man gar nichts gucken. Schade.
Customs you'd recommend?
Noble.
Noble, there you go. Custom Noble, check it out. Guys, congratulations on making it this far. I do need to ask, do you think you can take another victory royale now you've
Also sehen
already
die
got one?
gleich die Standings.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, I love the confidence. So, boys, I'll let you get ready for the next battle bus as we head back to the desk. Congratulations.
Go, Moneymaker. Moneymaker, go.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Congratulations, Cheaton and Pixie, a victory royale. Well, Vivid, that's an EU team.
Yep.
That's an EU team that's got a victory royale. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. And it's going to be on top. It's fine. How do you feel about that one, Mini Miner?
Feeling great. I mean, what a win. What a way to close it out. Really happy for these guys as well. Of course, qualifying to that last chance major. We haven't seen them yet this weekend, and now finally putting on a show. We know that this duo have what it takes. Going down on that low ground right there, just fragging out so many limbs from these guys in those latter stages. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I love this actually.
3 weitere Runden noch. 2 sind gespielt und 3 Runden noch. Genau.
Splashes that they have, you know, somehow, by the way, managed to keep onto, and eventually they're like, you know what? There's no reason for us to continue to fight for low ground. Why don't we just go ahead and play this tournament? We have all of these splashes utilized. They did so at the perfect time, ended up working out.
Yeah, it really did. And I love that from this duo. It just shows the brain that they have. Just knowing, you know what, let's get into that zone. Let's close out this game because PHG and Ketos did a very, very good job there, taking height at a great moment. Didn't quite work out for them getting second, but great job from Cheating and Pixie.
You talk about PHG and Ketos. I mean, I just want to take a moment here to highlight this duo. They take ultimate height here over ice. You can't build up there. You can't break. They're like, we're up here. I don't know what in the world Ketos is doing, okay? But did you all see that shot? He lands. He's going to fall. Builds are broken. He's coming down. It's either me or him. And for him, it was him. He is him.
Yeah, I mean, hitting that falling shotgun shot. We see them sometimes throughout Fortnite competitive history, but that one had to be like the best one, right? He was literally falling, ended up surviving 1 HP, but the only reason he had enough HP to actually survive the fall is because he hit that shot, got that siphon.
So disgusting. Here are the standings as we take a look. Remember, if you're just joining us, we're looking for top 25. That's where
man muss sich den ersten angucken. Wir haben 163 diesen Finals. 138 diesen Finals. 117 Cheaten und Pixie sind auch 10 Finals. So.
13 places. Now, boys, how do we keep
Crazy.
this momentum going?
High ground.
Stimmt, die waren High Ground diese Runde noch.
I mean, we're talking about Bryce and Chubbs
In dieser Runde war die nochmal High
Really
Ground.
nice moment. Again, this was another one of those zones that was actually closer to them. Of course, they're getting that forecast tower in some of the games. In this game, it was a very, very nice zone for them. We saw in the first game, it was not a very nice zone at all. So far away. So this just brings excitement for me when it comes to this duo because they've
Ja, und die haben ultra lange auch noch überlebt, das kann man nicht sagen.
And yet again, they've performed with that 3rd place finish right there. It's a really, really exciting duo if they can keep it up.
Yeah, they figured something out because every time I'm watching from like 5th and 9th zone, I'm like, oh my gosh, these zones, they just keep pulling further and further away, which usually in this type of meta, they have to use all of their builds to actually make some of those rotates. But Bryce and Chubbs just seem like they're always in such a healthy position when it comes to how many materials they have. I have no idea how they're doing it, but it is working out great. And then obviously the transition into the height takes so good.
What's crazy to me is after game 1, Bryce and Chubbs, you know, you could tell they were definitely nervous. It was a little bit overwhelming, but as we're playing.
So, ich gehe mal ganz kurz in Fortnite in die Standings rein, selber. Let's go. Fortnite Standings nach der 2. Runde. Weil wie gesagt, 90 Punkte hat man gestern gebraucht, um sich mindestens zu callen für die Finals. Und das wird heute mit dem gleichen Punktesystem logischerweise fast genauso sein. Monjani. So. Erster sind die in der ersten Runde schon gewonnen haben und gerade eben auch noch Top 3 oder so gekommen sind. Sharps und Bricks. Ketos und Sin sind Zweiter, sind wahrscheinlich auch alle safe called. Pixie und Cheaten, das deutschsprachige und... Ja, okay, was heißt deutschsprachig? Einer ist Deutsch und einer ist Schwede. Crazy sind wahrscheinlich auch safe called, genauso wie ASUS und Kanada, die es gestern nicht geschafft haben, aber heute nochmal eine Chance haben und es sehr, sehr wahrscheinlich auch gecallt sind. Quanti und TK. Und Batman Booger ist nicht der richtige Booger mit den 3 Millionen Earnings, sondern ein anderer Booger aus NA West. Mr. Savage und Vadial haben es auch schon fast geschafft. Mero und Cooper sind auch knapp dran, genauso wie Lipsche und Denno. Epic Wall, Clicks, Yumi, Nazy und Broderside, Nein, Moneymaker, der 13-jährige Controllerspieler. Vesk und Hen, Reason Jannis, Clemor Kaisen, Kalmi und Vanjak sind alle knapp dran. Stand jetzt bräuchte man 36 Punkte. Wie man gestern sieht, auf den Top 25 ist iDrop Mappi zu sehen mit 91 Punkten. Also 91 Punkte hat man gestern gebraucht. So. Ich glaube, die nächste Round startet auch gleich schon. Oh, die startet jetzt schon. Die machen das heute viel, viel schneller als gestern. Ich glaube, die haben Kritik bekommen.
Across the stage, I got headphones on, and I hear them like I'm sitting right next to them.
I'm sure
Die haben Kritik bekommen, dass es gestern so lange gedauert hat.
All you really need is a matching jersey at this point, right?
Ooh, I might have to grab me one of those because Sneezy and Podusai
Ja, es geht direkt los, Digga.
And let's that continue here in game 3 because it starts now.
Let's go.
This is officially the halfway point. Game 3, where teams will have their backs up against the wall if they don't reach inside of that top 25 or as close as humanly possible. I say humanly though, because some of these guys are playing like they're robots. They're like insane out of this world.
And hey, for some of these teams, keep in mind, entering game number 3, the cutoff threshold right now for that top 25 is looking to be 36 points. There is a decent amount of ground to cover, and game number 3 will be the perfect opportunity to try and find your place on the leaderboards if you haven't
die werden
already.
contested,
Yeah, quick to the punch,
oder?
Moneymaker getting
Ja,
one side
auf Haie, auf
of
oben
Mini
sind welche,
Bastion.
Digga. Das ist Juma, stimmt.
Getting some minis.
Die werden ja die
Yeah,
ganze
he's
Zeit
got a
contested.
silence pistol. You see
Wie
the
eklig.
shield getting
Oh, und die haben
boosted
zwei
up,
dieser
the turret's
Geschütze,
getting
diese
tossed
Auto-Aim-Geschütze.
That's at least going to give them
Oh my God.
information if they cross any one of those paths. Moneymaker cuts off the
Ah,
launch
that's
pad,
dead.
doesn't let them go anywhere. Shots are getting fired in from multiple angles.
Oh
and
my-
Moneymaker strikes first, even with the shield turrets doing so much damage.
Ja, das war's
He's
für die
able to do
Gegner.
what he can, but it's blocked off. They went for it again. J-Mon's getting trapped.
Dead.
It doesn't matter what help
Yuma
you have
dead.
on your side because Moneymaker comes out on top.
The 200 IQ play to place those cones
Moneymaker on
preemptively
top,
the
Digga.
moment that Moneymaker saw
Moneymaker
Yuma
ist der
make that
Controller-Goat
initial
hier.
escape, he
Und
was
wahrscheinlich
like,
auch der
"It's
einzige
not
Controllerspieler, den es hier
happening again." Just a
überhaupt gibt.
beautiful cutoff that leads to 2 easy eliminations there.
Bin mir da nicht ganz
I mean,
sicher, aber ich
when a
glaube schon.
duo self-isolates, what else are you really left to do? And Fanai Moneymaker making the most of that opportunity.
You can see Suns and Anon changing it up yet again. Said enough flying past
So, auch
Kenjutsu. We're
50-50
ready to
hier.
take it over as their own.
Adapter gegen
FKS and
Suns.
Adapter, they have a little bit of elevation. Things are working out just as they planned up until this point. A little bit more loot towards the top, even finding the sharp tooth, breaking through the walls, possibly trying to cut off their path. So that way, even if they do try to escape, there's nowhere to go. They go ahead, see each other there. Suns repositions. Anon does not, though. He gets caught off guard, but he's trying to draw them in. The turret there to spot him out. At least his position is going to be known. Suns doing what he can.
das Auto-Aim-Geschütz.
Through those builds, but Adapter is there for the
Oh
bait
nein.
switch. He gets spotted out as well. These
Das hat den einen gerade eben so weggelasert. Ja, GG. Suns ist dead.
Suns and Anon go
Suns
down
Duo.
again.
That just looks so awkward for Suns and Anon. Suns especially seemed as though he hit that moment of hesitation for whether or not he should actually try to challenge
Hat auch
up on
gerade eben
that
schon
balcony.
eingeholt.
But hey, as far as Kenjutsu Crossing is concerned, that's not going to go Oshi's way in the slightest here. Opposite
That
side
one
of the map
close now.
though, at Sanguine Suites. Peterbot and Byla recognizing the fact that they're under a little bit of pressure from that mountain just north of Brutal Bastion. And again, for Peterbot and Byla, you have to consider, Peterbot's been talking all week. Top 25, that's the easiest thing in the world. But we're here in the lower bracket, and it's not looking that easy to actually be in the top 25.
Yeah, they've already pushed that one team off, trying to get Sanguine Suites as their own, but a fight that we saw in that last time goes a whole different way. Crispin
Ja,
Nazi
Sin
able
ist
to
das.
take down P8sin, leaving Kitos
GG.
by himself. And if this has any indication, any sort of resemblance towards that last game, it's no worries. Kitos is as strong as can be. He already picked up a second place by himself. And since it's so early on in the game, there's so much opportunity for him to go back, get that reboot card, get his teammate back up, because it's already happened countless times on the day so far.
But also, as far as Kitos and PHZen are concerned, they've built themselves a pretty surmountable amount of points here. Heading into game number 3, they had 138. We're leading in that second place position on the leaderboard. Have to consider them relatively safe as far as their spot in that top 25 is concerned. So maybe not as much pressure there onto Kitos as far as whether or not he'll be able to get that reboot off onto PHZen. For a team like Noxie and Chris, that's just another 4 points to get them that much closer.
Yeah, yesterday we saw 25th qualify with 91 points. Can't say that's going to be exact here today, but at least they have some sort of goal to achieve. Anything is definitely possible. And you saw to start the game off that it was both YijxFN and Curb on the other side, putting some shots down over towards Sanguine Sweets.
Oh mein
now
Gott.
The tables have turned. They try to get aggressive.
Ja, der Laser schon wieder, ne? Das ist so gut, was Pixie und Cheaten hier gerade machen. Die Winner aus der letzten Runde.
Pixie trying to go in, but he gets pressured as well. Everything comes
Die
to a
brauchen sich keine
standstill
Sorgen eigentlich mehr machen, weil die eigentlich schon
waiting for
safe
somebody
called
to make
sind.
a big move, but hopefully it's not a misstep. They're separated. This might be the saving grace for both Kirby and YijxFN because they're two players that are two different regions as the shots get fired off. He's ready to finish this fight, breaks into the box, and takes down Cheatin'. This is what we came to see. A duo from two different regions coming together to make
macht
one.
jetzt ein 2-by-1 gegen Pixie. Oh, das ist nicht gut. Ja, YijxFN, das ist jetzt ein 1-by-1. Nicht gut. Ja. Oh, beide low. Aber Kirby hat eindeutig mehr Heals.
Whoever comes out on top here might just have the opportunity to look for that reboot card, reboot opportunity, but Kirby faring certainly significantly better
Oh, der
than
liegen
Pixie
wie
for the time
und
being.
3 Splasher.
No, Pixie able to find the refresh that he wanted as far as materials are concerned. These resources taking him so far. And Kirby just unable to build up right away. He knows that he only has a limited amount of time to work with here before his opposition starts trying to close in himself.
You see him taking this time. Try to pick some augments, seeing if anything helps him in this exchange.
Relatively even, though, health-wise.
And actually, no, Curb had, even though, so they're relatively even health-wise, but Kirby at the bottom has materials. He has the extra heals. So if he wants to try to build up to take this, drain Pixie dry in terms of materials, that could be good. But you see over towards the right side, Sanguine Sweets. That's Peterbot and Bylaw. If they look on over, see this action going down, that's a possible third-party opportunity for them. Maybe even 2 eliminations. So they have to be careful which way they travel across this mountain. But it does look like Kirby is going to be the first one to try to disengage. Got the reboot card and trying to stay alive so that way he can get his teammate back into the game. Because we talked about the strength in numbers is huge in an event like this.
Pretty decent tag there from Pixie, but it is going to give Kirby a decent indicator as to how far up Pixie actually is. And Kirby seemingly trying to farm out even more resources. It's clear that Kirby would like to go for the disengage, probably recognizing the fact that that pressure from Sanguine Sweets might come sooner rather than later. But we're talking about pressure here at the Creaky Compound. Sorif and Skits, they're dealing with a good chunk of aggression out of Raru and Greedy.
See, it's pausing for a moment, rightfully so. You said slap dab in the middle of Creaky. There's so many teams around them, even more pushing in. They are on the edge of zone, so you have to be very, very careful. And I think they know that, and that's why things have come to a halt. If they make that wrong move, it might not be even the original opponents that we're fighting that does the brunt force of that damage. And it continues to kind of push towards the east this time around, but instead of the north, it has a southern lean when it comes to the zone.
Ah, das ist gar nicht der Spieler, der anonym bleiben möchte.
We want to get as close to it as possible. But
Ich
sometimes
dachte die ganze Zeit, das ist der Spieler, der anonym bleiben möchte, weil es gibt hier nur... Es gibt ja ein bestimmtes Duo, Wo
As
es
far as
nur
rotations are
einen
concerned,
zufälligerweise
though,
gibt, weil der andere,
Big
glaube ich,
C.
komplett anonym bleiben möchte, deswegen.
Seems as though he's willing to
Oder er
take his
spielt einfach
time
Solo.
here on that mountain just north of Brutal Bastion. The problem at this point, though, Jacob, definitely starts to become just how much time is really worth investing here. Because it seems as though Kirby is definitely cool with just letting this go through and disengaging entirely. But I guess we do have a listening to get more insight for as to how the players are really thinking.
Maybe we can sneak on Billy. I'm down. Shall I come now? Get the stats?
Yeah.
Okay. He was here. Come. Run. This is all like. On me, on me. 40. I'm crash fighting on him.
Yeah, I'm on you. Going for my side.
Cracked him. Cracked him. Dead.
Oh.
Nice, bro.
Don't worry.
Got him.
Nice find by both Pink
Oh,
and
King and
Pico
Phaser came.
to take down one. And that's a team. When they went down in Game 5 yesterday, they were in 24th place. They were forced to watch every team that got into that top 25 pass them and send them down to the lower bracket. King and Phaser, they're trying to have a second chance at life. Skits and Sorf is another one. Yesterday definitely wasn't their day. Today is a whole new chapter in their story, and this is one that I'm excited to see finish. But they're still stuck around both Greedy and Raru. Neither team really able to rotate just yet. And I think when push comes to shove, at least Greedy does have that rocket ram to try to get out of a tight spot. But if Raru doesn't have one himself, that could be possibly why they're waiting for the moment that the players above them try to rotate first. And everybody in this position is going to have to rotate because we get another far pull to the east side. So this is going to be huge.
At the same time, though, you can tell that Skits and Soar, if they want a piece of the action, if they can make it happen, they know that their surge strategy has definitely been difficult to come by. So 1 or 2 eliminations right now would put them in an excellent position to just prioritize positioning. Rotations can just be so make or break at this stage of the game, especially when you factor in that there are going to be teams throughout the match looking to acquire those forecast towers that have been such a huge help as well.
And you saw that stat that popped up, 1st and 25th, the exact same amount of points through these 2 matches as they were yesterday. And if that continues, you got to look at that threshold from when they qualified. 25th yesterday in the upper bracket, had 91 points. So that's the threshold they're looking to come close to, even past, to give themselves the best chance to reach our global championship final. First place is a $1 million split between 2. That's more than enough money even I know what to do with.
Well, it depends on who you're asking.
True, I might just buy food. $1 million worth of food. Noxy, Chris trying to rotate away. Hen and Vasque trying to make up for that last game. At least they have the Rift Island underneath their belt from game 1, giving them a 15-point boost. They just have to try to continue that pace. They've done more than enough work in the first half.
Sometimes it really feels like nobody wants to be the first person to shoot. When you can tell that there are so many other teams surrounding you, the moment that you sound off shots, it just draws so much unwanted attention. And then you have to split your focus. And how many times already have we seen teams where they try to separate a duo? Maybe they're temporarily successful, but even with that circumstance on the mountain north of Brutal, but more on that later. Because right now, Skit, Sorif, we're talking about them wanting to get a little bit more active here. Shot not going to connect in the way that they would have hoped. Mavinato primed, ready to go here for Skits. He looks to reposition, wants the high ground over Raru and Greedy. Crouch walking, just seeing what he can come across here. Greedy, Raru. Got to be suspecting of who's going to drop into their box. Mavinato, shots are firing, but it's going to be Sorif who comes out on top. Ultimately, the tag team damage more than enough, and a nice, quick and clean double elimination process here for Skits and Sorif.
Like a double elbow drop off the top rope. Cleaned house, Fishy and DMK. Trying to go
Die habe ich auch noch nicht einmal gesehen, ne? Die wollen ja Dings da wohl, Loot Island.
Even though there's a lot of elevation, a lot of line of
Einer
sights
ist low,
over on the top of Rift
andere
Island, for the
mit.
players that are in the distance, for the ones that did build their surge base, that also allows them to go for those
Okay,
shots
die haben
onto
schon
you on
2
that Rift Island.
Slurps
So far,
und holt sich jetzt
nobody
noch einen
really
Slurp.
contesting it. Maybe one team nearby thinking about it. but I don't think that one's going to come to
Wenn
fruition.
nicht
So
sogar
for
zwei
them, it
Slaps.
is
Ich
going
weiß
to
nicht, kommt
be
hier einer
a
oder
free
zwei raus.
15 points, a whole lot of loot on top of that as
Und die
well.
kriegen 15 Punkte, wenn die das einnehmen.
And a pretty decent spot to look
Oh,
over the rest
Varial,
of the lobby.
Savage auf 2 verschiedenen
Maybe
Hills.
catch wind to players like Savage and Vadil. You've got their split bases right now. Not too far off from their initial dropping point.
190, nee, 160
or at least for
above,
Vadil's
above,
concerns, he seems
Digga.
like he's more primarily
160
interested on
above
trying to
damage.
get some tags in on these teams in Mega City. And I like this approach, though, from Savage and Vadil, because they're both trying to just focus in on 2 separate angles to attack towards that high ground territory for teams that are trying to base up on some of these buildings here in Mega City.
They've already got their spot inside of the top 25 for now. It's all about holding on to it, staying consistent. But at least they got a ton of the hard work out of the way. MK, Papa, and Shalom. Kind of looks like a free rotation in towards the zone, almost 300 above the Storm Surge threshold. So for them, it's almost looking like smooth sailing for now. Not much to worry about, but as the zone continues to pull in that direction, if they don't get it, they're going to have to battle through some of these teams.
It's looking like a predominantly dead side rotation here for MK, Papa, and Shalom. And the question is, how much surge were they actually able to acquire throughout that process? Because we've seen plenty of times teams, they'll have great positioning because of dead side rotations, but they won't have the surge to go with it. And then they're forced into moments of desperation where they're essentially forfeiting their ideal positioning and oftentimes their lives in the process, because what other option do you have when you've got that Storm Surge damage raining in on you?
Man, you
Wo ist
see
der Mate
Quicks
vom
looking
Klicks?
towards the
Der ist hier
backside
nicht.
of the zone. He's trying his
Sind
best
auf
to
jeden Fall
not to have to
260
worry
above
about that
damage,
Storm
aber
Surge. Doing good so far, 259.
wo ist Epic Wall?
Rapid and
Der
Batman
ist hier
through the
nicht.
were the ones positioned behind them. You see them, the yellow markers on your minimap down below. Since it is
Wo
going to
ist,
be in
for
the
real, wo
storm,
ist
they're going
Epic
to have
Wall?
to
Der ist er
rotate,
nicht.
give
Hä?
up some of that elevation.
Der sollte noch
That
leben.
way they can save some of that HP and those heals for later on in the same game. Ryzen and Clement. A lot of teams kind of falling behind in this game when it comes to the zone. At least 4 of them right before our very eyes, taking damage. Each second pass is going to make it harder for them to try to survive. Forced to use a lot of those resources in order to get that HP back. But if you look at both Kaizen and Clement, they have more than enough heals to make it possible to get in toward the zone.
Decent amount of teams also looking to conglomerate over at the Drift Ridge. When Racetrack is this poppin' and you see teams like Clement and Kaizen that have to run through that territory, you have to expect that it is going to be incredibly difficult to actually make it through unscathed. Or they might have a nice opportunity to look for some of those third-party circumstances. Only time will tell, but right now, the story for Fatch and Pamso definitely seems to be as if they are already situated a really nice elevated position so far, well ahead of where they need
Oh,
to
Pixie
be.
hat Moneymaker geholt.
Nico and Pink could definitely be in some trouble
Und
here.
gefinished. Let's go.
Pamso and Fatch, they spotted out a rift far along that ridge, waiting for somebody to try to
King.
go for it. Probably being their plan A.
Phaser King?
Waiting for the
Nee,
zone
was
to pull in.
Phaser,
That's where
Phaser
they're gonna
Came.
put their eyes back on it.
Genau.
As King and Phaser, they're just trying to reunite, get the most out of
Oh,
those
wieder mit seiner
flashes.
Sniper, wie
We've
gestern.
already seen King put on a show yesterday in the upper bracket with that sniper. Trying to
Yeah.
do it here yet again. And you can see the difference in augments between the two teams. First shotgun is going to have the commonality
Oh,
between
what?
the two, but now they get aggressed on that
Ach,
high
du
ground.
Kacke.
Phaser trying to reposition. That's AIM and Zazi who aren't afraid to take a fight
Ja.
against Brazil's best, and they
Gar
come
keine
out
Chance
on
für King.
top
Die gehen ja komplett
for
reinpushen.
now. King goes down. Another team drops in. That's Cal, Gamer, and 7-Man. They take advantage of
Die
the
haben
third
jetzt
party.
Loot von 4
All the loot, all the
Leuten, von
resources.
2
And they
Duos,
already
haben
had
die
a
jetzt den
good loadout
ganzen
as
Loot.
well. The MK Alpha over
7
towards
Man und
Relentless
Carl
Retreat.
Gamer.
They're just adding each tool to their tool belt.
That's
Und
just
Jannis
solid
hat
in the
Pixie
wounds
geholt.
there. To have to watch your
Jannis hat Pixie
opposition
geholt.
just
Let's
reap
go.
the benefits of your bounty.
Aber Pixie und Cheaten sind
No
wie gesagt eigentlich auch
celebration
schon
time
gequalt.
for eliminations in certain situations.
Also die Punkte,
7-Man,
die
Cal
hier
Gamer,
machen,
though,
keine
definitely
Ahnung.
more than happy
Ah,
for what they
Cheaten
managed
lebt
to
sogar
stumble
noch.
across.
Sein Mate von Pixie.
Other teams, though, that would certainly be happy if they could add a couple more
Duke,
points,
Edgy,
a few more
Movement.
eliminations to their count. Duke and Edgy, certainly one of them. Team that definitely struggled throughout day number 1, but here in day 2, hoping to have the resurgence in order to find themselves in that finals lobby for the Global
Oh,
Championship
200
Sunday.
above.
Yeah, and you can see where the zone's heading on this game as well.
Alle aber auch keiner ist irgendwie below oder so.
We're going up mountains, down water. You gotta be able to
Janus
prepare for
Riesen
that. And luckily
und
for them, it
daneben
did
sind
just happen
Aegis und
once
keiner da
before.
unten.
They gotta be able to try to mimic the blueprint if they did make it far.
Vico auch noch
Change
da
things
hinten.
up if they did not. As
Ey,
Kanada and
Cheaten hat einen
Aegis
Knock
this time
geholt.
around
Cheaten
trying
hat
to
einen Kill
rotate
geholt.
as a
Let's
full
go.
duo, leaving
Cheaten
nothing
hat noch
for one person to
eingeholt.
try to handle. And so far, it is
Cheaten alleine
well.
unterwegs
They're
hat
trying to go
Minecraft
up
2
the side
Leute
of this
noch
mountain
geholt.
where not too many teams are positioned so far, but they run into both Lucy
Ja, und die sind
and
auch einfach
Steno
600
momentarily.
above Damage, ne? Also,
Caught sleeping there for a moment, so that gives them a free path towards the zone.
Snazys,
And for
der
them, that's a little
Franzose.
bit of a blessing. On the other side, Rapid, not feeling that same thing. The slurp juice is going to be popped, though. It runs out just as we tune on board. So it's going to be up to them to try to find some sort of a refresh. You see QNDX trying to shoot above with the breacher, maybe to drop somebody down because they realize without no builds, without any heals,
Ja, jetzt wird er
now becoming
gesprayt.
the focus, they have to think outside of the box to make this happen.
Right now, QND is just hoping that somebody else can
geht.
divert the attention of some of these teams surrounding them, but it is a relentless amount of suppressive fire into these box edits, and QND Rapid, they finally get a moment to focus.
Janus
They're
ist
not the
dead.
only team
Zumindest
that's found
Knocked.
themselves in sticky
Von Chaps
situations.
wieder. Chaps ist wieder
That other
dabei.
teams as well,
Die sind doch
still
schon
looking
so
to
weit
power
Erster,
through,
ne?
still looking to make their way.
Chaps. Die haben die erste Runde gewonnen und vorher noch
Turn and
Dritter
burn
gewonnen in der zweiten
situations.
Runde.
Don't know who Fahad thought he was shooting at
Aber
alongside
was Cheaten
Hero,
hier
but
mit den beiden
Cheaten
gemacht hat,
did
ne?
everything in his arsenal to make some magic happen.
Ja.
Granted,
Beide
Hero and Fahad were
bekommen
relatively low
als
stepping
Kill.
into that engagement, but Cheaten
Wichtig für die.
not one to stray
Cheaten
away
und Pixie.
from a clutch situation.
That he might be the hero, but I'm the villain of this story. He's just looking around. 45
Ja, man sieht hier
materials,
rechts oben,
5
Chaps ist
minis.
Erster
But
mit
it's the
171
HP
Punkten,
that
das
is
Duo.
really lacking.
Dahinter
You see
ist
the
Titos,
Storm
aber die
Surge
sind schon
well
dead.
above the threshold as well. Everything going
600
their way, and that
above
goes to
damage.
show that these early game battles, it is a
600.
risk, but it has a huge reward on it as well. As a lot of these teams finally make it to the zone, but most of them are stacked up on
Epic
the
Wall,
west
Klicks
side,
sehen
a
wir
little
noch.
bit more
Moneymaker
on the
ist, glaube ich,
southern
auch wieder
edge.
dabei.
As Batman,
Der
Booga,
wird
and
wahrscheinlich
Rapid,
rebootet.
they made that rotation around
Glaub ich.
Mega City, trying to dodge line of sights above Clicks at Epic
Mr.
Wall and
Savage war
everybody
die
else
also
on the
da auch
side
noch.
of that
Vanjak,
mountain. They've been doing a good job. They were at the top of the
Vico,
leaderboard, and they're
Mero,
holding on to their position. You see them there in 6th
Chaps,
place.
RYZEN,
If they
Janus,
can continue this consistency, remember the
Clownski.
91-point threshold. It isn't official, but you got to imagine it's going to be close.
But depending on where Batman Booga actually chooses to throw that business turret, he might be able to catch some of these teams off guard, or at least get some decent information. So much congestion, though, building up in some of these mid-tier layers. Mr. Savage, the
Ja.
deal, looking for a way to
Oh,
push
Chaps
through.
ist
They
dead,
know they're
full
gonna have
dead
to
von
take some
Mero.
fights first before they can get
Aber ich
anywhere.
glaube, Chaps kommt diese
Clownski
Runde nicht so weit.
rolls,
Dafür Peter
gonna
wird Kill
fall right
geholt
in
und
front of their
Vico
very
auch
eyes.
Kill
Pink and
geholt.
Vico surrounding Mr.
Wichtig
Savage
für die
and
beiden.
Vico
Auch noch
as
beide
well.
noch
It's
nicht
gonna be
voll.
two
Und hier kommen
players
welche in die
trying
Box
to
und sind
fight.
beide dead.
Eliminated off already.
Savage
Mr.
und Badial holen
Savage did
beide.
not come to mess
Wichtig.
around. And Vadil, immediate
Wichtig,
backup
wichtig.
fire. These
8
two are
Punkte,
just
2 Kills.
carrying through right now.
That was huge. They didn't even
Ein
look
Kill
the
sind einfach
direction
4
of
Punkte.
Mr. Savage.
Wenn man
Not
daran
even
denkt, man braucht
once.
90
That was
Punkte.
2
und so.
huge shots that he used to his advantage. As Clicks and
Wichtig,
Epic
ja.
Will finally find their way
65
in
Punkte auch
towards
für den
zone, but as soon
insgesamten
as they
Win.
do, it pulls towards the left, where a lot of those teams are congested on that side of the map compared to the north side, and they're ready to fight their way through. A very, very little heals
So,
to
jetzt
their
gibt's
name.
Placements.
These Epic Will, once it
Top
slows down
25.
just a little bit, can throw that
Storm
business
Surge.
turret down,
200
try to
aber
get some
für
information,
Klicks
but
und
now
Epic
they're trying
Will.
to beat everybody else to the punch. They don't
Die
want to be
richtig
the
crazy
ones
nach
that are
vorne
being
moven.
held out by more than half of the lobby, and you can see the different elevated teams, some high in the sky, others far below, but they're finding any nook and cranny to go through, but it's Clicks
Oh,
who
Klicks ist
actually
dead
falls
bei
to
Badial.
the deal. Even Bylon
Badial
picking up
hat Klicks
elimination.
genockt.
Kaizen's left by himself. Epic Will trying to survive.
Nur noch
He's
Epic
doing
Will.
everything that he can because placement
Und
points
Hen hat
haven't really
Vortex
set
geholt.
in. A
Mr.
huge shot
Savage hat
towards the
Klicks
back,
geholt.
and
Hä?
he goes
Was passiert
down
hier?
before able to stabilize and use that slurp juice, and that's going to be a
Wer hat
huge
jetzt Epic
treasure
Wall
for
geholt?
somebody to
Frag
find.
ich mich.
Massive for Lucy and
Keine Ahnung.
Steno. As they're the ones we saw.
Savage Badial hier mit 3 Kills
further
unterwegs.
towards the center of the zone, but now
4
it's
Kills
gonna be a
jetzt.
scramble.
22
Everybody's
Punkte
gotta get a
diese
move on
Runde schon
in order
wieder
to make
gemacht.
it.
Die sind 5. Platz
Also
overall hier
Zones
im Leaderboard. Oben rechts steht das.
will become all the more problematic
Aegis
for
Kanada
these players
direkt
to
drüber
deal
mit
with, but the deal with
132 oder
Savage, they've done an
123.
excellent job at just holding down the positioning in
Auch
that
noch am
mid-round.
Leben.
Just gonna say. It looked like a safe rotation, but don't be fooled.
23 Duos noch. Jetzt sollten wir aufhören mit Dom Search. Wir haben 7-Man Paul-Gamer, die sich gerade eben von 2 ganzen Duos den Loot geholt haben auf High Ground jetzt. Nee, das Dom Search geht ja noch weiter. Cheaten ist dead. Endlich ist er dead. Hey, was ist hier los? Wichtiger Damage. Pink und Savage holen auch noch einen.
He's trying to recycle as many builds as possible, but he gets tagged up, forced to use, down to 5. At least he has some heals to work with, so he has a chance to stagger himself, but only for so long. He's down on the threshold. MK Pop-Up falls.
Moneymaker lebt noch. Der Mate von Vase, der 13-jährige Controller-Spieler.
But that's only temporary.
Belushi ist auch dead.
25 builds can be gone just like that, especially when there's so much pressure being applied both above and below.
Kede, da holt ja auch noch einen Kill.
Just trying to figure out which direction he wants to go next.
Aegis holt ja auch noch einen Kill.
Hen directly next to his box for time being, but Kaizen, he's still
aber jetzt Kaizen, Clement sind actually auch Franzosen. Zumindest Clement ist auch Franzose. Savage ist dead. Ich weiß. Ja, ich glaube Savage ist full dead und Vardial wahrscheinlich auch. Oh, der geht hier alleine rein, full, der geht hier. Oh, schade. Hätte ja beide geholt, wäre crazy gewesen. Aegis auch full dead. Vardial ist noch am Leben. Aber sehr, sehr unter Pressure, 32 HP. 5 Kills haben die insgesamt. 50 Punkte diese Runde.
He's gonna have to think of something outside of the box, inside of somebody else's box, into the distance, lands a shot onto Source. That gives him a little bit of a speed boost thanks to
Nein.
even gets a knock on
Schade.
Peterbot before going down.
Aber sehr, sehr geil. War die sehr, sehr gut weitergekommen hier. Reingekommen. Sehr gut. Peterbot bei Canada dead. Vardial kriegt natürlich den Kill, weil er früh noch gestorben ist. Canada hier auch noch allein unterwegs, haben insgesamt 5 Kills. Und was ist das für eine Zone? Das ist mega, sieht ja auf diesem übelst hohen Haus, wo man sich nicht durchbauen kann oder so in der Mitte. Wir wissen, voll weird hier, Kanada geht jetzt. Müllers unten. Wen haben wir auf High Ground? Wer ist das? Oh, gar nicht gut. Oh mein Gott. Der geht jetzt voll hier rein. Ja. Paul Gamer dead. Bühler auch noch hier. Ey, bei Edge.
2v2 situation, NA versus NA, Duke and Edgy versus Polarized.
Edgy, Duke gegen Polarized und Agent Blues. Los.
Indestructible. It's hard to break through, but Duke
Bauen sich
finally
hier
finds
durch.
the wall that he can bypass. A little bit of builds, a little bit of resources left.
Duke and Edgy, they know that they needed this one. It's been a tough time so far.
Polarized hier auf High Ground.
And for game number 3, this could definitely be their moment. Polarized and Los, though, they're not looking to let it go anytime soon.
Oh ja, das war's.
And immediately taken back down. Edgy stood
2 by 1.
hope here. Now it's Duke left in a solo clutch situation. 2 of NA's finest directly above him. Massive shot though onto Satan.
Digga. Oh mein Gott. Insane Clutch. Insane 2x1 Clutch.
That was one of the plays
Oh
of the
my
tournament
God.
so far. The 2v2 situation. You're left solo on your own, and suddenly you jump and you get that shot. Talk me
Was er
through
gemacht hat mit den letzten
I'm
beiden.
just in shock. That was like, I don't know. I just one pumped the first kid and side jump and just hit the other one. I don't know. That was crazy.
It was centered and polarized. You took out your North American brothers. Does that make it any more satisfying?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
And I've got to come over to you. That must have been terrifying watching.
Ich gucke mir wieder das Leaderboard an. Let's go, ich bin gespannt. Kann sein, dass es jetzt eine etwas längere Pause gibt. Da bin ich mir nicht ganz sicher. Aber meistens immer so bei der Hälfte war damals so, dass es eine etwas längere Pause gibt. Also das war ja richtig geiler 2x1 Klatsch gerade eben noch am Ende. Auch richtig wichtig. Vom zweiten bis zum ersten sind das 9 Punkte, die man von den Placements her noch mehr kriegt. Plus diese 2 Kills sind 8 Punkte, sind 17 Punkte, die sie nochmal oben drauf haben. Auf diese Runde. Oh, let's go. Compete. Ich hoffe, die ist aktualisiert. Und die ist aktualisiert, ja. Die ist aktualisiert. Wir haben Sharps, der ist gerade eben down gegangen. Ich glaube, hat gar keine Placements oder so mitgenommen, ne? Ah, okay, die haben 8 Kills, die haben 8 Punkte mitgenommen. Durch 2 Kills. So meine ich das. Canada ist Zweiter mit Aegis, krass. Batman Booger ist Dritter. Mr. Savage und Vadia sind Vierter. Pixie und Cheaten sind Fünfter. Sin, Miro, Steno, Yumi, Hen, Agent Lost. Stimmt, die wurden gerade eben geholt. Das sind die gerade eben geholt worden und Zweiter sind. Mit 5 Kills. Durch Duke und Edge, genau. Die haben ja gerade eben den Win geholt. Peter war ja auch noch dabei, Newty. Quantin, TK, Fishy. RYZEN Jan ist auch noch in den Top 17. 92 Punkten. Mit 92 wichtigen Punkten. Clement, darunter Call Gamer 9 mit Moneymaker, den Controllerspieler. Ja. Lombardou ist, dann haben wir hier Epic Wall und Klicks. Snazy Podasai. Frosting Klauski. Also diese Top 25 wäre sehr, sehr geil, wenn die weiterkommen. Vielleicht noch so ein Vanjak mit rein. Vico muss eigentlich auch noch mit rein, ne? Vico leider auch noch mit 36 Punkten dabei. Das ist sehr schade. Jetzt haben wir noch 2 Runden. 2 Runden haben wir noch. Stimmt, sein Mate wird auch überhaupt nicht angezeigt, ne? Ja. Der Okis. Ja, King ja auch nur mit 1 Kill dabei. King würde es halt auch aber nicht schaffen. Finde ich ultra schade, aber das würde er nicht schaffen, nie im Leben. Muss er richtig wahrscheinlich 2 krasse Runden spielen. Direkt eine Winround mit 10 Kills oder so. Eine Winround mit 10 Kills, dann bist du auch schon qualified. Aber wie viele Punkte braucht man gerade für Top 25? Gerade 64 Punkte. Gerade braucht man 64 Punkte. Das wird natürlich logischerweise auch gleich mehr sein. Mal gucken, wie lange dauert das noch bis zum nächsten Match? Das steht da doch gar nicht. Ne, deshalb blenden die noch nicht ein, wie viel. 16 Minuten, ja, das meine ich. 16 Minuten bis zum nächsten Match. Ich werde selber ganz kurz ein bisschen spielen, einfach so. Bisschen irgendwie Zone Wars. Mal gucken, was es hier Zone Wars-mäßiges gibt. Und dann geht es gleich auch weiter. Ich konnte aber nochmal. Ah, hier, genau. Das ist ein bisschen neu. Das ist ein bisschen verwirrend hier mit den oben links. Irgendwie. Goated will ich nicht spielen. Ich würde am liebsten Bios spielen, aber das ist Trios. Aber sonst gibt es auch nicht so was mich interested, obwohl. Ich glaube, Desert Zone Wars sollte ich auch noch reingehen. Lass mal Infinity Zone Wars machen. Da spawnen wir die ganze Zeit neu. Müssen wir nicht warten, bis die Runde zu Ende ist. Chat noch ausmachen hier. Das rede ich mit denen in-game noch. So, für sehr, sehr spannend, wer heute weiterkommt und rausfliegt. Mit $4.000. Muss ich ehrlich sagen. So, wir machen. Also ich mache, glaube ich, Spaß. Das ist die Sharp Tube, aber ich nehme die einfach mal. Nächste Season wird es wieder so eine Pump geben, also gucken. AR, ja gut, wir sind die halt im Dings, ne? The Zone Wars, dann nämlich eine MP. Ja. Und der Rest ist meine ich random. Aber dieser Klatsch von Duke, ja, der war schon crazy, diese 2x1. Ja, Mann. Dieser One-Shot-Headshot und dann dieser 360 auf den anderen. Was soll ich sagen? Hä? Bro. Ich bin auch einfach lost, Alter. Holy shit. wie ich hier einfach so random spiele, ohne die ganze Zeit was zu sagen. 6 Minuten noch bis zum nächsten Match, oder? Aua. Mal 3 Minuten noch. Noch 1 Minute 30. Ich bin immer noch hier oben. Es gibt gar keinen Volldamage. Ah, die zeigen nochmal ganz kurz Replay. Ich bin schon ultra lang nicht mehr dead gegangen. Sobald die Cam switchen, gehe ich über. Falsche Cam. Oh mein Gott. Alter 4.
How do these guys come into the equation? Savage of it was more of like they slot right in, right? You sort of know what you can expect from them. They slot right in. Couple end games here and there, you're going to see them popping off. Obviously, as a Mr. Savage and Vidal,
Zwei Games noch,
right? But I think that's where they sort of fit in. It's a lot more of a comfortable fit for them.
Well, you're saying, you know, they're not really going for height right there, but with all the performances we've seen from the low and mid ground these last 3 games, I don't think they need to go for height. They're grabbing eliminations, and they're also able to take that first place spot from the low to mid ground, which isn't a typical thing we see.
That's right. Well, we are getting word. Games are ready to go for us. Wait, just kidding. That's in a moment, but I do want to highlight here. Let's talk about Clicks.
Oh, yeah.
Clicks fans, Arena.
Oh, yeah.
Let me hear you.
Clicks fans, are you guys awake? Are the Clicks fans awake?
I think they're awake.
They're awake. Clicks and Epic Whale currently in 22nd. The job's not done, right? We're right here on the bubble. A single mistake could have them fall out of that top 25. But for the duo right now, are they performing at your expectations?
Ganz kurz gucken, was hier bei Arma abgeht.
I mean, you know, Epic Whale has that 6X on his name for a reason. You know that he's an incredible champion, and Clicks obviously a great player as well. And they're making it to the end game pretty much every single time. They're just having some issues getting into that 11th zone, 12th zone position there. But they definitely have the aggression. They're not having any issues off of drop or rotations in this moment. And honestly, I kind of like that Epic Whale is setting himself up for any situation. We saw him carry the turret there into the end game, which we also saw Batman Booga do as well, which just gives you a little bit more safety.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about that duo is that I actually don't think it's been one of their best performances, but they're just doing enough right to stay within that threshold. I think we're having to see it come down to a lot of individual brilliance from each one in these end games, right? How many games have we seen now where Clicks is hitting a couple big back-to-back shots and he goes down, or Epic Whale's doing the same thing? Again, it's like they've not been playing their best, but they're making things happen, they're making things work. What happens in these last couple games, Kelly, when they maybe do start to play at their best?
I mean, I'm excited to see. I think the only issue that we're having here is that these mid-game engagements that they're having, they're using a lot of mats and then not able to recover that towards the end game. Yeah. So if they're able to kind of work around that a little bit, they're going to have a much better time in our final 2 games.
And on top of that, many duos, right, finding themselves in these situations where it's just a solo rider. They're kind of finding these engagements where they're trying to split up the map as much as they can, and then suddenly a duo's waiting. They're strike, hey, this person's by himself, take them down. I feel like, you know, is that the kind of route we want to go? Is that high risk, high reward worth it? Savage earlier on, the very beginning of the show was like, yeah, it's a risk, it's a reward, but is that worth it?
Which route would you go, Zeke?
Nah, man, I'm too safe.
No, Zeke, I just want to know, like, which route would you go?
I would go safe.
It doesn't matter what route you go. We don't care about what Zeke has to say.
See, I walked into it.
I don't care what Zeke has to say. Look, if you are one of those players, I think ultimately in crunch time, because this is crunch time now for a lot of these players.
Yeah.
You just got to go with what you're used to, what the formula is. I don't think you should do anything too dissimilar to what's gotten you here. You've been such a phenomenal player, you know, at times this year. That's why you're sitting on that stage right now. Don't switch up anything too crazy. Don't get too, you know, insane up there.
And I think we are seeing that from a lot of our solar players. I think we actually saw it from Agers in game number 2, where he was able to use incredible rotates through his augments. And even though he was kind of dodging all of these players, he was able to use exactly what he had in his toolbox and use that to his advantage and be able to place even higher than what we would expect him to in a solo situation.
For sure. Kanata there. He's just doing him, you know, being him. There was a duo I did want to highlight. It's Cal Gamer and 7man from Middle East. Right now, it's looking like this could be the second Middle Eastern team to qualify, going to grand finals.
Yeah.
That's huge.
And we saw how confident Cal Gamer was yesterday, right? You know, when he was being interviewed, you know, the most confident man in the arena potentially, you know, how confident he was, and understandably so, right? They've you know, had success in their region, you know, back-to-back major champions over there, and now sort of looking to deliver
die
here.
strecken gerade wieder, Digga. Ich glaube, die haben Probleme mit
We've been
irgendeinem
seeing
Spieler.
them over, you know, being able to claim the mythic weapons and sort of go about their
Und so in
day
einem
in a
Leben so
much more
strecken.
controlled and comfortable manner.
Yeah, that mythic MK7 definitely helped them out just a little bit, but also their positioning, even in situations, again, right here, when we see him in a solo situation, able to do whatever he can, grabbing 6 eliminations before being dropped, and using these opportunities also to third-party other players, grab as many elimination points as they can too. I mean, again, I've said it a few days ago, Cal
Man
Gamer
muss
is
sagen,
an
gestern hatten wir öfter
incredibly
Probleme. Heute haben die bisher, glaube ich, noch einmal
intelligent
Probleme
player. He
wahrscheinlich.
studies the game more than anyone that I know, and that's showcased today.
For sure. I wanted to highlight Brazil here for a moment.
Oh,
We
yeah.
saw them performing well just a couple games ago. PHZen and Kitos. I feel like, you know, we haven't quite had the BR representation as we did at Invitational, but I still hear y'all up there, which is crazy. For PHZen and Kitos, I want to see more of their play. I kind of want to see more of what they're capable of.
I mean, we saw what they were capable of in game number 2 there, grabbing a handful of eliminations and finding at the exact right moment on the mid ground to make their move to the high ground. And that's what put them up into the very final moments of that game.
I think the interesting thing with a team like this, right, is the pressure that comes with having done well at an event before, right, where people sort of come into this one going, hey, we expect Kitos and PHZen to come in and do their thing. And obviously, you know, when you're playing here in that sort of lower bracket, it isn't necessarily where you'd want to be and where you'd want to have to do it, but they have still showed up where necessary today, and I think that's been impressive. Some of these shots here were absolutely spectacular, and so more of that tomorrow would definitely be ideal for sure.
And of course, another Brazilian team, King and Phaser, showing up so huge. See, there we go. That's right. We got to give the French community a run for their money, BR. That's what this is about. Thank you.
You're trying to start rioting there, man. You gotta calm down.
I just want, we all are here because of our love for Fortnite. And if that means we go crazy, we chant, we cheer, we laugh, we cry, I'm about that life. But for King and for Phaser, King has surprised me. I feel like for me, King is one of those guys, it just doesn't matter what his situation is in. He's like, oh, I've got nothing, doesn't matter. All I have is 2 sniper rifles, that's crazy. How about double headshots? Like, he just is so adaptable so quickly.
Boah, Alter, wie lange
I don't know
strecken die?
how anyone could deal with that if they were to go all the way.
I mean, we saw King set himself up for success as well, and I just think that it hasn't really worked the way that they've wanted to just yet for today. Obviously, we saw the incredible snipe headshots yesterday, and we saw him again earlier on in the day today with, I think it was 2 snipers, so he's definitely prepping himself for that moment once again, but he's just missing the mark a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because, again, it's like the highlight plays have been there. You know, no doubt about that. We're getting them highlight plays, but we want to see more by way of the actual standings on the leaderboard, right? 43rd place. We want to see them a lot higher than that. We want to see them competing tomorrow, ideally.
For sure, for sure. Is there any duos that are standing out to you we haven't had a chance to cover yet?
I mean, Batman Booga. I've already talked about them though.
Okay,
yeah,
you can't. Get with the NA West. Kelly's always like, yeah.
Any opportunity.
Talk about a duo? How about someone for NA West?
Oh, you know what? We talked about them yet? I don't know if we talked about them.
Okay, all right. What do you want to talk about Batman Booga besides him being incredible?
He's incredible. That's all I wanted to say.
Any opportunity to bring up an NAS team. Let me just bring up a random EU team. Just bring up any EU team and let's just talk. You know,
that's why I have all of you separate. It's like I want to talk about NA.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Vivid, where's he? NA West. Kelly, where's she? 11-2K, Mini Minor, EU. It's just an easy little moment there to do. I wanted to kind of highlight here a listen in from Dukes and Edgy. Wanted to see and catch up with their comms in one of their plays. Take a look.
3 minis. I'm like pretty shammed. We just crash button from here. Okay. Look for surge. 55 above. Look, hard left. Got cracked. 30 blue.
Here.
These teams are getting it. They're jumping. Look. Spray this. Spray this. 100. 33 white.
Dead,
Can you crash fight us? Can you crash fight us?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. I'm doing it.
It curves to the left. I'm in.
Nice, I got 2 kills there.
Man, I still just cannot believe that moment from Dukes earlier. I just look at Edgy going, oh my gosh. We did not get to see that before. I'm so thankful we have a million cameras pointed at the stage because, man, just to celebrate and bask in that moment, like a victory out. Let's just be clear here. Your duo doesn't always need to get a victory out to place high, right? Consistency will always be king. But man, does that victory out feel good, especially in an arena like this, in front of these fans.
Yeah, that's the joy of a man who knows he's been saved at the end there, you know? when Edgy went down, he was thinking, oh no, it's 2v2, I've just gone down, oh my goodness. And then Duke clutches and he's like, let's go, you know? He realizes in that moment, like, everything went to plan, you know, nothing wrong there. And of course, right, both incredible players, you know, we saw them during Major 2 and they won. And a lot of people, you know, sort of looked at them and went, yeah, man, it was a bit of a fluke. I don't know how these guys did it, but they're here to prove people wrong, right? You know, it wasn't a fluke. These are very good players, top players within their region. And I think they can keep hitting shots like, you know, Dukes was hitting towards the end there. Boy, oh boy, we're going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, it was absolutely an incredible run. Dukes himself just didn't seem like he even knew what he did right there or how it happened, but he should be feeling good after that.
Just like an instant, like instincts take over, snap headshot, victory out. Just another day in the life of Dukes. Now, a duo, I feel like y'all Danish fans would be excited about Steno and Lucy.
Digga, diese Kinder im Hintergrund, Digga.
Yeah, Danish fans. We got Danish fans, BR fans, French fans. We got it all. Collecting them all like Infinity Stones. Fantastic stuff. But these guys right now sitting in 8th place. Talk to me about this duel. Maybe some fans are just tuning in. They've had a kind of a long day. They want to catch up on some Fortnite. Talk to me about it.
Listen, Steno and Lucy started the day off strong, and I'm ready to see them in game number 4.
These guys do what they do. It's typical Danish duo, very consistent, very efficient in their actions.
Oh,
Well, speaking of delivering,
streckt 10 Minuten raus.
Game number 4 is upon us. So let's kick it on over to the casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Great games we've been having. I'm joined with the great Monster D-Face as well.
Hey, man, listen, when you see us, you know the games are just about here, and it sounds like we're going to be gearing up here shortly. I can't wait, especially after those explosive clutch moments from Dukes, and it sounds like game number 4 is ready.
Geht dieser Bus wieder los, Digga. Eine halbe Stunde gewartet. Für Match 4.
Copenhagen,
Let's go.
get right back to it. Game number 4 is underway.
This is the moment. We saw it yesterday. Big games in game 4. Outside of the bubble, teams were able to qualify. The same thing happened in game 5, but now their backs are up against the wall with no choice but to go big or go home.
Go big or go home is the name of the game. We have these bubble teams contesting one another. The Shattered Labs, the story of Snazy and Podesai is only just beginning. They are not quite set yet, but neither is Tahi. Neither is Death, who are just to the north of them, all of which are on that same exact threshold. Here we have J-Mon, Moneymaker, Yuma, Fination, just nearby. They go for the pickaxe play. It's not going to be enough. Down goes one. Can they get the second now?
Yeah, that's tough. They're in 20th place, Moneymaker and Fanayan, to start this game off. So if they go down here, that's going to really put things in a tough spot. But Yuma and J-Mon, they're definitely picking up the pace, especially after that loss off-spawn battle in that last game. They're finally figuring out where he's hiding. And Moneymaker's really just thinking outside of the box. Any nook, any cranny that he can fit in, he's going ahead and trying to hide and trying to keep them on the run, going in and outside of the same covers. But eventually, he's going to have to go ahead and run into both of these players unless he can get the launch pad and get out. And that's exactly what he's going to do to stay alive.
Wow. Yuma is going to spot him, though he puts a couple tags down. Very crucial, but not enough to finish the job. Alba, Yuma, and J-Mon, of course, representing for the Asian region. That elimination alone jumps them up 3 or 4 spots, putting them in the upper 30s now. That just shows you how close the cutoff is for top 25. This truly is the story now on the back half. It's the race to the finish line, but for some, they might be gasping out just trying to get there.
This is huge. Another battle off spawn towards Creaky Compound. Bahad and Hero, who's trying to make up for all that lost time early on in the day. Quickly trying to capture Creaky Compound. And there's a strength in numbers, I've been saying all weekend long, but it's here on the flag as well. As long as both of them are standing in it, they're gonna get it much faster to try to get that loot as we try to capture everything that's gone down. You see Hero already with 1 elimination, and Skits, that's gonna be the second one. And that's a must-have because Skits and his duo were having such a hot streak out of the gates, much better than they performed yesterday.
Absolutely. Crazy to think how many performances have been seen as far as above average from the NA side. So many of the NA teams are literally putting themselves closer and closer towards the finals. I don't think that's been emphasized enough how well of a performance they've had, and I'm here to champion for them as I'm, of course, been rooting in the background. But Vatch and Pamstil, of course, if they make it to Sunday, they will be giving Cammy and Seti an issue there, so we'll see what happens. All these qualifications do matter. Staying in data still, sneaking up.
Taking a page out of Misha and Teeny's playbook, something we haven't really seen anybody else do but them. Instead of hiding in a bush, though, they're ready to pounce. They realize they are separated just enough for their liking as they continuously try to creep in. Fahad's going to try to get away, but the shot strike, more than half of his HP is going to be gone. And that leaves Hero to try to run, cover the distance, get there as fast as possible. And I think this is going to come out into a 2v2 situation with Stain and Datus having the advantage early on.
ME versus Asia right here, right now, but a third party comes in to put their influence into the mix. That was almost a perfectly coordinated attack from our favorites here, Stain and Datus, and now the problem lies in their side. They've been hurt big time here. The compound no longer safe, and there is also a solo in the mix here, making his way south through. Meanwhile, we jump over Wakitos here, setting up the ambush onto Raru.
Trying to go in, nice little sneak shot, but he ain't gonna fall for that bait. Kito's quickly trying to back up, take the high ground back. Jin is right there by his side, but Greedy's trying to chop him down to size. Both of these duos try to reunite one another. Jin, not very many heals left, and instantly it's Kitos who shares. Oh, but the snipe from the side. Forgot about the top of the mountain. Jin goes down and leaves a lot of pressure on the Kitos to try to clutch up. Raru and Greedy, they're the ones trying to take advantage of it as well.
And the awareness from Raru to understand the snipe comes in and it puts them at a disadvantage. They didn't miss a beat there. They turn things around immediately. Talk about a lucky save for them, as they were on the backside for a moment there.
Oh my god.
Just third parties, one after the next.
Oh my gosh.
Greedy gets chopped down to size as well. Raru has to kind of about face. He can no longer go after Kitos, who has a solo, because he has to reunite with Greedy. He doesn't want to have his game end here very, very early in match 4.
For a second there, it was looking like the warm-up games, like straight W key.
But we got a listen in with Hen, seeing how he's doing in the early portions of this game.
On the right, like towards 50. Yeah. You're killing me there.
Come on, please be AR. I got AR?
Yes, on the right.
That? Kiri.
Absolute clean elimination right there. That's the way you want to start your games off, picking off damage.
Riesen
Question is, can he get the finish there in time? Either way,
Riesen fehlen auch noch ein paar
players
Punkte.
already eliminated
Auf
here.
jeden Fall.
That's 3 full duos and some fragmented. Let's take a look here. Zone going far north. Things mixing up here for day 2 so far. We'd like to see some variety.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some northeast. We've seen some southeast. Now we're just going to have a straight north for now. It does have a little bit of a western lean, but it could definitely center up. Figure out where it actually goes later on in the game. But Bully and Shadow changing up things just a little bit. Don't want to go against Peak and Vico far too often, but that's 7-man and Cal Gamer that they're going up against, and they're on a hot streak. They're on a hot streak for sure, climbing up that leaderboard to try to get their spot into Championship Sunday. And all Shadow wanted was a couple of tags thanks to that surge, and now he's going elsewhere.
Oh, Mr. Savage has to be careful here, though, deep in the zone, but he is holding things down. Can he get a Adapter? He does. Swatted out the sky. Nicely done for him.
Und jetzt sieht er den anderen Mate von hinten. Ja, okay, der ist 10 AP. Ah, das sind wichtige 8 Punkte für die. Insgesamt hier die beiden Kills. 8 Punkte.
He's boxed up. It's only going to take one more shot. FKS is fighting. He's fighting hard, but for how long can he last?
Yep, quick moves by Mr. Savage as well, dodging a lot of those shots. Might have cursed him there, but he goes down nonetheless. But Deal's the one who gets credit. He just took too much damage, starting to get that reboot off. He goes down to the Storm itself so early on. But that's the deal, Mr. Savage. This is what they've known best, even though they wanted uncontested. Well,
Savage
they got
sollte jetzt safe quad sein eigentlich.
To continue to give them the cushion to go ahead and stay in the money, stay in the save zone. It's nice to be in top 4 now. Should be all he needs. Take a look now at Batman Booga. Rapid, of course, a favorite. NA puts in a lot of work here, but Pink on the other side says, hold that thought. We got action, and we have it now. Finds Rapid there. The duo of Batman Booga. Now back against the wall. Just a solo here. We'll have to retreat for the moment as there is a duo lurking above.
I'm waiting for this third party. It's actually Kaizen and Clement who are trying to go ahead and use those barriers.
Vico ist hier, Clement ist hier.
Too much of their own heals.
Und Batman Booga.
That could be the distraction needed for Batman Booga to try to stay alive. And for Pink and Vico, this is a moment for them to stabilize themselves. They started this game in 32nd place, almost a repeat of yesterday with 2 chances left. They have to lay it all on the line. No regrets, no excuses. The time is now.
That's right. Rush duos rotating in the surrounding vicinity as well. Clement's going to go on up. They say, hey, look, we got the solo singled out here. I think we can go ahead and take advantage here. If they do just that, could put them in the position to have the surge they need. There it is. They trap him from underneath and force him out the box. Batman Booga expending all the metal now. Backs into a corner. The double shot comes through from Kaizen and Clement, and the synergy here, you have to respect it now. This Elim is worth 4 points. They want to close it out or give it back to Vico, potentially now. And Batman Booga will not give it up without a run for it. Kaizen and Clement secure the deal there and earn themselves 4.
They gotta be careful though. Now it's Pink and Vico territory. A lot of that real estate is
braucht
be
noch mehrere
them,
Punkte. Die haben jetzt 4 Punkte in dieser Runde, aber die brauchen noch viele.
Immediately get out, build some fresh
Pink hatte gerade eben 34 Punkte oder so.
Try to regain composure. And with the zone pulling
Die
forward,
brauchen
a
jetzt
lot
for
of
real
these
noch ein
teams
paar
are gonna
mehr.
have to continue to rotate towards the north side of the map, which means Pink and Vico, they have the advantage. They are full health as well. They have all the heals, so they either can stay, try to camp above
Pink,
Clement
Vico
and
40
Kaizen, or
Punkte,
try to rotate
30.
first and hold them out nonetheless.
Gerade.
Pink and Vico do need
Da muss in dieser Runde ein bisschen was raufgehen, ein bisschen mehr.
Holding that 30th placement. That's what the 4 that they earned this game off the elimination.
Ja, die will ich auch unbedingt im Finale eigentlich sehen.
And surely they
Aber
have
Vico
to
ist gleich
get more
dead.
elims. More importantly, they have to stay alive as
Und die haben
Vico
sehr viele Mad
is severely damaged here. It's Clicks
Epic
and Epic
Wall und
Whale
Klicks.
setting up the ambush nearby, and they would love to pick
Klicks
up
Epic Wall.
some of that
Aber die gehen
sweet
da nicht rein, okay,
material,
die gehen weg.
but no, instead going to prioritize the rotate out. It's going to come at
Die müssen sich selber auch noch quallen, weil die immer noch nicht safe sind, glaube ich.
for Vico and Pink there. They were definitely damaged.
I would say I do like this change up coming out of both Clicks and Epic Whale. It was in that last game. They were stayed too far in towards Mega City, let all the other teams bypass them. So by the time it was their turn to rotate, they just got held out. They got separated and taken down as Chubbs and Bryce.
Ja, der ist so oder so weiter, der ist groß.
They don't want to continue this fight as solos. Bryce is yet to go ahead and reunite with his teammate. So that's going to be Chubbs just backing up. Bryce, he has his shoulder. I'll watch it. You try to get out. And it's a fight for the forecast.
Ja, es sind immer noch Erster mit 5 Punkten Abstand zu HYPEX und Canada. Dahinter ist dann Radial.
Incredible showing, as have Shalom and MK Papa every single time I've tuned in with this duo here. Today just really has been them finding their stride here amongst some of the greatest. Already at 2 eliminations, a big 8-point game. I'd say this is definitely a team that is jumping onto the radar here now.
That was Pamstu and Fatch that they just took out of this lobby. Pamstu and Fatch have about 48 points, 29th place. The only place they can go from here, though, is down. They leave it up to the last and final game of the day to try to qualify. And from one fight to the next, they run into Pings, who quickly bounce pads out. He doesn't want to have any of that noise. He is a solo, so he's probably looking for a least contested part of this zone to try to go ahead and get his teammate back.
Let's take a look at these elims here that MK Papa and Shalom picked up, because the significance here, they go from top 25 to top 20 here by eliminating Fatch and Pam here on the rotate. around the storm line. A very significant pair of eliminations for them here. That could be the difference to their Sunday ride. But now with Fishy and DNK also at 3, Elam's turning on line.
Epic
They
wall.
find Epic Whale, and that's a
Epic
huge
Whale.
punishing blow.
Whatever.
Forcing them to stop now and heal. We already knew they didn't have many
Oh, die
white
sind auch
heals. That's why they were
15.
playing the shrooms.
Und RYZEN ist gerade 18.
So
Mit
now
92
Epic
Punkten.
Whale is truly hurt.
Die sind
Yeah,
auf jeden
this,
Fall
this
gerade
is going to
drin.
be tough because they don't have the elevation as
Clemo
well.
kreisen darüber.
Luckily though, they are by this Rift Island,
Duke,
so
AJ
a
auch
couple
noch
of
dabei.
teams might try to
Mit
contest
dem
it,
einen Win.
which leaves an open path somewhere for them to try to find and try to get on track. They started the game in 15th, then they moved up to 10th, but at that last game, they fell all the way down to 22nd place. And the time is definitely ticking for a lot of these teams to claim their spot on that battle bus for the grand finals.
Well, Jacob, let me tell you, the 3 or 4 duos I see nearby all absolutely need this Rift Island. And if you think back to that content piece, this is when it is the most dangerous. You have to be the most cautious going for the Rift Island right here, right now, because you know those 15 points are going to be worth fighting for right now. Datus and Stain recognize the tough turn here. They try to go in, but Gab Zero's not missing a shot at all right now. A very great job.
Vico oder
so
so.
far, so good. But remember, Chubbs and Bryce, they're good.
They
have the ride to Sunday. They're going to do okay.
Just about practice for them. Still on the international stage. Every moment matters. You said it himself, he's nervous. Now it's time for him to shake those nerves, get ready for tomorrow. And you hear the crowd going wild. Bushi and Steno, they got themselves a nice bit of elevation, but just on the corner of the zone. And that's exactly why they're going to try to disengage off that spot, rotate deeper in. And depending on what teams have the forecast tower, they might try to beat them there, but it is across the map.
Oh mein Gott, Digga. Snazy, Epic Wall, Podasai, Datus, Ping.
This is incredible.
Die sind alle.
Podasai, Clicks, Epic Whale, Stain, Datus. An incredible amount of variety here. Trying to play for the Rift Island. At the most dangerous time to do so as well. This is going to make or break a tournament run right now. Who will secure it?
Even Chubbs and Bryce, they say, I want a piece of this pie. We may have won a game, but we haven't captured Rift Island yet. This could be our chance to continue to add to our lead.
Noch ein Duo hier, Brooks und Chubbs.
You see shots coming down from a bottom. There's about 4 teams, maybe even 5 on top of Rift Island. Clicks and Epic Whale, they got pushed off of that flag, no longer able to contest it, but at least they have the position high above
so
the
viele
rest.
Duos auf einer Rift Island.
Try to fight for some piece control, some real estate, anything that they can get their hands on before they look at the edge of the island for more storm surge.
A little too passive though, they're playing the launch pad and not the actual objective. They do have to be careful. You have FHD and Hero looking.
Die können ja nicht mehr weg, wenn die weg wollen, dann wenn die komplett weg zurückgesprayt.
Now second guessing the decision to be here. Eliminations could be very well worth it, but securing the point seems unlikely at this point. As Chubbs and Bryce are like, hey, we would love to be number 1 for the day. Why not put the risk on the line here? Why not risk it all?
Literally have nothing to lose this situation. This is exactly what I thought Clicks and Epic Whale were going to do.
Versuchen sich hier irgendwie Außen-Damage zu holen. Peter Bot
and now they're looking on down below to try to get that storm surge, but you can see their awareness. They're constantly looking around. We saw Vasquez go down early on. YijxFN and Kitos ready to finish off this duo, send them back to the lobby and try to jump up that leaderboard. That is a huge amount of confidence ready to be built.
Wir müssen eigentlich wieder zu Loot Island. Das ist so spannend.
Big set of eliminations. It's going to put them in a good spot. Here's Clement, Kaizen on the move. We already saw the very tough spot they were put in when faced off against Pink and Vico, trying to secure the elimination on
400 Damage below, sogar die 500. Aber verliert. Okay.
Vico coming back here. They drop Miro. Take down
Miro dead, ja, Cooper auch dead. Die waren gestern noch Upper Bracket und heute auch überhaupt nicht gut dabei. Die werden vom Upper Bracket rausgehen komplett. Upper Bracket zum Lower Bracket raus. Das ist krass. Dass sie das vom Upper Bracket nicht mehr schaffen.
It's definitely going to put them on the edge of their seat, and you can see what they're fighting for. Not only the two
Vico und
eliminations,
Pink,
which is
aber auch
8 points,
absolut wichtig für die beiden. Vico und Pink. Hier jetzt noch irgendwie ein paar Solo-Kills willst zu holen und Placements. Weil die hatten gerade eben nur 40 Punkte und waren
stuck on the edge of
30.
zone, just outside as well. They got a couple of feet to cover before they find some
Luge
safety
is dead.
with inside. But even then,
Full
once
dead.
they get in towards zone, their journey doesn't stop there. The zone continues to pull towards the far north side of the map.
The majority of the players are down here as well.
Mr. Savage hat
Big
Bricks geholt.
congestion happening here. It's going to be a very, very difficult rotate for the bulk. See what happens here. But back to the Rift Island.
It's
Back
contested.
to the
5
most
Duos, ne?
contested island. The island
Oder
where
gleich
all
noch.
of the teams on the
Varial
bubble
und
line.
Savage sind
Mr.
jetzt noch
Savage
hier.
has 2 elims. Guess what? One of them is
Und das
Bryce.
ist Schaps.
Can they get Chubbs here?
Schaps ist raus. Der ist irgendwie
Can they
rausgekommen.
find their 4th elimination right now? Badil
Oh no.
already working his way in. Looking good. Chubbs
Schaps
goes
ist
down,
dead,
but it's
aber
not to them.
nicht von
It's in
Savage.
the hands of FHD and Hero here, a
Anderes
team
Duo.
that equally needed those elims. They
Die
needed
Heroes.
those points, but who secures the loot?
Yeah, I heard it get captured there at the tail end, but I don't know who actually got credit for the capture. We see the loot falling through.
Er sagt gerade nicht, er weiß nicht, wo wer den Loot Island bekommen hat. Ich weiß es auch nicht.
Might have been Fahad and Hero
Ich
who
check's auch
grabbed
nicht.
that one. Clicks an epic well, long gone off of Rift Island. You saw them cover up
Ich glaube,
that
Snazy und
bounce pad. Now
Bodasai
they're
haben
trying to
sich die
use
Loot
it.
Island geholt.
Suns and Anon trying to make something of their last
Batman Booger ist auch
opportunities
schon
here
dead.
on
Die
the
waren
day. They
5.
saw Alex and Worthy qualify out of
Der erste ist
OCE,
jetzt auch
and they
dead.
don't want to leave them as the lone team in the grand finals representing their region.
Oh,
Nice
oh,
opportunity
lag.
here to
Ja,
pick up
lag.
more points. He's going to slip on through. That's
Big
Chris on
legs.
the other side. Suns not
Deswegen
only
hat er auch
needs
nicht
the
getroffen.
points, but he needs the refresh. He needs that loot that he has in his hands, and Anon, him, can't stay too much longer in this zone before they go down.
Sonst.
Also
Er
recognizing
muss
the
Damage
additional
machen.
damage turning on here. Look at how
140 Damage.
quickly they're falling underneath
Er wird
the
sonst
storm
direkt gehen, der hat
surge.
nur 2
Storm
Minis.
surge will of course turn on
Und er ist noch nicht mal
just about 10 seconds.
in der
Start
Zone, er
dealing
muss noch moven.
tons of damage to the lobby. Huge
Ja,
tag right there
nice.
though. That might be a game changer.
Ja,
No,
das
it's
ist-
only worth 100. Into the zone they go. Here it is. See what they can do.
Heroes right next to him.
It's 30 below.
In, giving him a shot. The Storm Surge taking him down. One more tick before he goes back to the lobby.
Wow.
He's doing what he can. 40 below, and he barely goes above by 81. The risk versus the reward. At least he stays alive.
Hä, er ist
That was
above.
actually so impressive.
Hä,
Swings
ich
through,
checke grad gar
finds
nichts
the
mehr.
tag, and slips out before the surge can actually hit him. He was just a moment away from hanging out in the lobby for a second there. But trouble still looming. Trouble still on the horizon here. Pink and Vico don't stop
Muss aber
though.
meine Cam ausstellen.
They are looking to make the dreams and wishes of their communities come true as they're coming right back to it.
Ich esse kurz
Let's
Armbrot.
relive the
Sticks.
moment.
Ich
Let's
esse ganz kurz
recapture
Armbrot.
that. Vico walks
Ja.
in, takes down the 2 from the side. He gets both elimination credit there.
Nice, Vico.
Feeling very good about it.
I mean, Pink said it himself. What do diamonds make? Well, it's actually diamonds are made from pressure, and he's feeling that pressure now in the moment, using it to fuel himself. I think this might be one of the best games they've had all weekend long. And Monster
Vico
at
und
this
Pink
stage in the game,
28.
there are
56
more
Punkte,
teams
sehr, sehr
alive
wichtig.
outside of that top 25 bubble than teams that are inside. So they're trying to take these last 2 games of opportunity and really push themselves to the limit.
Really changing the narrative right now. Pink and Vico are in 28th now. Right there. Really trying to
Der
change
ist
this
so
whole story
chillig am
around.
Angeln, Digga.
Half the lobby
Der chillt so sein
has
Leben.
just about been eliminated, including some of our favorites, like you said, up inside the top 10. Most of those teams are down and out, so this is really going to allow the funnel of points to flow south to the bottom of the standings, which is going to make the final game that much more tougher to break through into the top 25. You know, it's a very different game when even those that were at the bottom are now starting to pick it up. It only takes 2 games, 2 good games.
It's a recipe for excitement. Players are cooking up a final opportunity here. 27 players left alive, 27 teams, so that means no placement points
Oh,
have
King
been
ist auch mal dabei.
granted so far.
King ist auf High Ground.
And it's really up until that
King,
top
High
10.
Ground,
Half the points
Top
are outside
27.
of the top 10.
Noch keine
Majority of those
keine
points
Punkte
are
geholt.
inside of the top 10. So for some of these teams, just getting these placement points isn't going to be enough. They're going to need top 10 performances, maybe even
So
back-to-back
wichtig,
top
dass
10s
sie jetzt eine richtig
if they're
krasse Runde
looking
holen.
to continue their journey on towards Sunday. Kaizen barely above the damage threshold by 66, but he knows not to make the wrong move, especially this late in the game with so many other teams surrounding.
This is it. This is his chance. This is his moment. If he can take off here, if he can make a big end game, a top 10 potentially, it might just be all he needs. But first, though, he's got to survive here. He's barely up. He might just be able to find DeGuerra here. Great tag there, and he does take him down, and now Rocket rams his way on up and out, getting it all the way to the top, close enough, perfectly there. It was nearly over, but even finds a zip line to get all the way on inside. There goes the elimination credit, alive long enough to find it. Meanwhile, RYZEN also finding eliminations too. I know we got to interview with our good friend Amar.
Der kämpft immer noch
It seems
High
like all
und
of
kriegen
his
jetzt
hopes and
Placements.
dreams are coming true for the German community out there.
Talk about the Brazil community.
Die haben jetzt 12 Punkte insgesamt. Ja, die ganze Zeit 4 und jetzt haben die in dieser Runde 8 geholt. Und
far low on the leaderboard with 2 opportunities left. This could be their chance to boost up the leaderboard, even if they don't get inside of the bubble. As long as they get close, they're keeping the hope alive for their entire region. But just like Perza here all by himself, 5 eliminations so far, 6 as a team, 34 points with a couple of those being placement. He's just waiting for the last possible moment to try to go ahead and rotate. He does have the front side of the zone, so there's going to be a lot of players passing by. He can try to get an elimination on, because with 7 builds, he might need one.
This one, he's going to have to pick his poison, go for elims, go for the loot, or play for extra. Let's see what he decides to do here. Still trying to make that decision. Not looking to get greedy, though. Instead, he's going to focus on positioning here coming shortly. This is the last charge in his rocket ram. Meanwhile, Kaizen flying all the way to the front side of zone, puts himself in an excellent spot here. He just sees so many chances to find tags.
Just biding his time. Trying to play the smart game, even though he's below the damage threshold. He's not trying to make that leap all in one bound, even finds some minis along the way, gets above the damage threshold before it goes away altogether. Top 30 player situation. He's going to be one of them, trying to put the team on his shoulders, but King and FaZe still find a way to hold on to the high ground. Put so much damage on Yanis, who tried to contest him up there, sends him back down low into the mud.
What a game for Shalom and Papa here. Also ranking their way all the way up right now. Getting very close, getting very comfortable, but Shalom falls is all up to MK Papa here. Has to put the teammate on his back quite literally. They decide, hey, you don't have to save me. I'm going to try to stay up right here. Clicks is going to fall, Epic will. Has to do it by himself in the end game. He has no build. Shots come from everywhere. Down he goes to his NA friends. TK there. And now, Snazy, another end game for them. This is their moment. This is their chance to do it all.
I know everybody at home can hear the crowd through our mics cheering loud and proud. We already seen PROZESSOR get a massive amount of points as a solo. This time, yes, his dynamic duo trying to go ahead and lead the charge into the qualification spot along with Pink and Vico. They've been doing so much damage all around the lobby all game long, and they don't intend to stop here, especially with 7 eliminations. They already got themselves into the top 10. Now they're trying to grab the last half of those points.
And only 1 build left. He comes all the way down to low ground. They'll be alive for a little bit longer. But 4 duos remain. One's a single solo in the mix here.
8 kills.
In this entire game. Shadow from the shadows, the back of the leaderboards, all the way on up. Here to play upset. He makes an end game. This is going to surely put him in a true chance for the bubble spot. Down he goes to the hands of Pink and Vico. Pink and Vico have rocketed their way up. It's going to be such a contentious final round. But first, who will win this one? Who will secure that dub here? PROZESSOR will surely get eaten alive by the storm. And he fails to build there. It's unfortunate here. Comes in through the side. Down he goes. And it's now a 2v2.
Vico and Pink.
Pingu at the bottom. And fall damage is real on the Vico.
Dead.
But he gets
the Vico. Oh my god.
And Pink and Vico take the game. That could have been it, Monster. That could have been the moment where they qualify to the grand finals on Sunday. They're knocking on the door of Acorn and Cold. So I'm going to throw it on over to the stage where we have Frankie standing by to pick their brains.
I think that might have been the most important victory royale we've seen so far. Boys, I think you were 30th on the leaderboard going to that one. And you, Vico, had the game of your life. How on earth did you manage to get so many eliminations?
It's because Pink's just the go to tarping and everything else. He fully clutched mid-game, I'm not gonna lie.
You did clutch. Talk me through what happened.
I had 7 kills, Vico had 4.
Oh, this is what I've just been told by the producer in my ear. I am I'm sorry, justice for Pink, everybody. I apologize. I mean, four elims is pretty impressive. All right then, Pink, what was your favorite elimination of the 7?
Killing Mero and Cooper, because we had nothing, and I just killed both of them, and it just revived the game. I don't know, bro. God, it's the greatest, bro. All my mum's life. Oh my God.
How did you manage to get yourself together to get those 2 eliminations, though? Because you were on the back foot.
I mean, a duo like me and Vico, like, we don't need loot. Like, we have the fragging capabilities. Over the course of the last 2 days, we haven't been able to show it. But I just told Vico, just keep a positive.
Also, die sind jetzt called, ne? Das ist klar. Das ist, also, Vico und Pink sind called. Safe. Die können called sein.
Put the belief into Vico.
Why do you think it did take you so long to put...
Ich habe gesagt, eine Win-Runde ist so krass und die haben eine Win-Runde geholt.
We surge a bit and we kind of choked some mid games, but we got it now figured out and
das Finale wird gleich morgen geiler, Digga.
I did speak to Pink yesterday about how
Weil ich gesagt habe, die müssen ins Finale kommen.
unlikely double act and how he's taught you a few things in game. Why don't you tell me what you've learned since joining this match?
Muss man im Finale sehen, Digga.
I've learned how to use my brain actually and not just like use my capabilities of being able to fight and my mechanics. So I'm actually thinking more now and I'm capable of using my brain cells. So
I'm glad you've learned to use your brain cells. I've got to head back to the desk, but before we do, I know your mum is in the audience.
So, wir gucken uns einmal kurz die Tabelle an. Nach der 4. Runde. Es kam nur noch eine Runde jetzt. Gestern brauchte man 90 Punkte für den Qual. Und jetzt gerade sind es schon 84 vor den Qual. Ich sag ganz ehrlich, man braucht 100 für den Qual. Man braucht heute 100. Man braucht heute 100 Punkte zum Qual. Und Oak ist auf jeden Fall schon mal nicht dabei. Sans, Belushi, Vortex sind nicht dabei. Auch eigentlich geil, ne? Vortex, Fokusspieler. Belushi kennt man auch schon lange. Ja, die hat man noch nie gehört. Die werden die ganze Zeit hier 50-50 gegen Moneymaker. Ja, gut, ne? Ah, King haben gerade eben ein paar mehr Punkte geholt. Durch diese Placement hier. 12. 2 Kills. Aber da geht trotzdem nicht mehr so viel. Sag ich ganz ehrlich. Außer die holen jetzt den Win, aber sehr unwahrscheinlich. 2% Chance, dass sie das holen. Vielleicht sogar ein bisschen mehr, aber. Nein, und Moneymaker 30. Die können halt auch noch sich auch noch qualen, natürlich. Vor allem, wenn die jetzt gleich den 50-50-Fight gewinnen. Dementsprechend gegen den, die ich hier gerade eben gesagt habe, wo sind die? Ja, Adapter, genau, Adapter hier und FKS. Wenn die direkt holen, 8 Punkte schon mal drauf. Ist auf jeden Fall schon mal nicht schlecht. Haben wir hier Hero Triple, Stain. Call Gamer und Mophone mal on top. Ja, 100 Punkte Vanjak und Kaumi. Ich sag ganz ehrlich, also mit 100 Punkte müsste man eigentlich Qual sein. Gestern war 91 Punkte Qual. Aber 91 ist zu wenig für heute. Ich sag 100. Sag, die sind alle Qual, die hier sind. Auch Peterbot. RYZEN Jannis. Weil da kommen auch nicht mehr jetzt so krass viele von hinten eventuell. Base, Hen, Clemore, Kaisen. Livges Steno. Oh, das heißt Nazy. Tuken Etche. Ja, gute Nacht dir um 19:33 Uhr. Geh schlafen. Cooper Mero. Pixie und Cheaten. Batman Booger. Pink. Die sind jetzt einfach 7. Ne? Pink und Vico. Die waren gerade eben noch 30. Jetzt sind die 7. Durch diesen Win. Das ist absolut crazy. Mr. Savage und Vadial. Ja, Sin Kitos. Sharps ist runtergegangen. Dafür ist jetzt Aegis und Canada auf dem 1. Platz. Mit 22 Punkte Vorsprung heute im Lower Bracket. Gestern 50-50 worden. Deswegen unlucky gewesen gestern, aber heute sind sehr, sehr crazy. Und sind auch morgen dabei.
Some point during that end game just would have just lost his head and just gone and tried to W-key someone he shouldn't, overextended, completely lost the game.
Mal gucken, wann das nächste Game losgeht. Hoffentlich diesmal keine Probleme.
Takes them perfectly.
And look at that right there, moving up 26 placements to now be in 7th place. That showcases that even though they may have had a rough 3 games, by grabbing a double-digit elimination victory royale, that gets you over 100 points, Zeke.
That's right, and I talked about it right before. 91 was the threshold yesterday, right? All you need to do is have one amazing game and your duo could fall or jump up from outside that top or bottom 25 rather for Pink and Vico. What a moment. But now we have to start thinking about this is it. We're getting ready to go into the final game on the day. The bottom 25 will be going home. As we turn attention to the bubble, take a look. Frosty, KZ, and Wei sitting on 84 points currently, and just start to look out at these names. In 30th place, Moneymaker and Fanyan. Anytime we've seen these guys on a screen, this arena has gone wild.
Oh yeah, and then deservedly so. What an incredible duo right here, and all they need is just a few more points. With this being the final game of the lower bracket, I don't think that they're going to be doing anything too crazy. I think they're just going to be going with what they know best.
The pressure truly is on right now. I wouldn't want to be them. Look, I love, you know, high stakes moments, but I love to watch them. These guys are in it. It's going to be tough.
I'm getting word. This is it. As much as I want to break down more, we are ready for the final game of the lower bracket. So Marina makes some noise as we go up to the casters.
Jetzt schon?
This is the
Jetzt schon die
final
letzte Runde.
countdown. It's almost
Jetzt
like
schon.
these are gladiators in the arena right now, putting on a show for us and everybody at home.
Yep, that's right. And that last game really
Let's
has
go.
crunched the standings here. It's going to be so difficult now to make it into the top 25. Here we go.
This is the last chance for any one of these teams to try to make it to Sunday and keep their dreams alive. They got the Axe of Champions up for grabs, the lion's share of $4 million. And I think just as important for these competitors, calling themselves the best in the world when it comes to Fortnite.
That is absolutely correct. The standings, the minimal points required will probably be much higher than 91, because if you compare the top points from yesterday to today, it is so much more closer. That threshold is much, much tighter. This is by far a much more difficult qualifier round to get out of. But first, Yuma, Jama,
Das ist
Moneymaker
50-50.
comes in.
Es ist so wichtig für Moneymaker auf 9.
Gets the first tag, but his teammate is also hurt. Swings around.
Und 9 hat einen Kill, oder? Ja, 9 hat einen Kill.
Go ahead and put it all together here.
This is a big battle for both of these teams, because this decides if they have
Aber die
even a
kriegen den
chance to
anderen
keep
nicht.
themselves alive, and they immediately get
Doch.
disengaged from Jama and
Das ist
Yuma.
Jama.
Moneymaker's
Die
just hot
müssen
on the
ihn holen.
heels, though. May not know exactly where he's
Das sind
at.
4
By
Punkte, die
going this
brauchen sie
route, he
unbedingt.
knows now he has to be in that direction. He spots him out at the tail end on top of the roof. Shot's gonna be fired. Jamon taking a lot of that damage, but Ian there to finish the job. They keep it alive, Monster.
What a well-played elimination right there. Comes in, finishes the job nice and easy this time. The shoes on the other foot. They are here to change the narrative, change the story, and they have an actual chance. Well, we already know. You can be all the way at the back. One win can potentially take you to the top.
Yep, and with some of these teams already have their ticket on that battle bus ready. We've seen some reckless play to try to defend their drop spot, but a nice shot from Anon and Sons to deal a load of damage on their opponents. All about how you capitalize on this opportunity now. And you can see the crouch coming out from Anon. He's trying to hide exactly which direction he's going to come from, but FKS doing the same exact thing, trying to peek through one of these windows. And he has a gold sharp tooth. He could definitely one-pump either one of these players.
I'm sorry to say it, but FKS and Adapter just really representing as far as their drop has been better. They have really, really out-dropped Suns and Anon every single round that we've seen here for the most part. This is the first time those Suns and Anon have found a very good and promising loadout here at the Temple.
But the positions have switched. Usually it's Sun and Anon playing from the low ground, which hasn't really worked out for them. Now we have the side angle and a lot of damage onto Adapter. He's trying to follow it up with combat SMG, trying to get him to expend as many of those resources as possible to make the fight that much easier. A little peekaboo shot from Adapt. FKS trying to clean that one up as well, but they just get pushed right back into the same box. Shields are going to get dropped. One's going to go down. Adapter trying to hang on his final lifeline, but Suns with another angle. They win the most important battle of their day so far.
What an incredible win right there, and all of a sudden now, that could be the run. Dreams shattered. Hopes being made at the same time.
Not too many contested fights actually go down over here towards Brutal Bastion, even though it is contested. A little bit of a north and a south split between the two teams, which kind of maybe explains why they might be lacking a little bit when it comes to Storm Surge versus other contested teams here in the game, but they don't know exactly where their opponents are at. Rolls has the loadout that he wants. He wants to go ahead and pick up that big pot. Side sets the sniper. Cheatin' and Pixie are so far away, and they have that elevation, so it's not going to be an easy find to take advantage of. While Phaser, he found something. Tries to go for a quick couple of early shots. Snazy immediately builds up, takes that elevation away from Phaser. King is a little bit too far away, so if they're able to pounce rather quickly, that'll be two separate 2v1s. But it does look like POTUSI is going to go for a disengage momentarily, which allows Phaser
King
to kind of stabilize. Reclaim his position.
Very important set of engagements in front of King and Phaser here if they want to make it to top 25. Ping, Kyrie need to do the same here, and the Eclipse state is starting to get a little expensive. A lot of teams nearby. Meanwhile, Edgy falls there. Fights happening here. All in the last game. Pink and Vico taking that heated streak here directly into the next game. Already in a battle. Already trying to turn online here, you know. Feeling pretty good. It's up against Shalom. Shalom made an end game there as well. That was a big turn of events for him.
See Pink and Vico right now. Now that they've more than likely punched their ticket to the finals, playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more reckless, trying to repeat the fragging ability that they had in that last game, going a different direction than some of the other games that we've seen so far. Third party coming in, making NK Papa's that job that much harder as Vico continues to go ahead and push them in, take away a lot of their territory. Pink is on the other side, but he needs to be careful because he's running out of resources to work with. But it does look like it is going their way continuously.
One false move and it could be all over for Shalom here. He has to hit this shot, but he's missing
mein Gott. Oh mein, was machen die mit dem?
Shalom now solo, but there is a duo starting to fire in. That might be the saving grace here, as they did not get the full finish with Shalom. Back against the wall here. Vico continuing to push in. He's heated up. It's looking good, but these are not his walls. Hurt now from the third party. Back down to the low ground. Vico and Pink back up. It's cost them so much. Heals, material, and everything in between. We know they're top 25. But at the cost of Shalom's game potentially here now.
The minimap is showing that the third party is getting fourth partied, making sure everybody has an invitation to the celebration.
Oh mein Gott, ja, das ist doch jetzt gewesen, Digga. Gibt's doch auch.
To continue the 2v1 onslaught, and they finish the fight. They send him back to the lobby and end the run for Shalom.
Shalom and MK Papa were right on the 13th spot.
Sans ja auch noch dabei. Hatten sehr wenig Punkte noch, gerade eben nach der Runde. Noch weniger als Vico.
They'll have to hold their breaths until the next game. If we saw a repeat of last game, it's gonna be tough.
No, it definitely is. Especially now that they have to sit and watch. Only place on the leaderboard they can go is down, but at least they've secured their spot thus far. Source taking a little bit of damage, taking a few seconds to try to heal up here over towards Steamy Springs. You see Bully and Shadow in their line of sight. Just Shadow, actually. So this kid give Bully a chance to try to alleviate some of the pressure or just continue to rotate as Skits and Sorif do go down to Duke and Edgy. Duke gotta be feeling himself after that huge 2v1. against his NA counterparts. And just gotta ask if he has the reboot card, because it's a chance to get Edgy back into the game, as it does look like he's going towards the edge of the zone where you'd think some, or at least the least amount of players are at.
Duke, by far, the play of the weekend, that clutch, incredible, coming out of game 3, securing them inside the top 10 so far.
Boah. Also das ist jetzt gerade das Lower Bracket, das ist ja noch gerade der Qualifier. Ich würde schon sagen, ich kenne die Hälfte von denen.
Epic Whale and Clicks are
Safe.
on 24
Ja, Epic Wall kenne ich, Clicks kenne ich natürlich. Batman, Booger, Vico, Pink, Radial, Savage, Reason, Yannis.
Or better. They are just on that line. One mistake and it is over.
Just have to figure out a way to dig deep, get that energy. River and Gazer.
Und hiervon kenne ich keinen.
Going up against another duo here. Rapid, Q, and DX. Shots also coming in from around the map, making it that much harder to try to take this one in a convincing manner. But the piece control goes on over, but a great shot by Rapid to go ahead and get a knock onto one. Quickly going to clean that one up for the
Kitos und Sin kenne ich.
That refresh on the maps as well. You can see he's
Kanada oder Brasilianer, whatever.
ready to continue putting down the pressure, advancing forward every chance that he gets, trying to cut him off. River's going to be by himself. A little bit of a miracle is going to be needed. He's quickly keeping them on the run, going up elevation. Definitely one box at a time, trying to tear down the walls of his opponent, give himself some real estate to work with, trying to stabilize his position. And momentarily, he's going to do just that. And another shot being fired onto Rapid, so the bait and switch is going to come in, and they played that one to perfection to take down River.
Let's go. Well played for Middle East right there. Meanwhile, Tahi has to clutch up for death. This is it. They're working together right now. They find DeGuetta there on the rotate. Very nicely set here for the rest of the game now. They can pick up these materials. They can pick up the extra finds here. Get right to the zone. Plenty of time to work with as well. This will put them well within the surge comfort for now.
Saw Kaizen go down in the feed. Clement was also out, but they've positioned themselves on the leaderboard in 15th place. Got to be confident that it is going to hold, but only time will tell as Anon goes down to the deal. Suns as well, so another duo's run here this weekend comes to an end, while another one is shining bright.
Love to root for death. Young kid from the Bronx alongside Tahi, but it's jumping over to Okis, who's trying to put up the solo clutch here. For a moment there, he had a bit more on the standings, but now pressured in by Kitos and PHN. They're working the pincer maneuver here. One wall and two, and Okis now runs, trying to stay up. The early med kit here, they don't want to risk anything, making sure that they put themselves in the most optimal position to win this fight here. You have to respect every pro player that has made it this far in the stage. The best of the best globally here gathered for the weekend's tournament. There is no easy set of eliminations, but Okis is gonna fall here now to the hands of PHC. And just like that, the Brazilian boys gain another. Well played.
Trying to continue where they left off yesterday and go up that leaderboard. FHD and Hero. Those look like they got a little bit of a slower rotation compared to most in this game. Almost uncontested towards the north side of the map, and that's where they're putting their money on to see if it is going to go in this direction. But the only question I really have, Monster, is how much surge do they have? Because if you're going on the slow side, you're not going to have very many opportunities to pick that one up. And even though they have a good amount of wood, full brick, right now they're just trying to get as much metal as possible because they know how useful it is in that end game.
Meanwhile, we get to watch this back one more time. Tahi and Death, how they managed to find their eliminations right off the rocket ramp to set up the angle. Tahi, who came back from an extended break, joins back up with Death in the final last chance qualifier, pushes his way through, and then secures himself the ticket, the ride here to wonderful Copenhagen. And now this is his last chances, his last efforts at play here in game number 5, where they absolutely have to come inside the top 10 if they want a shot. So does Clicks and Epic Whale. They just need to play just well enough, just
good enough, better than the upper half of the lobby.
Yeah, that's basically two different sides of the coin. Death and Tahi need a
Snazy Poder sei hier wieder.
or a massive amount of eliminations.
Kenn ich auch.
You said it yourself, Clicks and Epic need to do just enough to go ahead and punch their own ticket there. Snazy and Podesai at this stage in the game, I feel like they did more than enough to find themselves confident to go ahead and play yet another day of Fortnite tomorrow. And a chance to win $1 million as a team. And each placing below that is no slouch either. There's a massive amount of money up for grabs. $4 million to be exact. 7-man is trying to put the team on his back here. By himself, you see he has the vault loot and he's in 27th place.
Oh, Snazy get dead by Epic Wall.
Found something there, but 7-man has the tournament run on his back. Snazy knocked to the hands of Epic Whale, but saved, picked up here. Heals, they don't have much time. They have to get to the zone now.
Jetzt schon wieder.
It's all or nothing, and there it is. Luckily, they were super close. It ends up working out. But Clicks and Epic Whale are inside the storm.
Ey, ich hatte heute schon 2 Lags, ne?
Just coming out a bit late there. So danger lurking
2 kurze
everywhere
Lags hatte ich
nearby.
heute schon.
If 7-man makes it to the
Keine Ahnung
finals
warum, sorry.
and King makes it to the finals, we'll see that contestation again. Grand finals going to be so crazy as the new teams are joining in.
Yeah, the storylines are literally writing themselves right before our very eyes. You see Vortex and Belusi go ahead and capture Rift Island, and that is going to be a must for them. They are right now positioned in 46th place. So not only do they need that Rift Island, they need to continue strong in the rest of this game, pick up a huge VR for the placement points. And I even feel like their job won't be done there. They need to sprinkle in a couple of those eliminations as well, but anything is possible. We've already seen it yesterday.
Caught a glimpse of Peterbot there as well. Big strides for Peterbot and Bala in the last half here. And they keep up the pace, but first, YKZ have to do a lot more. See what Frosty's can do. Frosty's got lots to work with here, but the pressure is on as he is on that line. He is the protector of the 25th line, if you will. It's got Raru just next door, Death and Tahi. All teams that would love.
Boah, Moneymaker ist immer noch nicht ganz drin. 83 Punkte, 26.
Goal line defense. Not let anybody squeak past them. And that could be a different type of pressure itself, knowing you are in 25th place. Anything can happen. Peterbot and Byla have shown that as well. To qualify to this stage, the different weeks of qualifiers and the grand finals, they fell short with different teammates. But they went ahead and remembered the recipe for success. When they were teammates, they got a first place finish in FNCS Championship. The following season, they got a 6th place finish as well. So they realized what works. And I feel like they're trying to put that to the test here.
This is a duo that was highly regarded on NA to be an elite force, undoubtedly. Now they're joining forces here again today. I got to touch base with Peterbot, and he had a lot to say.
Oh, King is auch noch alive.
Demeanor doesn't quite show it, but the kid's got a lot of heart and spirit. So far, he is holding that line.
Also wenn King nochmal Top 2 kommt, könnte es bei ihnen nochmal knapp werden, weiter, also ins Final reinzukommen. Gerade Team 30 ist da mit 44 Punkten.
So does 7-man. 7-man is by himself. That is also his biggest problem here, is that if he makes it and 7-man makes it, they will be contesting one another. That's the reason they're here today, a very difficult upper bracket.
Oh, Storm, 400 Storm Search below.
Much all of these players are tested, not only throughout the weekend, the day, and in this game. Decent amount of the lobby. I should say the bottom half of the leaderboard. Some of them are in a big situation with their backs up against the wall. Cooper goes down to 7-man. Can he clean up that elimination? That's the question we're going to be asking ourselves. And I feel like I've seen Peak and Vico positioned next to Bully and Shadow almost all game long, all day long as well. They're trying to aggress onto him instead of going away. This is crazy. Into the box, but he falls too far down. That leaves Bully by himself on the high ground.
Jetzt gerade ist ein Super One, weil Shadow gefallen ist.
All that potential to really
Und
finish
Bully,
the job.
der
We've seen
fliegt
him
weg.
come back with late tournament strides and key his way through teams. That is where he plays best. But unfortunately, he's caught out, trying to go against the fired up Vico and Pink. They're just, you know, in the zone, in the stride right now. And it's truly showing.
Good shit.
And they'll find themselves this elimination. This will surely secure the deal
Ah, die sind
now.
auf 600 above.
It's over, it's done. Bully has to put the rest of the tournament on for himself here. You know, they have to at least be proud that they went from being one of the teams placed last up into the 30 spots.
Yeah.
Can he push a little further?
Oh,
Solo is going to be
Moneymaker
a
auch noch da.
crazy task. He's going to have to dig deep to perform that.
You see a lot of the teams that were on top of Rift Island or around it, they get that far pull towards the south side of the map. Cooper and Miro actually do both go down. 7-man's going to clean up both of them. Bully falls as well. Batman Booga trying to hold on to his position. And then we got Snazy and Podesai over on the other side. It does look like they're on the hunt. They have at least one player around him. It does look like he might be a solo. And I wonder if that's 7-man who's already been heating up. Well, quickly answered.
7-man is playing so well.
Snazy
Those are
Podesai.
8 points. Those are
Auf
8
heißen Solo.
points. He was at
60 below.
26. That's going to jump him up. He was 190 damage below. He already found the knock. He finds up.
Oh mein Gott, was ist das
Crushes
denn?
them at the same time.
Look at his
Was hat
loadout.
er denn da
He
gerade
doesn't
eben
even
gemacht?
need any variation of the shotgun either. He goes in for that mythic stinger over towards relentless retreat. I questioned it.
muss
I
Damage
questioned it yesterday, and my answer is here today. You can see why he's doing such things, but he's still below the damage threshold, continuously falling. He needs to figure out what he's going to do, and right now he's just trying to pressure a team across the map. Hope some of those shots sneak through. But he has a couple players on the backside. Hen and Vasquez, Bryce as well. And this could be his opportunity as he looks back to try to get that surge.
But one thing's for certain, this is the best performance we've seen come out the Middle Eastern region as a whole at any
kann kein Damage
in-person event. They have just continued to get better and better, and 7-man is truly showing us why they are champions of their region. Although Calgamer is down
160
right now,
below.
he's got to do it again. He needs more surge. 2 eliminations was not enough. Next up might just be Bryson Chubbs, but first he's got to pick his poison. He's got to move here now, and he's got to move soon. He's one of the last persons here on the backside of the zone.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to attempt to out-heal it, wait for those opportunities for these players to try to go ahead and continue moving towards the zone. That's going to be his best chance to try to strike. He's trying to contain the Storm Surge, but he's still 100 down, 133, continuously falling. A lot of his heals are going to be expended in this
Der
situation.
ist 26.
But what
Die
choice
sind
does he have?
26. auf
He's a
Leaderboard
solo
gerade.
in a world of
Die
duos.
sind vor Moneymaker.
Yeah, and that damage that shows
3
just
Punkte.
slowly slipping away, getting further and further, looking for any of that leftover loot. He knew
Das ist
that
doch mies
he
wichtig.
had something here. There was stuff to spare. Has to pop the slurp juice, take the double. I was gonna say the double movement potentially, but no. Needs the shotgun. He's got to do something monumental now. Will it be a solo? Will it be a duo he lands on? Let's find out. He finds a team rotating here. It's Belusi and more, but then into the box.
Nein.
And he almost does it.
Nein.
It was so close.
Was
He
macht
finds
der?
Q&D, but Rapid
Der
was
geht
there
als
to seal the
26.
deal,
Detten sind
send
raus
him up, and unfortunately,
und sind noch nicht im Final. Moneymaker hat jetzt die Chance, die 2 vor sich zu holen.
you made it that far.
Yeah,
Die sind beide nämlich dead, die
outside of
Duos.
that bubble,
5 Punkte
26
sind das
is where
gerade
he
mal.
went down.
Am besten
And
6.
he's doing it with an unorthodox playstyle, not
Damit
really
das
carrying
safe
a
ist.
shotgun until that final moment.
Oh
no,
this is
Epic
everything.
well, 139 below.
Savage
though.
hat Pink
They realize
gekillt.
the situation
Vico
that
ist
they're
auch
in,
dead.
even though they might want to back
Jannis
off,
hat auch
they
noch
have
Kill
no
gut.
choice but to go
Stimmt, Jannis
forward.
ist ja auch noch
That's Beams in, and
dabei.
Kito's on the other
Aber
side.
Jannis müsste auch schon called
And
sein.
this is where they're just trying to back down. They're doing just enough, 1 foot in front of the other. But if they continue to wait
Der
for
soll
too
schon
long,
geschafft
Storm
haben
Surge will
anscheinend.
activate, and they don't have many heals between the two.
This is so scary because PHN has been on fire, but he doesn't have shields. Clicks has to do it. He has to do it here and now, and he does. Puts up the
Clicks,
numbers.
let's go,
Well
Alter.
played, but it's not
24.
enough.
sind die
He's
gerade
still
mal.
5 below. He's
Die haben
gonna
100
have to heal
Punkte.
here and find a
Die
tag.
müssen auch noch
Can he get
Punkte
it?
machen.
No.
Oh mein
Shots
Gott,
from
Klicks.
above. It's Hen who plays upset Pamps to here. If he doesn't find a tag, it's all
Wichtiger
over.
Damage.
Gets it.
Kein Storm Surge mehr für Epic World.
Enough time to potentially save his
Oh
duo.
mein Gott.
Oh my gosh. But Clicks is dropping everything. He's saying, hey, you have to stay alive. Play for yourself. Do it here and now.
Yep, this is the final moments. We've seen Epic well.
Ist Klicks morgen dabei oder nicht? Gleich gibt es Placement-Punkte. Wir sind 27. hier gerade. Ab Top 25 Duos gibt es Placements.
So it's all up from here, but unfortunate.
1 HP. 1 HP here. What are you doing? Oh my god.
Maybe even try to sneak
What shot?
teams that might know he's there. Perfect rotation
Ah.
from Epic. Not really getting tagged up. This is his chance. He's barely on that
Oh
line.
mein
He's barely on the threshold trying to stay alive.
Stay alive a little bit longer and you can get the placement points. That is truly what he needs to do. He's in 27th. Once he breaks past 25th, every team that falls
Die sind gerade 24 mit 100 Punkten. Come on.
It's all or nothing right now. He is only 91 above, just barely.
Du brauchst nur ein paar Placements. Hol dir die.
Is still alive. So is death.
Du bist above Damage sogar. Gleich nicht mehr. King ist down gegangen, Kings Team, oder? Ja, King ist raus. King ist raus. Scheiß drauf. Scheiß auf King. Er muss jetzt chillen.
Wow. He pulled zone as well. Oh my gosh. Talk about a
Einer muss noch, ein Duo muss noch dead gehen, dann hat er plus 2 Punkte schon mal.
That's going to allow him to let some of these teams go ahead, go over his box, under his box, and this could be the perfect moment to catch somebody off guard, but he has to be careful.
Er ist 80er Buch auch, das aber auch so gut. 2 Placement-Punkte.
Even see Batman, Booga, and Rapid there.
90er Buff,
Damage. Towards the bottom that he try to take advantage of, but it doesn't look like he's going to peek in that direction.
Und nochmal Placements. Nochmal 2 Placements.
2 points already given to him. 2 more points.
Below, er ist below.
But the surge updates as teams start to fall here. He's the final line. He is the one below. To his left, to his right, players everywhere. But the zone is behind him. And now, off he goes, 200 builds in front of him, showing you guys why he is a 6x FNCS champion. Can he clutch up? Surely he can. There's a player there. He sees the builds come out. It's fresh wood. Can he break it? No.
2 Placements by the way nochmal drauf. Er ist 200 below.
Zones on his tail side. Crash pads in front of him. He takes one. Left exposed. He's nervous. Tensions are high here.
Time is definitely ticking. Only a few seconds left before Storm Surge activates. This is going to be the moment right here. It's all or nothing for Epicwell trying to stay alive. 293 below the threshold. He's trying to move forward. He sees a couple players in front of him. The damage is there. He's trying to do just enough. Playing a game of peekaboo, but he's still below the damage threshold.
One tag, but no! Byla finds him, but did he do enough?
110 Punkte. Der 20. ist auch dead. Die dürfen nur noch einen Platz droppen. Peterbot hier. Oh mein Gott. Dieser Kill auf Rapid. Quante und TK sind 100 Kilometer in der Luft. Bro. Die können das auch nochmal holen, Quante und TK. Batman Booga mit dem Kill. Oh mein Gott, der wird so gut gesprayt von oben. Quante ist not. TK ist dead.
Just dunks him out of the lobby. Peterbot turning online now, but he loses Byla in the process now by himself.
Pixie's dead.
Peterbot has definitely done enough to get to Sunday finals. At this rate, it has to be. But Grolls on the low ground here for Clownski has to put up the numbers. This is incredible. If he does enough, he can actually push players out of their top 25. This is one of the few players that needs a little bit more. But deals in front of Peterbot. There's still a few top teams in the running here.
Yeah, there's only just a couple of teams outside of that bubble.
Stand und Knock, Fnyen. Mann, die Make-up Fnyen sind Quals. Mann, die Make-up Fnyen sind wahrscheinlich Quals.
He was just on the bubble as well. Noxy getting an elimination on the Lucy.
Lifted it.
This is it. These
Dead.
are the moments. Noxy
oh my God.
1v1 situation. Vidil versus
Vidil.
a player who already has a spot versus a player who needs a big win.
Oh my God.
Vidil takes him out. But who qualified? That's the question we're asking.
What a well-played fight it was, and Vidil and Savage get a win like we know they should. Absolutely
Vidil und Savage.
And you have to
Letzte
give him
Runde.
the crown. We'll be seeing them at the finals.
You can see
Ach
the
du Scheiße.
the loudness. Frankie on the stage. Let us know.
Es ist nicht gut, einen Deutschen und einen Norweger im Duo-World Cup zu haben. Es ist nicht gut. Es ist einfach... Das ist krass. Damals war das nämlich auch so. Aqua, deutschsprachig und Nyrox, sein Mate war ja auch später einfach. Norweger. Und die haben auch noch so einen Klatsch am Ende gemacht. Und nochmal 2 Wins einfach geholt. So irgendwie, keine Ahnung. Ganz kurz am Markt. Bitte keine Werbung.
I'm speechless. Like, this guy has to be the best player in the world after what I've just seen. Like, I just can't believe my own eyes.
Crazy, Digga,
you wanted to
Vadial.
duo with him, but did you imagine this
Bro.
moment when you first reached out and said, let's duo?
I have
Vadial,
no idea
Digga.
what I was getting into, but this kid.
This is your 8th LAN, I believe. So you've got plenty of experience under your belt, but you have never lifted a trophy before.
Oha, Sydney, Kato, alle da, Digga. Holy shit.
But you have never lifted a trophy before. Can you imagine yourself now at the front of this stage lifting that trophy?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Easy.
And what does it look like to you? What was that feeling in your brain when you think about lifting that trophy?
Digga.
Well, I don't know, like I would be so happy and like so proud of myself, and then yeah.
And I want to come to you one last time, Mr. Savage,
Holy
because there have been people in
moly,
Copenhagen cheering for you all day. What would it be like to hear their voices tomorrow?
I mean, if we could do this tomorrow, that would be, I mean, that would be crazy. So, yeah, I'm gonna go back to the practice room now, focus on the day tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, we'll let you get back to it. Copenhagen, please, one more time, Mr. Savage of a deal!
Digga. Wo ist Klicks? Auf welchem Platz ist Klicks, Digga?
How else do we want to close this lower bracket? From first place in the last chance major to first place in the lower bracket. This is a story in the making. Congratulations, Mr.
Vadial ist Erster
and Badil.
heute insgesamt, glaube ich. Digga, wie der Peter-Bot gelasert hat. Batman-Booger hinterher, Digga. Batman-Booger dead.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that time and time again, these
Er chillt ein bisschen, dann ist noch Grolls übrig. Er gibt Grolls einen 140er oder 130er, keine Ahnung. Da gibt er hier nochmal einen 30er. Grolls kriegt Zone-Tick-Damage. Und dann easy, Digga. Did Klicks qualify? Oh mein Gott. Ist Klicks gequalified oder nicht? Ich muss diesen Chat wegmachen.
So locked in, so focused, so ready for everything
Ich mach mal
in front of
Fullscreen.
him. Again, you mentioned it, right? All throughout the year, we constantly talk about these guys in solo situations. And this is what they do. They deliver. They have these big clutch moments. They like to leave it late, clearly, right? You know, last chance major winners now winning the lower bracket. Doesn't get quite better than that. Can they now win on Sunday as well?
Ooh, I mean, that's the question, right? But really, I just want to talk about how supportive they are of each
Standings.
other.
Yeah.
How much
Vadial ist
they
heute
have
Erster,
each
Digga.
other's back. And look at that.
Der hat Aegis
First
Canada nochmal
place
überholt.
coming out of the
Let's
lower
go,
bracket
Alter.
with
Savage Vadial.
249
Lower bracket Erster.
points, but also
Schaps
Agers
Dritter,
and
Batman-Booger
Kanada
Dritter,
coming
Vierter.
in second.
Quali
We all knew
Fünfter.
after Major 3
Steno,
that this duo
Lucius
had it in
Siebter.
them. But
Pixie
then they
Sheeten
faced the
Achter.
impossible
Peter-Bot
task
Neunter.
in day one, going up against the likes of Malabuka and Thomas HD. But we all knew that they were capable of showing up.
100%. I think when you look at all of those teams that were there on that page, right? You know, a lot of these are names that we expected to make it through the lower bracket when given that opportunity, and they have not disappointed. Of course, the main man himself here walking up, soaking it all in. How can you not? He's had so many fans and supporters here today. Almost everybody you speak to, says, yeah, I want to support Mr. Savage. I want to see him qualify. Looks like he's going to be playing.
Mr. Savage, I know you can hear me walking away right now. I want to make sure that you never do what you did on the stage again, and that's sell yourself short. I know he's like but dealing in the moment, but Mr. Savage as well put on a performance for us. So I'm just looking forward to seeing them tomorrow.
I cannot wait to see. You know that they are feeling so good right now, and I think this momentum is going to carry them into the competition tomorrow.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We got to know the 25 players who has made it on to Global Championships Grand
Ja, auch die ganze
Finals. Here
32.000
is a
Zuschauer,
look
ne?
at your list, and I would
crazy,
want to
der Typ.
call out one duo in
Oh,
particular.
Mann.
Bottom left.
Legende einfach.
Second from the bottom, Rolls and Clown. These guys literally battled it out there.
Wir sehen ja schon Grand Finals, wo alles dabei ist. Moneymaker ist dabei. Wo ist Klicks? Wo ist Klicks?
They
Klicks.
were outside
Klicks.
and in a single game.
Klicks.
They said Grands
Klicks.
will be there.
Klicks.
Unbelievable.
Nein,
Rolls
Digga,
and
was
Clown
Klicks,
are a duo that if you watch competitive Fortnite in the EU, their name you've been seeing about throughout the year, right? They're names who are in these lobbies and at any given moment can put on a performance like Rolls put on there. And boy, did it come at a good time, right? You know, I spoke
du Scheiße, Klicks ist 27.
Gefehlt. Das war der eine Kill, den die im Finish nicht bekommen haben in der letzten Runde wahrscheinlich. Dann hätte es gereicht.
Oh mein Gott. Also niemals wird er morgen ins Interview kommen. Zu mir. Niemals. Der wird ja so totgebrochen sein.
4 Punkte.
Oh mein Gott.
Oh, Brudi, you wanna be Besowski? Because I don't. I do sober Oktober, but you can be. Boah, das ist ja krank, Chat. Das tut mir sehr, sehr leid. Aber die haben auch nicht stabil gespielt. Da kann man auch nichts sagen dann.
Oh, Digga, Klicks ist so... Dieses ganze Jahr echt unlucky, Alter. Klicks ist das ganze Jahr irgendwie schon unlucky dabei eigentlich. Das ist so krass, Digga. Klicks ist nicht qualified. Der ist 27. gekommen. Digga. Holy shit. Klicks wäre so geil gewesen im Finale. Aber Vardial und RYZEN, Jannis, Savage sind weiter. Pixie und Pink sind auch weiter. Absolut crazy. Flixi ist morgen drin. Crazy Duos für morgen. Wir haben fucking 20 Uhr schon. Und jetzt würde ich einfach mal sagen, ich spiele selber noch ein bisschen. Und gehen wir ein bisschen in Infinity Zone Wars wieder rein. Mir fehlen auch actually nur noch 2 Level, ne, bis ich Level 300 bin. Ah, das ist so unlucky für die, Digga. Oh man, Bro. Ah, Vardial und Savage, mein Gott, Erster. Und Erster im Last Chance, Digga. Das ist so crazy auch bei denen. Keine Ahnung, was sie für einen Platz morgen werden, ne? So, jetzt ein bisschen Fortnite. Selber spielen heute. Ja. Bisschen Infinity Zone Wars. Zone Wars, wo man die ganze Zeit respawnt. Finde ich sehr nice. Und dann nachher nochmal gucken, was ich heute noch sonst noch spiele. Aber erstmal das hier ein bisschen. Fucking bad. Digga. So. Ah, die Map hat schon ein bisschen Delay, ne? Kann man sagen. Ja, Editieren geht hier nicht allzu schnell, zumindest. Holy shit. Ja, was soll ich machen? Mies. Ja, ich kann nicht bauen. Shit. Ah, stimmt, die Map hatte manchmal Lags, ne? Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Unlucky. For me. Ah, hier ist eine Münze. Wie viel EP bringen die eigentlich? Ah, 5 Coins. Okay. Ich dachte, die bringen EP. Hä? Machen kein Damage. Ach, halt's Maul. Ach komm, die Anfrage von Jax mich doch kickt an hier. Ach du Scheiße, er macht wieder Stream. Yikes macht wieder den schönen Stream, Digga.
C. Station.
Jix, oh nein, 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 geh irgendwo anders drauf.
Ja, immer hier an.
Ich will auf Yikes Stream gehen. Hallo, Jix. Jix, hallo, bleib doch da, wo du bist.
Ich finde sein.
Okay. Er hört wieder Copyright-Musik, Digga. Er hört nur Copyright-Musik, ne?
Das war riesig, halt.
Ey, ich geh wieder raus aus seinem Stream, ne? For real. Er macht aber schon wieder B2B-Turnier, ne?
Sind, wie zum Beispiel Yo Dennis, auch mal rauskommt.
Ja, ich kann leider sonst Stream nicht gucken, Digga. Weil er die ganze Zeit Scheiße hört im Stream. Oh. Schade. Egal. Machen wir so mit. Ein bisschen. Heute werde ich so eventuell auch ein kleines bisschen länger machen als gestern. Ich habe gestern 6 Stunden gemacht und ich bin ja schon fast 6 Stunden am Stream schon wieder. Auch crazy. Ah, ich habe gestern 6,5 Stunden gemacht. Jetzt bin ich wieder bei 6. Ja. Crazy, crazy, Leute. Ich werde ja auch mal wieder meine ganzen Dinger in OBS zeigen. Ein Fortnite-Checker, Abo-Counter und Only-Spielaufnahme. Aber diese 1,9er 1er Kill-KD, die ist halt einfach insgesamt. Meine aktuelle ist, glaube ich, bei 5,6 oder so. Aber ich habe gerade eine 5,6er KD oder so. Ah, die Lobby wird auch schon wieder voll hier, ne? 4, 8, 12, 15 Leute sind wir. Masquaga ist einer von meinen. Ah, ich glaube, Masquaga würde wahrscheinlich wieder kicken. Eventuell auch nicht. Jo, moin Thomas. AKA. Moskwa. By the way, das ist eine Schwitzerlobby, wie ich bin so los. Wollte ich mir gerade so angemerkt haben. Moin, Ilio. Oh, okay, die Lobby leckt auf jeden Fall sehr, sehr doll. Boah, Alter, leckt die. Boah, die leckt ja richtig krass. Boah, Bro, ich hab... Digga! Digga, 60er, 100er Ping, 70er Ping, 100er Ping. Was ist das denn für eine Lobby? Wo bin ich hier gelandet? Bro, 140er Ping, fucking Oceania-Server, Bro. Holy shit. Bei denen eine kleinere Hitbox haben, kann man schwerer treffen. Aber Bro, der Ping. Was ist hier los? Isoka. Hier Isoka. Oh, Jix. Oh Mann. Von Star Wars. Wars. Ahsoka von Star Wars. Wars. Ja. Phone. Ja, GG. Leven dead. Ja. Biggies. WM war geil, Digga. Das ist ehrlich sein. Ja, und morgen dann endlich das Finale. Freue mich auch schon drauf. Ich wusste nicht, dass ich von oben gesprayt werde. Aber ich glaube, ich muss auch ein bisschen mehr reinpushen, ne? Irgendwie. Ich spiele so defensive die ganze Zeit über. Ich spiele nie aggressiv. Warum macht die keinen One-Shot auf die Wände? Die macht ja One-Shot eigentlich. Oh mein Gott. Oh ja, okay, wow. Oh, shit on. Freezing. Jix, komm. Oh mein Gott. Ja, ich glaube, ich muss ein bisschen aggressive reingehen. Gemobbt bin schon so lange dabei. Ja. Muss wohl noch ein bisschen länger dabei sein, ne? Muss noch ein bisschen warten, bis er 12 ist. Hab ich gehört. Ja. What? Nichts getroffen mit dieser Waffe. Was? Nichts einfach. Aber meine Runde war schon deutlich krasser, weil ich reingegangen bin, ne? Aber trotzdem, Bro. Nichts am Ende mit dieser AR da gerade eben getroffen. Er war so low. Hat ein Hit gefehlt mit der AR. Das ist halt auch aber wieder unlucky. Mann. Egal. Aber ich bin froh über meine 2 Kills, die ich gemacht habe. Ich gehe jetzt auch ein bisschen mehr reinpushen, glaube ich. Auf jeden Fall. Ja, du kannst ja reinkommen in die Lobby. Magst du No-Skins? Was ist... Hä? Was soll daran schlimm sein? So, verstehe ich nicht. Immer diese Frage, ob du No-Skins magst. Habe ich keine Antwort drauf. Sind halt No-Skins so. Kann sich gleich noch ein Slurp gönnen und dann Madness die ganze Zeit. Das ist so OP. Das sind 5 Euro für ihn, wenn er, glaube ich, das gewinnt. Das sind 5 Euro für ihn einfach. Ja. Er hat ein Back-to-Back-Win, 5 Euro für ihn. Von dem Host. Whatever. Ich hoffe, ich muss rausgehen aus der Lobby. Ich glaube, jetzt geht jeder raus, oder? Ja. Die gehen nicht raus. Es geht weiter. Anscheinend. Ja, ich bin unlucky gewesen. Eigentlich habe ich gut getroffen, aber ich wollte seine Wand aufschießen, aber hat er gerade auch wieder Chip. War ein bisschen unlucky. Lad ein. Keine Ahnung, ob du reinkommen kannst. Dann kann sein, dass wir eine volle Lobby sind. Ich kann dich nicht einladen. Geht nicht. Doch jetzt. Bist du gerade so reingekommen? Bist reingekommen, ne? Ja, GG. Wenn du einen Win holst und direkt die Runde darauf noch einen Win holst, kriegst du 5 Euro. Das ist so ein, kann man sagen, so Turnier vom Twitch-Streamer. Von einer meiner Kollegen so. Wo ich einfach auch grad mitmachen, aus Fun. Boah. Er gewinnt noch eine Runde. Er gewinnt jede Runde. Das ist ein dreimal Back-to-Back mit mir. So. Oder zweimal Back-to-Back, er gesagt gerade. Schade, aber die Runde zählt nicht, wir müssen alle raus. Oh, Jix ist raus. Wo ist Jix hin? Jix.
Das ist ein Bastard. Wenn ihr startet, ich sage euch ganz ehrlich, wenn ihr startet so, ihr werdet... Ey, was geht? Wie geht's dir? Und ist halt, wenn einer startet, ich eigentlich kann nicht machen.
Ah, er hat jetzt eine volle Lobby, Digga. GG's. Was soll man da machen? Moskwa gegen Anführer. Dann ist es hier unsere Lobby. Moskwa, gib Anführer. Moskwa, Anführer. Anführer Moskwa, gib Anführer. Danke, Moskwa. Ah, wir können 2v1 machen. Wir können machen, dass ihr beide gegen mich spielt, habe ich gehört. Komm. Ah, dann spiele ich jetzt nicht mehr bei ihm mit. Oh, mit Donation Code. Nein, jetzt er hat mich eingeladen. Oh Mann, Digga. Er hat mich eingeladen, Digga. Oh, ich dachte, das wäre eine Join-Request. Nein, das war eine Einladung. Gib mal Anführer hier auf Quick, bitte.
Ja,
oh
mach ich.
Mann, oh Mann, oh Mann.
Ja, ich konnte nicht beitreten. Ich habe aus Versehen Gruppenanfrage geschickt. Gruppeneinladung geschickt. Ja, du warst voll, ne?
Ja.
Bis zum Rand oben voll.
Bis oben Rand oben voll, genau. Ist klar. Bei wem ist hier dieses komische Geräusch?
Nicht bei mir.
Bei mir nicht.
Okay. Ach so.
War eigentlich schon FNCS, oder wie es so heißt?
Wie bitte?
War das schon? War eigentlich schon FNCS?
Ist nicht. Ist gar kein FNCS.
Aha.
Mhm.
Das heißt, gestern war das letzte Mal, oder bin ich
Nee,
dumm?
ist DWM. Kein FNCS. Ja. Morgen ist das Finale.
Okay, stark.
Ja. Ja.
Ey, hast du eigentlich schon Ferien?
Ja, seit dieser Woche.
Nice,
Also
ich hab jetzt.
Freitag,
Ich hab.
so.
Ja, ich habe auch seit Freitag Ferien.
Ja. Okay.
Ja, ich nicht.
Stabil.
Ja, Bayern muss noch 2 Wochen warten, ne?
Dafür haben wir Weihnachtsferien Dann haben wir Frühjahrsferien und die ganzen anderen Ferien, die ihr nicht habt.
Master of Death wolltest du eigentlich übermorgen mal ready machen, oder?
Ich glaube, der will gar nicht ready machen. Ich glaube, der hat keinen Bock. Wir drei gegen dich oder wie?
Wobei. Wer gewinnt, Digga? Morgen. Ja, Digga.
Ey, warum wurde ich getimed out?
Weißt du ganz genau.
Nein, weiß ich wirklich nicht.
Hätten überlegt nach.
Weil ich mag Fiese geschrieben habe. Und wie lange bin ich?
5 Minuten. Ich kann aber auch gerne länger.
Na, nee.
Nein, kann ich auf den Tag warten. Geht auch.
Warte, bin noch nicht drin, ne? Jetzt. So, bin drin. Bei mir dauert das immer ein bisschen, deswegen.
Ja, typisch.
Oh, nee.
Let's go, W3 gegen
Ich bin
Status.
Xbox-Spieler, du Vogel.
W3 gegen Status, let's go.
Ich ist geil.
Von mir aus.
Oh nee,
Ja,
wer
die
ist bei
Nation
mir?
Goat hat jetzt befohlen, dass du das W3 gegen dich spielen.
Ey, wer ist bei mir hier? Oh, das ist der. Mit oder... Oh! Digga, wer schießt mich hier an? Na, hör mal.
Na, hör mal. Es wird Ian sein.
Stark, Digga. Habt ihr auch schon so Hits kassiert irgendwie? Ja, die letzten Jahr, oh mein Gott.
Ian. Das geht doch nicht. Ian. Ach lol. Der ist gar nicht. Ah doch.
Ich weiß gar nicht mehr, wie ich runterkomme. Mann, du Vogel. Ja, Digga, mein Gesicht sieht man aber auch fett,
Oh,
Alter.
Digga.
Ich hab halt Angst, irgendwie runterzukommen, weil ich direkt sterbe an Falldamage. Weil ich verkacke. Digga, wo bist du? Ah, Digga, er chillt da in der Ecke, Digga. Oh mein Gott. Er ist hinter dir irgendwie. Digga. Er verfolgt dich sogar. Er kommt gar nicht klar. Digga, was machst du,
Er
Digga?
hat ja Schild, Digga. Hat ihn gerade auf 10 AP oder so geschossen. Ja, Striggle, komm mal hin.
Striggle ist auch mal wieder online. Striggle. Striggle-Miggle. Ey, hast du eigentlich noch mit 10 irgendwie so Discord-Kontakt? Alt.
Warum fragst du?
Ja, Digga, ich hab den lange nicht mehr gehört. Ist das auf einmal drogenabhängiger geworden oder wie? Yo, Ghosted, Digga. Lucky habe ich gehabt.
Ah, Swiggle, du musst kommen, Digga, da kannst du ein bisschen helfen, habe ich gehört. Ich spiele nämlich 1v3.
Jo, warum musst du eigentlich mal zuerst auf mich gehen? Das ist mal die Frage.
Weil du immer der Erste
Das-
bist, der irgendwie hier bei mir ist, der in der Skybase baut.
Ich höre das Lied halt so gern. Lebt noch jemand?
DerDude, ich bin einverstanden mit dem Termin.
Nein, Mann, lass mich doch editen, Alter. Lass mich adden, Alter. Lass mich Edit-Parcours machen. Ja, okay, ich hab den 110 auch gedrückt.
Achso, jetzt halt, ich war gemutet. Bist du einverstanden mit dem Timeout?
Aber du hast gesagt, ja. Ja, bin ich safe.
Okay.
Was? Quagga hat sogar einen Kill, ne? Crazy.
Digga, wie lange ist der Timeout?
Ein Tag.
Ja, denke ich auch, Digga.
Ja, kann man mittlerweile einstellen, das finde ich sehr, sehr geil. Aber den kannst du jetzt auch nicht mehr Endtimeouten, ne? Das geht ja nicht. Der ist jetzt wirklich im Timeout drin.
Mann!
Ja, das passiert, wenn man mal ihren spammt und sagt, dass man Mod will.
Ich hab nicht gespammt.
Ich habe nämlich auch nicht gefragt, ob
Aber-
ich Mod will. Ich habe ihn bekommen einfach, den Status.
Ja.
Ja, weil du über 12 bist, du Vogel.
Nee, ich glaube eher, weil ich zu viel Domains empfange.
Ja, eigentlich, ja.
Ich bin wahrscheinlich immer noch der größte Supporter so gesehen.
Er hat sich einfach Mod mit gekauft einfach. Jo, nee, Digga, lass mich.
Er wäre so Mod
Erstens
geworden, holy shit.
war Ian die erste Person, mit der ich Fortnite wirklich zusammen gespielt habe. Mit Ian habe ich zusammen Fortnite angefangen. Zweitens habe ich ihm so eine fette Done reingehauen, das ging gar nicht anders.
Die 200 Euro Doni oder wie?
Ja, ich bin der Dude.
Jo, Digga, was ist mit dir auf einmal?
Ich glaube, Nelio ist aggro auf mich. Ich glaube, Nelio müssen wir gleich nochmal für 2 Tage blocken.
Ey, nein!
Ups. Weiß ja nicht.
Spiegel, kommst du schon online?
Ich guck mal kurz. Regelt der wieder rum.
Na, der ist ja nicht mal so ein auch sein Hauptaccount. Der wurde ja gewonnen.
Regel soll man wieder regeln.
Mann, du Vogel.
Nee, er ist kein Vogel. Er ist Ian.
Dann ein sehr lieber Junge, der ein sehr lieber Junge ist, weil der sehr lieb ist. Ein sehr lieber Junge halt, ein sehr lieber Junge.
Wieso sehe ich eigentlich Spriggles Kommentare nicht?
Weil das auf Twitch ist, weil ich nebenbei auch auf Twitch streame.
Ach, du bist jetzt mittlerweile auf Twitch, stimmt.
Ja, schon seit 2 Wochen nebenbei.
Ich weiß,
wenn du da
aber
noch kein Mod bist, dann musst du einmal reinschreiben, dann kriegst du einen Mod von mir.
Ach komm, Digga, weil er hat sich alles gekauft.
Du hast ja
hat.
Mod, ne?
Ach, Digga. Weil er sich überall was kauft, Digga. Oh mein Gott.
Nee, bin ich erstens bin ich by the way nicht. Zweitens Nelio. Ja, wenn das wirklich. Wie viel waren das? Ich muss kurz mal nachschauen. Darüber gibt es sogar 2 Videos oder 3.
3?
Ja. Aber mit der 200 Toni, ich weiß, habe ich gesehen.
Ja.
Das war übertrieben, Digga. Ian auf einmal. Oh mein Gott! No.
Ja. Ich bin by the way kein Mod. Auf Twitch.
Achso, Ian, was hast du dir mit eigentlich gekauft?
Gar nichts.
Ian, ich bin kein Mod auf Twitch, ich habe gerade nachgeschaut.
Ja, warte. Das muss ja mal ganz kurz geklärt werden.
Digga.
Oh mein Gott, Digga, ich hasse es, Digga. War ja kostenlos Mod bekommen, Digga.
Kostenlos. Ja.
Denke ich auch. Wenn du hässlicher. Ich mein schöner, sorry. Aber bin ich jetzt wirklich für einen Tag getimed out?
Selbst ausblenden, einblenden bringt nichts, da ist immer noch getimed ist.
Alles gut.
Theoretisch muss ich einen Mod machen, damit er wieder schreiben kann.
Ob du das wieder machst?
Das werde ich nicht tun, das werde ich nicht tun.
Ich war schon mal Mod, weil ich genau geglaubt habe. Der Killerstatus? Weil ich einmal Zane und dich gleichzeitig genau gescout habe. Und ihr wart beide im Team, Digga. Ja, ihr seid Kacke, Alter. Kacke seid ihr.
Stratus.
Ja.
Was denkst du, wer du
Da
bist,
rutscht,
du denkst, wer du bist?
Da rutscht wohl, glaube ich, Digga, die Maus außerdem auf Kicken drauf, ne?
Die Kackwurst rutscht gerade. Ey, Killerstratus, warum bist du...
Oh nein, oh, cringe. Taxinilio, oh, kicken.
Ich bin nicht cringe.
Na, du bist nicht nur cringe, du bist behindert. Hallo?
Fettsack.
Oh, jetzt reicht's. Melden, beleidigende Sprache.
Mann, ich will nicht nochmal gebannt werden, Digga. Schon zum dritten Mal.
Ups. Da ist mir wohl aus Versehen die Maustaste, der Controller ausgerutscht. Oder? Ja, da ist mir aus Versehen der Controller ausgerutscht, Ian.
Ja, ich würde sagen schon, ja. Komm. Aus Versehen reported und gekickt und gebannt.
Ich habe ihn reported. Wo ist denn jetzt Sprigel? Sprigel.
Frage ich mich auch.
Wieso spriggelt der nicht rum?
Taking that crown. Dort, wo ich bin. Ja, komm mal jetzt, Digga. Oder musst du dich einloggen, du kriegst den Code von Geos nicht.
Das ist ganz bitter.
Taking that crown.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go fighting today. Aua, that hurts. Das hat gewürtet. Was wird das? Haben wir uns wieder beruhigt?
Ja, sorry wegen dem kleinen Ausraster. Ich entschuldige mich nochmal.
Okay. Benimm dich.
Okay, mach ich. Es tut mir nochmal vom Herzen leid.
Ja, okay.
Warum kann der andere eigentlich nicht reden, der hier noch drin ist?
Keine Ahnung.
Er kann's aber nicht.
Ja, wie ich die 3 Jahre, wo ich Fortnite gespielt habe und nicht reden konnte.
Ich hätte hier von Anfang an Kopfhörer.
Er wusste.
Irgendwo, nirgendwo.
Digga, der chillt auf dem Gebäude und auf der Sky.
Mann, das gehört nicht mal mir.
Ich glaube, es ist einer der Web, der ist einer der Web-Dinge.
Digga, das ist ganz weit, aber Alter.
Oh, er ist nicht einer der Web.
Ja. Oh, das ist die Ehre genommen, Digga. Da drauf erstmal ein Fortnite abge... Oha, ich hab 2 Kills. Krass. Und die beide war von, ich sag den Namen lieber nicht.
Der Dude. Der gute
Bist du ein
Dude.
Jude? Du bist ein Jude?
Boah.
Na, ich bin ein Jude.
Stimmt aber nicht.
Ja, weil ich es bin.
Knallte Lüge.
Ah, das war jetzt aber auch endgültig, Digga. Jetzt soll ich ihn beklagen.
Der Arme. Jetzt tut mir irgendwie schon leid. Wie er dann gehustet, dachte er, es tut mir aufrichtig leid. Da muss ich schon lachen. Hast du eigentlich schon das neue Hordenansturm gespielt?
Das ist nicht neu, aber habe ich schon gespielt, ja.
Hordenansturm. Scheiße, du hast das Stream. Hordenansturm. Ja, lass es nachher noch mal eine Runde spielen. Ist doch chillig. Ich hab 1 HP. Ne, ich hab grad 1 HP. Fuck. Ich hab grad 1
Fucking
HP.
shit, Bro.
Was hat er gemacht?
Er ist schlecht.
You won't find me. I'm hidden into the storm. Bye. Come and find me. Ganz ekelig, ne? Ganz ekelig. Kommt von hinten her. Ganz ekelig.
Ganz eklig. Eklig.
Das Ding ist, mit Nelio werden wir sogar 4. Oder wenn wir ihn kicken und dann Spittel zum Spittel
Oh
kommt.
nee. Oh nee, danke für dein Raid, Bro.
Und wenn ein Spriggle zum Spriggeln kommt, dann können wir ja das Skill des Hornansturms spielen. Und dann ist Nelio
Oh
weg.
nee, Donkey. Was ist das?
Ich kann nicht auch raiden, ne?
Nein, doch.
Doch.
Nein, doch. Wo ist Nelio denn jetzt? Vielleicht will er doch noch mal rein.
Stratus TV rein. Bombastik.
Star Bombastik.
Mister Bombastik.
Jo,
Status.
ich wollte gerade Krug sagen. Spriggle natürlich.
Status.
Ja.
Ich komme gleich.
Ja,
Wann heißt du
das wollte
Status?
ich gar nicht wissen. Stratus steht doch da.
Oh, hallo.
Da
Hallo,
steht
willkommen in meinem
Start.
Stream, Leute. Ich hoffe, ihr habt
Moin.
gut eingeschaltet. Nicht?
Euch.
Nicht? Das gibt uns eine 6. Und du bist
Ja.
kein Zimt, oder?
Nein.
Nicht? Das gibt uns eine 6. Digga, warum hast du eigentlich 0 V-Bucks?
Weil ich mir bald erst welche hole. Ja.
Geht mir ganz kurz eine Sekunde, ich bin gleich wieder da.
Okay.
Für den Cup, den ich wieder mache. muss
Lass
ich
es
noch
mir nicht
nachholen.
bereuen, Nelio.
Ja.
Was? Ah, danke schön.
Bin sofort da.
Na komm, können wir kurz eine Runde noch diesen Hot Rush Modus spielen? Für Master of Disaster.
Warum schreibt keiner mehr in deinen Stream rein?
Alle gebannt sind.
Echt jetzt?
Nein, Mann.
Nur ich?
Ja.
Na, ich
Jetzt.
wurde gesperrt. Ich habe keinen Timeout
Gesperrt ist ein Bann.
verpasst. Wie lange?
Ein Tag, ne?
Digga, wann streamst du morgen wieder? Weißt du das?
Genau um die gleiche Uhrzeit, ab 14 Uhr. Der
Ab 14 Uhr?
Master.
14
Oh
Uhr
mein
schon
Gott, danke
wissen?
für den Raid. Oh Mann.
Du bist auch noch auf Twitch.
Nee, ich tu nur so.
Wie viel-
als ob-
Wie viel sind bei Twitch da?
Guck doch selber.
Digga, ich hab keinen Twitch.
Ja, hast du Pech?
Mann!
Spriggle.
Ich glaube, ich habe gerade einen Stromschlag im Mund bekommen.
Hoffe ich.
Warum nehme ich auch mein
Spriggle.
Ladekabel in meinen Mund, Digga? Bin ich dumm? Ich glaube, der sucht Kopfhörer. Ey, wusstest du, dass ich sogar deinen Zweitkanal abonniert habe?
Welcher ist mein Zweikanal?
Warte, lass mich kurz überlegen.
Jetzt hast du mich schon.
Warte.
Er wird nicht wissen, was mein Zweikanal ist.
Warte, lass mich überlegen.
Was zum Fick?
Der Macher, moin. AKA.
Hallo, Spriggle!
Ja, hallo, was ist?
Einfach hallo.
Ja, hallo. Ich bin zu irritiert für dieses neue Menü.
Ja, es sieht so cursed aus.
Nee, ich bin
bei Call
irritiert.
of Duty.
Ich habe deinen Zweitkanal eigentlich abonniert, aber
Ja, ne? Dann
Ich
doch
weiß
wieder
nicht.
nicht, weil du ihn deabonniert hast, Ehrenrusse.
hä, was laberst du, nur weil du 10 Abonnenten auf den anderen
Das
hast?
sieht er
oder?
alles. Er sieht, dass du ihn abonnierst, er sieht, dass du ihn deabonnierst.
Ja, wie heißt du denn auf deinem Zweitkanal? Dann abonniere ich dich.
Killer Stratus Uncut. For Ad Reacts.
Ich kenne noch einen anderen Killerstraße.
Ja, Killer
Ah, nicht
Stratus
so nicht
Highlights.
Killerstraße.
Oder DJ. Ein DJ-Kanal lassen wir mal raus.
Ich war einen anderen, aber das war nicht. Der hieß nicht Killer Stratus.
Freizeit Channel Stratus.
Ah, dein Zweitkanal heißt Killer Stratus Highlights. Den abonniere ich.
Das ist mein
Locker.
dritter Account.
Stark.
Können sich echt schlecht die Stratus-Accounts aus, ne?
Er findet meinen zweiten Account nicht. Killer Stratus Uncut and React.
Ich war einfach dieser gehen noch heutzutage.
Mein Junge, es geht ja auch nicht hier, Bro.
Mein Junge, das glaube ich gar nicht.
Ich mich den ganzen Tag auf meinen
Killer Stratus Alkohol. Mal gucken.
Yo. Okay.
Okay, da steht der Killer Stratus. Guck.
Letztes Video vor 7 Monaten. 10 Stunden auf Fortnite Black Hole.
Der Stratus, ich habe das Gefühl, das letzte Video war eher Stratus auf Kokain.
Oh, wow. Ey, der Kevin ist mal wieder live, Digga. Stark.
Ja, der war verliebt.
Ahmed, Digga. Freut ihr euch schon auf Halloween?
Also ich gehe nicht Süßigkeiten sammeln. Vielleicht du, aber
Ich schon. Ich gehe die Leute abzocken. Deswegen.
Das Ding ist, du brauchst dafür gar kein Kostüm.
Und deine Mom braucht auch keine. Na, ich will überhaupt.
Wollt ihr Süßigkeiten sagen? Das hat sich so angehört. Warum heult das kleine Kind so?
Halt die Klappe. Wir sind übrigens zu viele Gruppenmitglieder. Einer muss raus.
Ja, einer muss raus. Also, einer muss freiwillig raus. Außer ich, Briggle oder DerDude. Also, was Quagga oder Nelio müssen freiwillig raus. Einer von den beiden. Sonst kicke ich einen.
Quagga, ich
am Anfang
hab
gesagt,
Ehre, Quagga.
eine.
Tschö.
Also beide von den Mädchen, ja.
Ich wollte so
Das ist keine Ehre, das. Ganz echt.
Nelio wäre
nicht böse
so
gemeint.
rausgeflogen.
Das Ding ist, das ist keine Ehre, das ist Erlösung.
Ja, danke, Digga. Level 69 auf dem zweiten Account. Holy shit. Striggle. Striggle, du hast genau auf das Level gegrindet.
Vor allem, er kann jetzt nicht mal, er kann ja jetzt nicht mal auf YouTube antworten.
Ja. Jemand hat einfach für den Tag getimeoutet.
How the fuck gehe ich bereit?
Und jetzt will er wieder joinen.
Ja, und er wollte es recht schon gehen, da wo das Level jetzt ist, ja. Er spammt mich
mein
jetzt.
Gott.
Also kein Ding, falls du gerade zuguckst, kann ich auch gerne löschen, so als Freund, das ist kein Problem.
Ey, muss man hier bauen?
Bro, du kennst den Modus, komm schon.
Du kannst, man musst du aber nicht.
Chapter 2 Season 1 gechillt zum letzten Mal.
Gab's doch nicht mehr.
Achso, oh. Der.
Das ist der Modus, den es jeden Halloween gibt seit 21. Ja.
Das ist der.
Das ist nicht der Sturmkönig-Modus von damals. Ja, natürlich kann man nicht bauen.
Nee, Leo, du Kleiner.
Mann. Briggle, welchen Rank hast du?
Welches Spiel? Ich spiele vieles.
Das hier, Fortnite.
Platin 3. Weil?
So, ihr kleinen,
Ich brauch nachher noch
ja,
ein Mate,
los
falls
geht's.
du Lust hast, Zeit hast, kannst, ich will.
Die nächsten Wochen habe ich auf jeden Fall Zeit.
Ja, ne, wir haben jetzt Ferien, wir beide. Wir haben gleichzeitig wieder Ferien, ne? Jetzt, genau, jetzt 3 Wochen.
Ihr seid solche, ich habe erst am Ende des Monats. Ich habe auch noch 2 Wochen.
Ja, keiner mag dich, Wasser.
Die Klappe.
Dann, wenn du Ferien kriegst, habe ich schon ein Praktikum, Digga.
Wow, da kann auch ein Praktikum eine frei machen, wenn ich will.
Ey,
ich muss machen.
Ich muss am Ende der Schule das machen.
Was? Ich war mit meiner Goofy erst, keine Ahnung, mit meiner Goofy erst Wahlgruppe von meinem Wahlpflichtfach einen fucking Pausenverkauf.
Ich hab Wahl wie der Fisch verstanden.
Wahlpflichtfach. Machen wir einen random Pausenverkauf vielleicht.
Wow.
Was ist bei deinem Steam-Account mittlerweile? Den hast du wieder, ne?
Ne, aber ja, ich kann meine Spiele installieren. Auf jeden Fall.
Ja, das wird ja nicht
Aber
viel
spielen
ändern.
glaube ich auch.
Oha, meine erste Waffe.
Ich hab nur fast noch einen anderen Account, auf den kann ich alles spielen.
Tut das eigentlich weh, einen Dings-Account nicht mehr zu haben, so für dich?
Epic.
Ja.
Was hat er überhaupt gemacht?
Ding 1000 Euro
Was hast du gemacht?
oder so.
Heißberg, was hast du gemacht?
Nichts.
Er wurde gebannt und
Deaktiviert, nicht gebannt.
Ja.
Ich wette, ich gehe damit
Wieso wurde der deaktiviert?
Keine Ahnung. Ich wette, ich gehe mir damit irgendeinen Account hin, also irgendeine E-Mail, die hat nicht mal einen Account, da wird trotzdem wieder stehen, ja, der Account ist wegen TOS gebannt.
Wegen was
Obwohl
gebannt?
nicht mal diese E-Mail. Also ich wurde anscheinend gebannt, aber anscheinend auch deaktiviert. Es gibt jetzt keine richtige Antwort, auch keine falsche.
The fuck?
Ich bin schon auf die Idee gekommen, was ich vielleicht mache, irgendwann, vielleicht auch in 3 Jahren, dass ich über eine E-Mail schreibe, auf der überhaupt nicht mal ein Account drauf ist, um zu gucken, ob die gleiche Antwort kommt. Um nur herauszufinden, ob die E-Mail das antworten. Weil wenn ja, dann weiß ich auf jeden Fall, wo mein Account ist. Oder ob ich die E-Mails wieder bekomme.
Hast du deinen Account noch mit irgendjemand anders geteilt oder dass es da eine Möglichkeit gibt, dass gesagt wurde, ey, der wurde gebannt?
Mir wurde gesagt, also mir wurde geschrieben, meine Frage, ob ich meine Frage lautet, aber ich erstmal halt beantworten soll, beweisen sollte, dass der Account mir gehört, wurde mir gesagt, also geantwortet, ja, du bist TOS-Band, wir können nichts machen. Ich frage ja halt, weil ich habe eine Liste bekommen halt an Punkten, ich soll die beantworten, ich habe manche Sachen davon nicht. Also eigentlich alle. Aber ich frage halt so, ja, ist nicht schlimm, wenn ich manche nicht beantworten kann. Auf einmal kommt so, ja, du bist TOS-Band, man kann nichts dagegen machen.
Stabil.
Ich habe schon über eine andere E-Mail versucht, ich habe schon über Straße E-Mail versucht zu schreiben. Es ging nichts, es kam immer TOS-Band. Ebenfalls, ich schreibe auf Deutsch mit denen und die antworten mir auf Englisch zurück.
Ja, das ist auch schon gut.
Mich klingt das schon ziemlich nach Verarsche.
Deswegen ist die Wahrscheinlichkeit, dass ich meinen Account zurückbekomme, eher gering. Warum bin ich Erster? Ich mache nichts. Ich hab Dynamit. Heat. Ich komme mich hochgezogen. Also das hat so Haftgranaten werfen, das ist ja gut hier. Genau. Mal.
Die Kettensäge ist effektiver. Explosionsschlagwerfer ist sehr gut.
Asking. Ja, es gibt Chromwaffen.
Ja. Aber die Kevin-Waffen nicht, die es normalerweise gab.
Ja, aber kann man mit den Kevin Sachen machen?
Den Kevin, die kann man jetzt ganz normal einfach upgraden an so einer Workbench. Deine ganz normalen Waffen.
Ah, du kannst sie mit Kevin Stein upgraden dann.
Ja, ja.
Right? Okay, okay.
Und es gibt die Chrome-Waffen wieder. Die upgraden sich ja selber.
Ich brauch noch als Chrome.
Das habe ich gerade gefragt ebenfalls.
Die upgraden sich selber halt eben, wenn du Gegner hittest.
Das weiß er bestimmt.
Von meiner Account ist jetzt auch nicht so lange gewandt.
Ich glaube, der spielt schon ein bisschen länger als du.
Ich weiß.
Ja.
Wahrscheinlich wesentlich länger als ich.
Weißt du, was ich fühlen würde, wenn ich einfach so irgendwie random so eine Entschädigung bekommen würde, falls es wirklich unabsichtlich wäre. Ich muss
Weg mit der Viecher.
Mal upgraden. Oh, stop.
Weg mit der Viecher.
Haben die irgendwie die genervt, dass es so lange gebraucht oder war das immer schon so?
Das war schon mal so.
Ich kann mich nicht erinnern, dass damals schneller war. Hey, nee, damals war es wirklich schneller.
Ja, keine Ahnung, kann sein.
Glaube ich aber auch.
Bei mir ist halt Muscle Memory von Waffen in Fortnite so stark. Ich kann dir wirklich immer sagen, dass ich schneller oder langsamer bin. Oder ob Schaden genervt wird. Wenn ich zur Zeit gespielt habe.
Meine.
Okay,
An
sorry.
Master, Digga.
Ja, gedroppt dann.
Ey, es ist so lost von dir.
Oh, die Armbrüste sind auch gut.
Sorry.
Die Armbrüste. Armbrüste. Ich habe wirklich die beste Waffe hier, sind die Armbrüste.
Brüste? Armbrüste?
Ja, Armbrüste. Doppelsch. Keine Ahnung, ich kann Deutsch.
Köpfchengröße D.
Ich kann kein Deutsch, weil ich frage.
D oder Doppel-D?
Was? Jetzt kommt so der Zeitpunkt, wo ich gemerkt habe, ich euch zu leise, ne? Ich weiß nicht, wie meine Ohren tot. Was ist das da drum? Entwicklung. Ich hab keine Ärmel mehr fast.
Ja, ich habe auch nicht mehr gerade viel.
Können wir Airdrop?
Einfach die ganze Zeit mit Pump spielen.
Pump ist ich. Meistens.
Weil die Eier brauchst du ganz am Ende. Und jeder braucht.
Da.
Oh, jetzt kommt der Boss.
Nein, noch nicht. Nein.
Der Mini-Boss. Der Mini-Boss, der die übelst geile,
Ach so,
die hätte ich echt
Mini.
gern. Das Schwert hätte ich echt gern.
Mythic? Ist die Mythic drin oder die normale?
Also wenn es euch nichts ausmacht, das Schwert würde ich nehmen.
Ah, bei mir aus so.
Ist das normale drin oder das Mythic?
Oh, Level aufstehen.
Welches Mythic?
Das Schwert ist das, was jetzt auch aktuell im Game ist, das Vampire. So.
Ja, das ist Epic.
Ja, Mythic.
Das hätte ich gern.
Es gibt kein Mythic-Schwert.
Weil das
Doch,
das hielt dich halt.
Es gibt Mythic.
Ja.
Achso, das Mythic. Achso, ja. Achso, das ist wirklich Mythic, ne?
Weil das Ding ist, das hielt dich halt, während du fallst, und das kann ich gerade gut gebrauchen.
Ja, okay, stimmt.
Vor allem, weil ich halt so schnell spiele.
Achso,
Also bei mir wirst du Full HP.
hat diesen Effekt hier aus RDW. Phantasma.
Könnt ihr Marker wegmachen? Ich hab keine Ahnung, von wem es ist. Ich bin blind in Farben. Hey,
Wo
behind.
ist denn der jetzt mit seiner
I guess
der
behind.
Miniboss hat ja auch Dings. Yes,
Ah, Air-Muni.
Der hat einen Minigun, ja. Brauchst du?
Ja, unbedingt.
Komm her.
Thanks.
Wo ist das Schwert? Aua. Wer von euch hat das Sword?
Ich gehe die Multiplikatoren einloggen erstmal.
Aua.
Hilfe! Bei mir ist ganz Gruppenversammlung.
Ja, das Schwert ist weg, ne?
Bei mir ist Frankfurter Bahnhof, sorry.
Hat jemand von euch das Schwert oder hä? Der ist auf einmal weg.
Nee, bei mir war aber Frankfurter Hauptbahnhof.
Ja, bei mir auch.
Zum Glück habe ich Granatenwerfer. Dann nochmal den holen. Ich glaub mal schneller. Ja.
Wieso explodiert das Scheißteil?
Oh, ich bin so kurz vom Mythic.
Ich hab das Schwert.
Nimm mir bitte mit, ich respawn in 55
Braucht noch jemand das Schwert?
Sekunden. Ich will's. Ich will's,
Bei mir,
aber.
bei
Nein.
mir.
Ich hab 50 Sekunden Respawn, ich bin tot. Nimmst du mir bitte mit. Danke. Das meiste echt OP ist.
Bei mir ist es sehr kritisch mit meiner Muni zurzeit.
Das ist so OP.
Sag ich doch.
Ey, man tut es auch so okay. Hier, gib mir jetzt eure ganzen.
Ja, wie OP das war, ne?
Gut, ich komm zu dir.
Jo.
Die bekomme ich.
Bin da.
Loot.
Ich hab zufälligerweise AR-Muni. Ich hab nur noch 12
Digga,
Schuss.
hier liegt alles rum, Digga. Hier liegt überall AR-Muni. Man verschwendet deine AR-Muni nicht. Ich bin die ganze Zeit mit Pump.
Kannst du's. Danke.
Das ist wirklich so.
Ja,
Mann. Das ist in die falsche Wählung. Bro.
Ich kann gerne noch ein bisschen AR-Muni droppen, falls du willst. Brauchst du?
Nee, ich will mal mehr Raketenwerfer dabei jetzt. Aber warte, muss ich auch ganz klar.
Will jemand eine mythische Havoc haben?
Ja. Gewehr.
Okay. Ich brauch's halt nicht gerade, weil ich das Schwert habe.
Ich will unbedingt Schockquelle eigentlich haben.
Bam, bam,
Nachher für den
bam.
Boss.
I'm going to kill.
Ich habe Ende für Vorstellungsbus. Ja.
Bam, 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 bam. Boah, dieses Schwert ist so übertrieben stark.
Ich weiß nicht mal, wie ich noch lebe. Ich habe wirklich keine mögliche Erklärung, wie ich noch lebe.
Gar nicht.
Ich war gerade eben an 30.000 Zombies, die explodiert sind. Verpiss dich doch einfach.
Das Ding explodiert ja.
Ja. Bei mir waren
Ach stimmt, so bin ich vorhin verreckt.
20 Stück drin.
So bin ich ja vorhin verreckt, stimmt.
Ja, bei mir waren von 20 davon in der Fresse drin.
Wer ist der Boss down?
Ah ja, okay. Ja, ich sehe das ja, Boss ist.
Das ist nämlich
Doch mal kurz.
Bobby, wir wollen das Geile ist jetzt alle irgendwie hochfahren.
Auch über die Wolken?
Ne, ist echt so, alle irgendwie hochfahren von irgendwo.
Ich habe jetzt zu wenig Netz, ne?
Lass das am besten irgendwie connecten.
Ja, von überall, deswegen ja überall irgendwo hochbauen.
Ja, ja, ich war am Ende hoch.
Ich brauche Netz.
Auch am Haus hochbauen, das mache ich ganz kurz.
Ja, ich gehe die ganze Menge hochbauen. Wenn es geht. Hotel, ja, Argument.
Nein, ich bin dead. Bin runtergefallen. Hatte keine Metz mehr.
Ja, mir geht's jetzt genauso.
Alter,
Du musst dich connecten, sonst bist du auch gleich tot.
Ja, mach ich gerade.
Ja, jetzt musst du die alle auf den Großen gehen, ne? Nur auf den Großen gehen, direkt jetzt, sofort. Alle.
Wo ist der?
Da wo der ist.
Wo ist der Große? Ich brauche hier
Der
unter uns
Fette.
eine Flasche. Ah, unter uns.
Noch mehr Bossen siehst du gleich noch weniger.
Der ist unter uns.
Der Arschloch. Am besten auf die Mitte schießen, da wo sein wo das nieder ist.
Ja,
von
wir
vorne
haben ein
aus der
Problem, da
Brust.
steht mitten im fucking Gebäude.
Wirf Dynamit rein einfach.
Aua.
Ja.
Spray ihn! Spray ihn!
Oh fuck!
Verloren.
Ey, Master, du kannst auch sicherlich die
Was Quagga, du musst auf den Boss gehen, nicht auf die Kleinen. Nur auf den Boss. Die Kleinen bringen uns überhaupt nichts.
Ich kümmere mich um die Kleinen, wenn du auf den Boss gehst.
Jeder geht auf den Boss.
Ich bin unten runtergefallen. Ich habe keine Metz mehr.
Oh.
Ich kann die Crystals anfangen zu zerstören. Das gibt dem Boss
Was
Damage.
Quagga, uns bringt die Kleinen nichts.
Doch, wenn wir die Crystals zerstören, bringt
Nein,
es den
er hat
Damage.
sich selbst umgebracht daran. Das bringt uns überhaupt nichts. Wir müssen den Großen killen, damit wir gewinnen. Oh mein Gott.
Digga. Kann der noch besser in mein Herz unter mir stehen. Kann ich mal so weiter.
Die Kleinen kannst du immer killen.
Bitte lass dein Netz umliegen. Nein, natürlich nicht.
Du musst deine Eier auf ihn richten, Digga, nicht diese Explosionswaffe. Das bringt überhaupt nichts auch, ne?
Bro, ich hab keine AR-Muni.
Bro, du hast bei mir 500 AR-Muni.
Ich hab noch einen Dänenschuss. So, let's go. 1600 Damage gemacht. Jetzt noch mal ein bisschen.
Ja, das bringt nichts. Wir werden viel verlieren.
Ja. Ich müsste runtergehen, risken.
Keiner bist du tot.
Versuch hoch zu dir zu kommen, Sprigge.
Ja.
Wenn das
Ja, fuck.
Master schaffen würde endlich mal, dann schaffen wir das.
Ja. Ich glaube, ich geh down. Gleich. Digga. Kannst du einfach nur 2 Zentimeter nach hinten?
Ja, fuck.
Ja. Ich gehe runter, oder?
Ich bin tot.
Ja, spring aber in den Tod, du kannst eh nicht mehr gewinnen.
Ey, das ist ein Zeichen.
Der Bass hat mich out of sound geboostet.
Ich krieg das noch hin. Gar knapp hier.
Ja, siehst du? Oh. Genau, das ist mir passiert.
333 Bälle paar Sterne. Da ist jemand in der Lotterie.
Die Rank. Oh, Digga. Ich gehe mit 2 Statuen und eigentlich eingespielten Spieler in Rank rein. So, spiele ich 1v4. Rank, warum nicht?
Der Rank soll sich nicht jucken.
Ich dachte, der juckt mich mies.
Ja, mach mal kurz direkt rein. Ich will sehen, welchen ich bin. Ja, mach mal, ich sag mal zu weg.
Na, ich bin auch wieder gedroppt, Digga, von damit 2:1.
Bei mir steht einfach nichts. Bei mir ist noch immer ohne.
Du bist Platin 3.
Ja, perfekt. Bei mir steht diesen ohne Rang alle. Geiles Game. Ah, hier rechts, ja, jetzt ist Platin 3.
Wollen wir Rank spielen?
Wir können eine Runde spielen mit Master. Der ist ja noch.
Ich mein, wir beide halt.
Macht ihr beide.
Okay.
Gut.
Was war das denn?
Lass mal davor lieber eine Runde Creative kurz spielen.
Das wollte ich tatsächlich tun, ich bin schon dabei. Ich bin abwesend, Digga. Oh. Die Leute hier wieder, ne?
Erstmal so gut als Chinesisch geworden. Was so viel ist das? Ah.
Die Scheiße. Die spielt kein Mensch. Also
Ja,
jeder spielt die AR und Pump.
Die hier und.
Ja. Selbst MP spielt man eigentlich
nicht. Scharfzahnschrotflinte.
Ja. Ich bin gerade von Spieler gefickt, Digga, mit denen ich schon länger nicht mehr gespielt habe und der selber nicht mehr gespielt hat seit Jahren.
Kommst runter?
Traurig, ja, okay.
Katze, verpiss dich. Hilfe.
Nice, war Delay.
Ich mal klettern, egal.
Warte mal ganz kurz. Kann irgendwie nicht vernünftig kommen. Nee, ich hab Legs. Einfach Oh, ich glaube, die Map ist eventuell wert.
Ja, keine Ahnung, kann von Chinesen, glaube ich, nicht immer so gut sein.
Einfach so ein bisschen fighten muss.
Ah, ich kann ja nicht spawnen. Ich fühle mich ja wie ein Fortnite Battle Royale. Ich kann nirgendwo bauen.
Ja.
Das ist mir jetzt ein Bier angehört.
Aber wohl keinen. Alter, würdest du eigentlich so was zu mir wieder mitmachen?
Ich, ja.
Crazy.
Crazy. Aber weißt du, wie ich gesagt habe, oh scheiße, ich muss ja Fortnite spielen. Ich habe seitdem nicht einmal Fortnite gespielt, nochmal.
Hast deine Aufgaben nicht gemacht?
Genauso wie nach Hausaufgaben.
Crazy, Alter. Same. Cool. Immer meine Ziege fressen die immer, keine Ahnung.
Das wäre von oben eigentlich noch ihr ältestes. Ne?
Ich hab eine Wand gebaut, ne?
Ich kann wirklich nicht sagen, meine Reaktionszeit langsamer geworden ist oder schneller. Jetzt wird von fucking Rainbow Six Siege.
Ich hab einen gottlosen Ping, Digga.
Ja, ich habe 27, 26, du.
Ah, das ist ja noch gottloser. Ich hab 910. Das war einer der... Nein, Digga, ich will einen Nuller-Ping haben mit meinen fucking... Bildings.
Ich habe konstant hier eigentlich immer 20. Trotzdem rasiere ich gefühlt jeden Gegner, den ich begegne. Obwohl ich den schlechtesten Fingerfilter habe. Kann ich jetzt durchschießen, Mann?
Ja, gerade ist nicht warm.
Was ist das als Spectaten? Der ist wirklich chinesisch. Nein, nein. Ich habe mich nur gewundert, was die Kamera macht. Aber es ist for real chinesisch. Ja, du weißt, dass die neue Pump Bug hat, oder?
Was?
Du weißt, dass die neue Pump Bug hat.
Welche neue Pump?
Die neue Pump.
Ach, die Pump, ja. Warum was bitte?
Du kannst seitlich an der Wand. Also es ist wie bei, es war schon mal so halt mit einer anderen Waffe, eine Scope da eher, glaube ich. Das war mit der MK7 so. Du konntest halt neben der Wand schießen und trotzdem Leute treffen.
Oh Mann. Ist die Hitbox der Kugel nur so größer oder warum?
Ja, die Hitbox hat von den Menschen hat sich geändert, weißt du. Von den Characters. So in CSGO.
Ah, Michael Jackson ist mir doch nichts.
Der Michael Jackson, wie ich. Ja, ich find's auch richtig schön. Heutzutage kannst du kein Spiel rausbringen, ohne dass es so fucking Bugs gibt, die das Spiel zerstören. Reset. Habe ich auf Reset gedrückt.
Oh, Digga. Bruder.
Ey, mein Luck überträgt sich auf jedes Spiel.
Ich weiß ehrlich nicht, ob ich jemals krass viel besser als du sein werde, ne?
Ist nicht besser als ich.
Also krass viel besser, meine ich. War ich eigentlich noch nie, deswegen.
Ich habe irgendwie das Gefühl, ich kann besser werden, aber ich will es einfach nicht. Ah, stimmt, das war ja was, ich hatte das schon mal gesagt. Ich kann mich noch erinnern. Ich habe irgendwann mal gesagt, ich kann besser werden, aber ich habe keinen Bock darauf.
Joxy, wir spielen gleich Duo Rank, deswegen nicht, sorry.
Oh, oh, oh.
Ah ja, Montag spiele ich wieder mit Community.
Montag haben wir Community Days. Also nichts ging, wie ich es wollte, aber irgendwie ging es doch alles so, wie ich es wollte.
Die...
Ja, das war ein Unlucky. Gut als 119. Der gut als 119 Headshot.
Get shit on! Ja, okay, das ist alles gut.
Alles gut, absolut. Ey. Okay. Ich hab noch deine Füße gesehen, da bist du unten. Alter. Ich guess ich mach mal das Hands gleich höher. Oder ist die Bio? Ist die keine Schild schon? Ah, ich muss mal eine Maus aufladen. Stimmt. Da war ja was.
Fuck you. Genau.
Gerne. Der gut als 70er. Irgendwas ist auf meinem Mauspad. Ach so. Ich weiß, was auf meinem Mauspad ist. Ah. Hä? War's nicht mal korrekt?
Hab ich for real nicht geheilt. Geht auch nicht.
Es gibt hier nicht mal hier einiges.
Doch, gibt es glaube ich aber.
Kann wir sehen.
Hä?
Ja, statt in der drin halt. Das kann ich hier gar nicht. Wie ich gesagt habe.
Ich glaube wirklich. Doch, Minis. Doch, doch.
Wirklich? Ah.
Ja.
Grün und lila sieht halt so gleich aus. Sorry. Ich hab hier einen Headshot gegeben, trotzdem gibst du mir mehr.
Ich hab hier auch einen Headshot gegeben, glaube ich.
Ich hab in dein Auge geschossen, du bist eigentlich tot. Hey. Nein. Nein, das lasse ich nicht zu.
Hm?
39. Wenn es über Piken geht, kann ich sehr gut jetzt piken. Das Einzige, worauf ich schon aufpassen muss, dass ich nicht nur eine Tür reinbaue und einfach auf.
Ey, Digga, Bro, 80er Ping, 100er Ping, 130er Ping.
Geil,
Bro,
wollen wir auf den Chinesen weggehen?
Ja, ich habe heute nicht so gutes Internet im Chat,
Mein Overlay. Hi. Da ist was.
Hey, meine Pump schießt nicht. Was ist denn das? Hallo, Fortnite. Ihr seid scheiße.
1,5 Sekunden. Nicht 1,5, 0,57. 0,75 Sekunden muss warten. In der Zwischenzeit kann ich dich schon treffen.
Ja, 0,75 Sekunden muss ich warten, wenn ich 2 Sekunden gerade Ping habe. 200er Ping, Digga. I don't know.
Ja. Hab ich mir mehr gemacht oder tun? Ja. Es ist auch schön, dass die hinteren Gebäude richtig kaputt gegangen sind. Ich dachte, er ist noch on ground.
Too fat für Fortnite.
Was ist mein Auge?
Ja.
Das ist so richtig unangenehm. So auf der, keine Ahnung, wie es heißt, Unterlippe vom Auge. Ja, das hört sich unangenehm an. Der Kopf und dann eine Hautfarbe sieht so gleich aus wie der Himmel. Hab ich Kopfhaut gesagt?
Ja.
Kopf, Haare. Junge, wieder den Kopf raus, wir kennen sie nicht.
Meine Kopfhaut ist schwarz.
No shit, Sherlock. Jetzt sind die auch die Gebäude nicht weg. Ah, ich weiß warum. Weil die out of reach sind zur Destruction.
My new keyword make my editing slow, bro. Come on. Holy shit, man.
Holy shit. Die Aquaktode und Digga. Ich fühle mich auf wie ein Battle Royale.
Ja.
Ich fühle mich wie ein Battle Royale, ich kann nicht bauen, Hilfe.
Fucking Loser. Das war auch schon.
Okay. Also, ich hab den Kill noch bekommen.
Won't me free like that. Loser.
Ich find's traurig, dass meine Heizung nicht mehr funktioniert, weil meine Katze auf meinem Lüfter ist, aber egal.
Schmeiß die Katze weg, die habe ich doch schon immer gesagt.
Ne, ich hab wenigstens etwas, das meinen Schweiß abwischt. Ich benutze sie als Handtuch, nein.
No. Na, warum hast du keinen Rank?
Geh auf Spind und Spiel. Geh auf Spind und Spiel, dann siehst du.
Okay. Digga, ich dachte gerade Spind ganz rechts irgendwo. Ja.
Spind, ja, ganz rechts.
Irgendwo ganz rechts, dachte ich.
Ganz rechts oben oder wie? Auf 6.
Ja, nein, Digga, das ist die Schnauze. Ja, findest du witzig, ne? Mach bereit jetzt. Mein Gott.
Mein Gott, hier. Mach jetzt bereit.
Bro.
Die Sache, eine Sache, die ich mich rüber frage. Warum stand da gerade 1 Stunde Wartezeit? Wir sind, glaube ich, in Overwatch-Lobbys oder so.
Jo, Overwatch spielt anscheinend keiner mehr.
Das spielt wirklich keiner. Du gehst nur einmal irgendwie Ranked, keine Ahnung, ab Gold, glaube ich. Gehst da rein und musst erstmal 1 Stunde 20 warten, gefühlt. Immer. Sehr entspannt, oder?
Mhm. Anscheinend.
Da wartest du sogar bei Paladins weniger. Und Paladins ist nicht geldsüchtig.
Nein.
Hä, ne, das ist
Die doch nicht.
Guck dir mal Overwatch an. Um einen Skin zu bekommen von Blizzard Activation von Diablo 4, musst du erstmal 40 € bezahlen. 40 $. 1 Euro ist das noch teurer sogar. Oder? Ja, ich glaube, ein Dollar was teurer.
$40 sind irgendwas für 35 €.
Digga, nee. 40
Dollar ist weniger wert als Euro.
Ja, 40 Paragraph in Euro. Wer kennt sich? Die guten alten 40 Paragraph.
Newton?
Die guten alten 40 Paragraph. Das war Breakaway.
Ich hab Newton verstanden.
Die Jute für 40 €. Ach, Digga, ich habe jetzt was ich gesagt habe. Ich geb's auch wieder auf.
Ja, halt dein Maul jetzt einfach, Digga.
Selten 10. Ich habe es mit 2 Eliminierungen unter die letzten 10. Die Challenges haben jetzt Namen.
Die Challenges haben jetzt Namen.
Ja, die Rank Challenges.
Peter. Bernd.
Ja, Peter wieder. Oh, Peter, echt jetzt.
Peter, Mann. Da landen
Peter,
Gegner,
Hammer.
Digga, ich kotze. Aber die können nur schlecht sein, wenn die da landen, ne? Hör auf so zu tricken, Digga. Es ist. Warum macht er das heute noch? Es Season 9 Win-Hangleiter hat er. Oh mein Gott. Season 9 Win-Hangleiter. Du hast Season 2 Win-Hangleiter. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott.
Oh mein Gott, mein Account ist deaktiviert.
Aedrus. Aedrus. Oh mein Gott, mein Account ist
Travis Scott. Travis Scott. Travis Scott. Hast du schon gesehen, Travis Scott?
Schimmer jetzt. Ich will richtig spielen hier. Von mir. Bei dir landen, also bei diesen zwei. 126.
Bro.
Fast Knock, fast Knock. 5 HP.
Mein Luck ist immer wieder unbelievable. Ich habe eine Legendary SMG. Where the fuck are they?
Irgendwo oben. Hä, was machst du? Warum stirbst du? Man spielt
Ja.
richtig, Digga. Es macht so keinen Bock.
2 Pumps gegen eine SMG.
Du musst ja nicht pushen gehen, wenn ich nicht da bin.
Ich dachte, eine wäre 1 HP.
Ja, war auch. Ja, er hatte 5 HP oder so.
Ja, der hat sich, war nicht gestorben, im Medkit gepoppt, habe ich gesehen.
Ich mag die Pump nicht, ich will sie tauschen. Ich hab sie noch nicht einmal gespielt, deswegen.
Die ist safe gut gegen Vampire.
Oh mein Gott. Wer darauf kommt. Ich hab Hyping, ne? 80er, 100er. Hatte ich noch nie, Digga, die ganze Zeit.
40, 50, 90, 94.
For real? Wann sind jetzt die Server, wenn du aus
49, 49.
Ah, du kriegst gleich mal Anführer, Digga, nächste Runde. Das ist ja übelst slow. Aber ich ja gar keinen Bock zu spielen.
Ich bin doch schon Anführer. Hä?
Bist du wirklich Anführer?
Ja.
Liegt es an dir oder so?
Ich hab 40, ich hab 50, 49.
Ja, alles, weil mein Mate reingegangen ist. Spaß. Hey, ich brauche einen
Bro, der
besseren
hat
Ping,
eine
Digga.
Epic.
Ich kann so nicht spielen, for real nicht.
Ja, mal gucken. Wenn ich den
Also,
über.
ich muss mal ganz kurz bei mir einen Speedo-Test machen.
Oh, Color, oder wie es hieß.
Oh, nee. 11er Ping. 900 Download. Also hier ist ja alles normal, Digga. Gib mal einen Führer.
Okay, könnte nur Fortnite-Server sein. Bist du sicher nicht auf Amerika?
30 Upload mit meinen Streams insgesamt. Crazy, crazy.
Bist du sicher, dass du nicht auf Amerika bist? So?
Nee, den hätte ich nicht manchmal einen 30er Ping. Das macht keinen Sinn. Ich bin auch Europa.
In Fortnite mit der Scheiße.
Ja, Upload habe ich auch genug. Ja, ich bin auch Europa, heißt es. Europa.
Diamant 1. Ich finde es auch immer so schlecht, dass gefühlt keiner aus unserer Klasse römische Zahlen kann. Nicht mal bis 10.
Ja, das ist eigentlich so einfach, ne?
Ja.
Aber bis 3 sollten alle schaffen.
Sollten. Bro, unsere
Ja,
Klasse
ein
ist
Strich,
gefühlt.
2 Strich, 3 Strich.
Ja, unsere Klasse ist gefühlt ein fucking Frankfurter Hauptbahnhof. Ja, du gehst einmal in unsere Klasse rein, siehst erstmal, wie die 30 Kinder, irgendwie wie die Hälfte unserer Klasse in der Ecke steht, tobt. Die andere Hälfte in irgendeinem anderen verprügelt aus einer anderen Klasse. Dann kommt noch einer, der wird rumgeschmissen. Sehr normal, oder?
Ich glaube, du übertreibst immer so, wenn du sowas erzählst, oder? Doch, du
Das
übertreibst
ist,
schon
das,
immer.
das passiert wirklich so. Bei uns kommt eigentlich meist kommt irgendjemand, so ein Kind, aber von unserer, halt bei uns sind 3 Räume gegenüber Und aus dem dritten Raum kommt so ein Kind immer rüber. Das prügeln wir immer zusammen. Oder schmeißen das herum. Dann kommen noch irgendwie andere aus anderen Klassen, wapen erstmal in der Ecke herum mit den guten alten 9000er Vape.
9000 zugewaped.
Mit der 9000er was?
Ah, Vape ist ja normal.
Aber for real, es kommt wirklich immer so ein kleines Kind vor uns vorbei, das geprügelt wird. Also ich immer weiß.
Please better ping Fortnite, please.
Also noch Slappy.
26er, 24er Ping, komm schon. Muss stabil laufen.
Ah, ich verstehe, was selten 10 bedeutet.
Ja?
Ja, das ist diese, wie heißt das? Ja, diese Aufträge, die mit dieser Season reingekommen sind. Keine Ahnung. Überlebensmedaille. Ja, so.
Lass Left-Side landen. Und ja, ich hab also Fortnite.
Das sind 2 Teams, I guess.
Ja, eine Left-Side-Tankstelle, aber ich glaube, ich habe einen richtigen Shit-Drop. Obwohl, das geht, der landet im Haus. Ja, ich kann easy Tankstelle landen.
Ja, stand Graffiti-Fabrik. Keine Ahnung, was das ist.
Warum geht er auf mich? Hä, wie dumm ist er denn? Da ist ein Gegner.
Ich komme schon.
Der versucht mich hier mit Rocket zu schießen, ich bin tot.
Versuchen wir. Minus 46.
Er ballert mich.
Behind K, pass auf. Ich weiß, wo er ist. Der hielt sich, Ja gut, der ist tot. Obwohl er hinter... Ja, macht keinen Sinn.
Geh weg! Geh weg!
Sorry.
Oh mein Gott. Hey, Pizza gibt kein Leben! Pizza gibt kein Leben! Pizza gibt kein Leben! Pizza gibt kein Leben!
Bro, ich stehe hinter, ich hielt's nicht.
Bro, ich hab die Pizza gerade eben voll aufgenommen eigentlich. Also gegessen, ne? Komplett schon.
Ja, ich ist Bandage. Ich geb dir mal mehr.
Dieser scheiß Bug, ich hasse ihn. Ja, noch eine Pizza, Digga.
Fress mal deine Bandage.
Gönn.
Soll eigentlich schon reichen.
Auf dieses scheiß Game.
Ja.
2 Kills so. Ich hab 2 genockt geschossen. Süß.
Erhalte sofort Raketen und Munition sowie zusätzliche
Raketenmunition,
wenn du Behälter öffnest.
Halt's Maul jetzt, ich will hier keine Aufgaben machen.
Das ist keine Aufgabe, das ist Ability.
Achso.
Digga, hier steht, erhalte sofort Raketenmunition und sowie zusätzliche Raketenmunition, wenn du Behälter öffnest. Da hat sie irgendwie 1 plus die Übersetzung.
In dem
Was meinst du? Ja.
Soll ich vorne? Können wir einnehmen? Ja, so. Darf ich modden? Nein. Garantiert nicht. Muss man sehr, sehr viel Watch-Tempo haben. Und 12 sein mindestens.
Epic. Scheiße. Hier ist ein Gegner. Aber was sucht der hier? Ich hab den nicht erlaubt zu existieren.
Ah, das ist der Mate von meinem gerade eben. GG. Ah, warte mal, Pizza. Take mal einen.
Ja, warte.
Aber Pizza mit ihm ist auch geil. Pro Stück 30 Schild und 5 HP. Ist besser als Minis. Ja, ist besser als Minis.
Ja, das sind nur noch 3 Stück. Also ich frage mich, ob diese MP-Grenade eigentlich gut wäre, zu nehmen. Ja, dass die ja Shield entfernt. Aber wenn du unlucky bist, dann triffst du dich halt selber.
Ob du dich als Mod bewerben darfst, bist aber noch nicht so lange dabei, Arne.
Ja, ist für die Anime oder warum?
Also du hast gerade eben gefragt, ob du Mod darfst, und dann auch hat einer auf YouTube doch gefragt, ob du Mod darf, halt random. Ich glaube, wir sind noch Gegner hier. Oder? Nee. Doch, hier sind Gegner. Nee. So, vielleicht welche im Tresor oder so.
Ich glaube, das sind die NPCs.
Oder sind das echt nur die Bots?
Ja, ich glaube, das sind die NPCs.
Krass.
Weil ich habe hier keinen Skins gesehen. Könnte doch mal wieder eine gute alte meine gute alte Backe sein, dass du nicht den Gegner siehst einfach. Tresor ist schon offen.
Tresor ist schon offen?
Nein, ist nicht mal.
Also. Ja, deswegen suche ich auch gerade den Bot.
Digga, am Ende geht's wieder schon wieder Glitch, dass du da reinkommst. Ah, ich höre erst Steps von hinten. Wo kommst du von oben?
Kannst du die Keycard mit dem bitte?
Ja. Hier ist Rift. Opening Event. I don't know.
Nicht mal richtige Knoxig. Ah.
Lass mal Grenade Launcher nehmen.
Ja, mach for real.
Bro, okay.
Aber Moving Item behalten.
Naja, ich hab das mit dir abgeworfen. Ey, geh mal Raketen, Rambock hat 0.
Brauchst du noch Rockets?
Ich hab Max. Ja.
Da hol ich auch noch 9 Ersatz für dich.
Ja. Candy Corn.
Hä, wie meinst du das, Arne?
Weil das Boss hier, oder?
Hä, wie kein Bock mehr auf dich haben.
Das, oder? Nein, das. Ja, jetzt hast du was, ja.
Aber ich brauch noch ein bisschen. Geh schon mal dahin, bevor da ein bisschen Max.
Er soll schon einen Boss angreifen, warte ich.
Ja, mach, komm, los, jetzt.
Ja, ich muss das mal für den nachher. Ja, ich glaube, ich muss wirklich ganz hoch machen.
Sorry, aber ich bin nicht. Du kannst gerne, willst du eine goldene MP dafür, oder?
Nee, ich habe ja ein kleines Auto. Ich glaube, ich guck mal kurz gleich MP.
Ja, alles gut, Arne, musst du nicht.
Sollte ich Besen nehmen anstatt Rambock?
Ja, nimm Besen, haben wir beide Besen. Rambock nervt nur noch.
Okay, ich will kurz DP gucken.
Wieso sollte ich keine Lust mehr haben auf dich? Das ist gut. Ah, das ist doch gut, Bro.
Ja, was für Akkustand niedrig, 26%.
Jeder auf jeden Team jetzt einfach, keine Ahnung. Damit so.
Ja, warte, ich hab 8000. Ich hab die Bio gesucht. Schalt. Ich hab irgendwie das Gefühl, die ist ultra langsam. Digga, ich fühle diese Musik irgendwie immer. Hat sich ja so gelohnt. Glaubst du, das fällt auf?
Was?
Guck mal hinter dir.
Was denn?
Siehst du mich nicht? Glaubst du, das fällt auf?
Ne, eigentlich nicht, weil das relativ gleiche Farbe ist. Nein, das hört dich auf beim Problem nicht. Du hast die gleiche Farbe wie die Boxen. Unter dir. Johanna.
Kann ich was Besseres nehmen? An den Besen, ja. Gucken. Haben wir es nicht gut. Vor uns Gegner.
Hä? Wann bist du da?
Besen.
Ich dachte, du wärst ja immer noch, wo du gerade eben warst da.
Ne. So.
Ja, vor mir mit Gleiter.
Naja.
Ja, die fighten hier vorne komplett.
So, ja,
die Third Party. Ja, Third Party oben drauf. Gleich mit Besen. Ja. Spray die ein bisschen. 30. Besen. Einer geht mit Besen noch weg.
Mir ist 21. Ich gehe auf den hinteren, der ist im Busch.
Noch einer, der geht. Er ist Crack. Du gehst halt wieder alleine rein pushen. Ich habe halt kein Besen übrig.
Ja.
Crack bei dir? 100?
No.
Er hat direkt Gleiter geöffnet automatisch. Aber kann wieder loslassen, okay? Spray die mal. Nichts getroffen, hoffe ich. Ja, lass ihn rushen, bis er irgendwann aufgibt oder so.
Ja, hier vorne. Ist, ja, hier. Da ist einer.
Ich hier neben. Ich gehe auf ihn. Ja, hier kommt noch mehr, noch ein Duo, pass auf. Noch ein weiteres Duo, aber das haut ab. Noch ein Duo, das einen habe ich gesprayt, auch. Spray mal, ein bisschen.
Bei mir.
Ich helfe dir, einer ist doch bei dir.
Oh. Ich gefinisht. Die weg.
Kein Hit getroffen mit MP.
Komm, lass mal was treffen.
Noch ein Gegner?
Von mir halt. Ab, oder? Ja, ab. Okay. Ich bin stuck. Ich bin stuck. Bei mir. Allergie. Der ist ab. Ich will Fighters. Take me Boots und Tar. Boah, einfach ab.
Was treffen die? Der Aimbot. Ich meine es ernsthaft. Bro, what the fuck? Der killt mich von irgendwo ganz anders. Hä?
Ich hab das Gefühl, es ist ein Smurfer. Ganz leichtes.
Ja,
Mit
parallel
7.
streamen und zusammen spielen. So hau rein, ja. Gute Nacht. Ey, Digga. Ja, ich muss gleich mal nächste Runde warten, bis ich meinen Rank kriege. Warte nicht. Ich gehe mal direkt raus. Wie man es kennt von mir. Ich hasse es, dass es auch nicht aber so aktualisiert wird, Digga, wenn man in die Lobby geht. Warum?
Guten?
Ja.
Kriegt die Gegner Schaden mit Schulwerten über Pistolen zu. Es ist wirklich so komisch. Slappy landen welche. Breakwater Bay. Aber wenn Brutal, nein. Ah doch. Oh mein Gott.
Nein, landet Dings da, Digga, bei dem anderen Auto nicht. Bei dem Bunker da.
Ja, der ist auch lucky. Wenn hier gelandet wäre, wäre er tot.
Oder landet der wirklich hier?
Der landet hier.
Landen noch andere, aber die legen halt auch einfach komplett rum.
Oder ist bei dir noch?
Nein, ich habe einen 20er Punkt. Sie.
Noch.
Anderer Turm.
Es ist ein Bot.
Er hat einen Bot angeschossen.
Ich hatte jemanden White. Ja, achso, das ist sein Bot. Der hat ihn rekrutiert.
Wir haben den so getötet, Digga. Lass uns Slurp holen, Slurp.
By the way, das ist ein Bot. Ich geh mal hier hoch. Warte kurz, bevor der Instruktor los.
Alles gut, ich muss das selber noch
wisst.
Ne, ich spiele die C-Vision.
Ja, ist auch besser.
Ey, das Fortnite wieder diese Standard-Bugs hat, Digga. Wenn man slidet irgendwie, dann hat man die ganze Zeit diesen Slide-Bug, dass man das die ganze Zeit wieder hört und diesen Effekt hat. Ey, seid ihr schlecht, Digga, ihr Affen, Alter.
Können wir das nicht mal wesen so schnell? Nein. Durch das Sprinten wird der Schrumpf langsam nachgeladen. Ich gehe nochmal capturen.
Jo. Gegner. Seilrutsche. Seilbahn, oder so.
Willst du das sicherlich spielen?
Nee, irgendwie nicht.
Es ist so schön, wie du einfach nicht sagst, nee, kein Bock. Oder einfach nicht sagst, nee. Du sagst, nee, irgendwie nicht.
Ja, moin. Ich bin's, Tim.
Ich hab irgendwie das Gefühl, Brutal hat wirklich gefühlt gar keiner mehr.
Ja. Wahrscheinlich. Ja, rebootet einer, lass mal dahin. Das ist hier vorne.
Spawnt das überhaupt noch? Nach Reboot.
Ja, ganz kurz.
Ganz. Okay.
Ja, for real, ganz kurz. Das ist eine Sekunde oder so.
Hier sind Rappel.
First Assault, die sind hier drin, ja. In dem Ding hier vorne. Hast du Hexenbiesen?
Ja.
Und lass drauf.
Ja, warte. Jetzt. Ab. Will nicht.
Overbilden?
Ist egal. Behind, pass auf. Behind minus 32. 32 nochmal. Also ab. So.
Perfekt.
Warte. Okay, ich hab den knockt.
Ja,
41 M-Bot Flip. Oh mein Gott. Ich geh da noch.
Crack.
Ich lauf noch.
Jo. Bro, wer will mich denn jetzt verarschen? Jetzt habe ich keinen Mund mehr. Ein HP hat er. Bei 1 HP habe ich keinen Mund mehr. Mann, ich will nur einmal so einen scheiß Stresscology fucking Clip treffen, Digga. Das schaffe ich nie.
Achso, du meinst die ich gefühlt immer treffe?
Ja, die so richtig krassen Aim-Digger mit dieser Zielvisier, ne?
Ja, das habe ich schon gezeigt.
Stresscology und Karte, Digga, die sind immer so, keine Ahnung.
Ich glaube, nein, ich hab den nicht geschafft. Ich glaube, die holen durch Strom. Also, wenn wir es umgehen, werden wir die höchstwahrscheinlich countern.
Hier ist noch Slurp drin. In dem Haus.
Ich habe irgendwie das Gefühl, der Besen ist auffälliger als, ja, es ist.
Ja, du kannst aber Rocket besser treffen als Besen, sag ich dir ehrlich.
Ja, und der Besen ist auch richtig auffälliger, daher ist es rotes. Daher ist das natürlich Auge rot als Gefahrenfarbe, Basis.
Halt Biologie studiert, komm mal mit. vorne sind Gegner.
Nee, ich kenne mich halt nur etwas besser aus als die meisten mit dem menschlichen Körper.
91. Season 8. Kleines was hin.
Oben cracked.
Cracked.
Beide cracked und chat. Lass Boden schießen.
Ich overempty.
Das hier. Die haben, wie es aussieht, Slurp. Aber bei mir ist einer. Ich glaube, die haben einen Rocket Launcher. Das hat sich gerade so angehört. Einer poppt Minis.
Einer Crack.
Dead.
Nice.
Ja, die haben Rocket Launcher. Ich weiß nicht, ob der andere einen Rocket Launcher hat, aber den ich getötet habe, hat einen Rocket Launcher. Ich hätte aufpassen. Okay, ich weiß, wo das ist. Der hat sich auffällig gemacht, wie noch was. Bei mir. Okay. Pass auf die Hand. Okay.
Was ein weirder Fight, Digga. Vor allem, ich konnte irgendwie nicht editen, richtig. Aber hier ist noch einer.
Was
Der
noch?
Mate von dem anderen.
Ja, ich hab noch gekillt.
Echt?
Ja, warte. Mit Besen hast du noch. Jetzt
Also den einen habe ich habe einen gekillt.
Den du genockt hast.
Ich habe einen
den
gekillt.
genockt hast. Ja, den du genockt hast, habe ich getötet, ja.
Ja, wo ist der
Der
andere?
Besen macht gar nichts. Keine Ahnung. Er ist gone. Wer will alles abbauen? Also der eine hat ultra auffällig halt geladen. Ich kann kein Deutsch. Geworfen. Aber anscheinend hier auch nicht. Bei dir?
Nein.
Und wir watchen gerade zwei.
Haben wir gar keine.
Die machen nur Schild weg, ja. Also ich genieße zu tanzen. Oh, was gecaptured. So. Nicht das. Ich weiß. Ah, ja, wir haben aufgehört. Ich glaube, der andere ist einfach nicht mehr da. Also wenn du willst, können wir auf Reboot campen.
Ja, lass mal zum Capture hin. Alles gut. Was dahin? Ich bin momentan Tier 1, aber ich glaube, ich bin wieder fast Tier 2. Ich war ja schon mal Tier 2. Dieses Season. Ah, ich habe auch noch nicht wirklich gegrindet. Ich habe irgendwie 40, 50 Matches. Nee, nicht wirklich.
Also ich grinde, dass man Krug gespielt hat.
Ein paar Mal mit Krug, aber es ist auch nicht schwer, irgendwie Dia zu werden, deswegen. Halt voll easy.
Es ist ultra schwer, ja.
Dia ist wie Division 6 oder so.
Ja, ich sehe die sind weg.
Die haben aber gerade
hier
einen
Capture,
die sind hier.
I guess, ja, die sind hier drin, oder?
Hab ich doch
ja,
gesagt. Wie soll der Dino capturen?
Nee, die können ja weglaufen. Einer crackt. Skifahrer crackt. Komm die Hand, pass auf. Ich auf den anderen.
Nein, kein Lock, oder was?
Danke.
Ja, was soll ich denn machen? Ich bin fast dead, Digga.
Ich meine den Gegner. Ah, die haben Slurp. Glück. Ich laufe mal ein bisschen vor dem.
Ja, wirklich. So, Digga. Wie kannst du ihn eigentlich nicht holen? Wirklich jetzt?
Ich wurde von hinten gesprayt. Von seinem Teammate.
Den habe ich hier gefühlt dead geschossen, deswegen.
Ja, sein anderer Teammate hat mich komplett crack geschossen. Deswegen konnte ich nichts machen. 34, ja. Okay. Noch circa 3, 4 Matches.
Ja,
dann
ich bin halt schon wieder direkt
Liga 1.
ausgegangen, aber. Ja.
Du bist noch immer 1. Bei mir, auf jeden Fall.
Okay.
Das ist doch 1, oder? Ja. Es ist halt so entspannt, wenn du Unreal bist. Wenn du Unreal bist, kannst du halt nicht mehr downranken. Ja. Ungefähr 2 Stunden, 18 Minuten und 34 Sekunden.
Was?
Wartezeit. Das steht bei mir immer so.
Bei mir steht keine Wartezeit. Bei mir gibt es sowas nicht mehr.
Das steht immer so am Anfang. Deswegen merke ich, das ist so es gibt jetzt Lobby-IP und das ist jetzt so die Lobby-IP. Es gibt hier wahrscheinlich Lobby-IP.
Gibt es
Das ist jetzt nicht so. Ja.
Die steht zufälligerweise auch oben links. Obwohl, nee, das ist deine Spieler-IP.
Ja. Lobby-IP, keine Ahnung, was ist das? Ich glaube, das sieht mir nicht.
Er weiß auf jeden Fall nicht mehr, was eine Lobby-IP ist. Er sagt, was eine Lobby-IP ist, er weiß es auf jeden Fall nicht mehr.
Die IP der Lobby.
Oh mein Gott, er weiß es auf jeden Fall wieder.
Oh mein Gott. Ja, da links ist ja, nee, Player-IP. Das ist ja, rechts, rechts haben wir den Player-Name. Das siehst du. Und den aktuellen Player-Name dann die IP von dir. Ich glaube, also entweder könnte man über Replay sehen. Also wenn du Replay wirklich richtig gut, ja, das heißt, wenn du damit umgehen könntest, kannst du das glaube ich herausfinden. Ja, Moment.
Frenzy.
Ja.
Gelbes Haus. Ich muss auf Farmhaus unten.
Ja, alle gehen auf Gelb. Was zum... Alter. Hier ist fucking Whole Universe. Ich bin gone. Ey, ich hab keine Ahnung, wie die heißt. Wolfgangs und so ein Shotgun. Ich hab Red Licht Info. Also.
Weißt du, was ich habe? Ich habe Gegner am Hals und du bist nicht hier.
Ich bin doch hier.
Wirklich, es ist so nervig, ne? Ich geh raus, Digga.
Geil. Was ist doch los?
Komm raus, Digga.
Ich bin still alive. Ich hab noch einen Okt. Ja, okay, ich hab's da Schrot. Steam hat gerade in so einer schweren Phase.
Danke, Mann.
Antidepressivum. Fast.
Irgendwie schon. Durch dir, Alter. Wirklich. Machst dich fertig. Weißt du? Komm. Spargel.
Habe ich eine Blase mit C? Ja, das. Holz. Blockschrotflinte. Wie viel Damage macht sie? 101. 101. Die Holzverloren. Ja, nee. Okay. Ich muss... Ah, ja. Okay.
Also ich stelle mir die DPU runter, Digga. Ich glaube, das fickt mich momentan.
Ah, ja.
Fixer.
Straße. Guck.
Fixer.
Das hat was mit der Waffe zu tun. Guck das an. Okay. Ja, wir kommen da. Könnte ich doch. Das hat was mit der Waffe zu tun. Oh mein Gott.
Warte ganz kurz. Ich kann jetzt meine Lizenz mal einstellen.
Ja, ich will dir kurz mal was zeigen. Wie gut das heutzutage alles ist. Nee. Hallo, bleib mal stehen. Hallo, ich will zeigen. Zum nur zeigen. Bleib mal stehen. Ich brauche eine Wand, die ist offen sein soll. Ja, hier. Jetzt muss ich sie noch sehen. Falsche Waffe.
Digga, was? Digga, was zur Hölle, wie? Warum?
Du musst dir mal kurz angucken. Die Waffe, was dich schießt, das wird als Projectile angesehen.
Darf ich mal? Kann ich mal?
Ja. Guck mal, die wird halt als Projectile angesehen. Und dieses Projectile fliegt durch die Wand durch.
Warte,
weil das als Lücke da halt sieht. Und das geht auch. Ja. Die Waffe ist auch generell halt so groß, wenn du sie anguckst. Die ist einfach generell zu groß.
Warum?
Das ist genau das gleiche wie der MK7 gewesen. Aber der MK7 war es halt was anderes. Hier ist es wegen der Munition. Daher, dass sie als Projectile angesehen wird und das Projectile dann denkt, dass eine Lücke dazwischen ist. Oder du halt vor der Wand bist. Obwohl das nicht stimmt. Daher, dass die Waffe zu groß ist. Genauso wie mein Bosscock. Also. ...37. Toll.
Gerade eben meine DP
Ja,
nochmal wieder um 100 runter macht.
Das war ich als Maus. That's only this history.
Hä, Digga, er kann ultra krass durch die Treppe schießen.
Also ich war unter der Treppe, obwohl ich unter der Treppe war, obwohl ich unter der Treppe
Du nicht, du warst da nicht.
Doch, ich war unter.
Na, ich war da.
Ich war da auch.
Ja, dann danach so. Schon.
Guck ich unter der Treppe. Ich hab natürlich hinterher geschossen.
You fucking S.
S oder S?
Ich kann wieder durchziehen. Werbeblocker sind auf YouTube nicht erlaubt, du verwendest Ja, ich hätte auch schon 5-mal, ne?
Werbeunterbrechung dafür, dass YouTube von Milliarden Nutzen auf der ganzen Welt genutzt werden kann. Mit YouTube Premium kannst du als Maul
Wir wollen einfach mehr Geld verdienen. So.
einfach auf X drücken.
Ja, mache ich auch die ganze Zeit. Spigel! Wach auf.
Ja, warte.
Komm schon.
Das ist so wenig da. Wie ich mal rausgesetzt hätte. Das ist korrekt. Gibt es das? Nein. Verdiene EP. Ach, schau auf. In Erlebnissen von Creators. Ziemlich still hier. Okay. Ja, das würde ich auch sagen. Ja, exakt das. Ey, wie viele Zombies hast du eigentlich getötet?
So ein Scheiß jetzt immer, Mann.
Halt sehr ruhig, deswegen. Die sind ziemlich ruhig, deswegen halt. Wir sind ruhiger als eine Klapperschlange. Nee, ich sag das.
Fucking Dogs. Spaß.
Ich stehe in mir drin, frage mich, warum ich nicht schießen kann. Guckt sich an, wechsel meine Waffe, kann nicht schießen, guckt sich nochmal an. Wechsel meine Waffe, kann schießen.
Warte mal bitte ganz kurz. Ich spiele mal ganz auf 30 FPS und dann gehe ich wieder hoch. Da fühlt sich das Game wieder flüssig an. Weil das ist so ass. Ich habe irgendwie keine flüssigen 160 FPS. Das fickt mich komplett weg.
Okay, schön.
Ich spiele auf 30 FPS irgendwie.
Okay. Ja, nicht.
Ich glaube, das sieht man sogar im Stream, dass ich auf 30 FPS spiele. Das muss ja komplett laggen auch im Stream, weil das ja 60 FPS Stream ist.
Nee, Trust ist nicht.
Geht shit on the flash ist.
Ich lege ein Veto ein. Um ehrlich zu sein, das sieht aus wie Pixelbrei bei mir. Ich schick dir mal Fotos, alles erkennbar, oder? Warte. Das bist nicht du, das ist.
Du guckst auf Twitch. Geil.
Ja, ja.
Ja, da war ich halt 864p Stream. Weil mein Fernseher nicht mehr schafft. 864, weil mein Fernseher nicht mehr schafft.
Nein, da steht 884. For real.
Ja? Ja, das ist
Digga, ultra angenehm auf 30 FPS.
Ich spiele auf 60. Also du auf 30.
Ich hab das Gefühl, ich bin besser auf 30. Fucking.
Ja, ne?
200.
Boah, excited to 120 FPS. Ich glaube, ich muss 120 FPS Standard spielen. Weil wenn die FPS flüssig sind, ist es besser sogar als 160.
Ich glaube 30. Du kommst ja so wenig Zeit zu reagieren, wenn du nicht prediktest.
Warte.
Ja, was ist?
Ich wollte die 3D nur auf 95 machen. Das, was man damals auch gemacht hat. Für Input Delay.
Debo, der 40er. Nicht mal getroffen, man scheint.
Ja.
Oh. Der Luftsache.
Oh, wow.
Das gibt's doch gar nicht.
Doch, bei Roller.
Das gibt's wirklich nicht. Ich gebe dir mit meiner Pump von 3000 Metern einen 38er Headshot.
Fucking Metronitis.
So. Just curious. Ich bin ich will irgendwas austesten.
Ja, sorry.
Just curious.
Nee, selbst meine 120 FPS fühlt sich nicht gut an.
Okay, geile Hitbox da. Ja, es gibt wirklich nur bei Wänden.
Eventuell sollte ich aber wieder Meshes anmachen, oder?
Keine Ahnung.
3D bitte.
Aha. Ja. Geil. Straße, steh mal kurz über mir. Weil wir stehen. Hier dich durch?
Nö.
Nee? Okay.
Nochmal, mach einfach nochmal.
Okay. Aber ich sehe, wie ich durch den Boden schieße.
Schießt du auch, mach nochmal.
Jetzt habe ich den mal getroffen. Ich schieße durch den Boden. Es ist wahrscheinlich, weil die Waffe einfach ein bisschen klein ist. Sagen wir es mal so. Ja, die Waffe ist halt nur ein bisschen klein.
Fucking dog shit.
Der gute alte 40er.
Fucking easy.
Das hat sich gerade so angefühlt wie 3 FPS.
Ja.
$119 schon wieder.
Ja, ich geh mal, ne? So müssen wir
Okay,
machen.
tschülle.
Jo. Tschülle.
Ja, tschüdele.
Ja, tschülle, Alter. Rein.
Tschüssel. Tschüsselsdorf. Tschüss.
Schüssele, Küssele, Küsschen aufs Snissele, hau rein.
Küsschen auf Nüsschen.
Ja, und damit würde ich sagen, das war's noch heute mit Stream. Zweiter Qualifier-Stream heute gewesen. Noch sehr, sehr viel danach gespielt, nicht so wie gestern. Ich habe wirklich noch 2,5 Stunden danach jetzt gespielt. Ja, was soll ich sagen? Morgen sind die Finals. Ich freue mich. Ich bin eigentlich für Vadial, Savage und RYZEN und so. Für die Deutschen natürlich, deutschsprachigen. Aber wer gewinnen wird, kann ich ehrlich gesagt nicht sagen. Also ich weiß noch nicht, wer so mäßig mein Pferd ist. Müssen wir mal gucken. Aber in dem Sinne würde ich mal sagen, haut rein, Leute. Killer zu dem Stratus ist höhen. Bis dann. Ah, ich weiß, warum das so ist, weil mein... Ich weiß, warum das so ist. Warte. Das muss ich ganz kurz ändern. Das war so, weil mein restreamter Stream nicht auf 1080p eingestellt ist, sondern auf 144p, weil ich ja ab und zu Lags hatte. Ja. Aber in dem Sinne würde ich jetzt auch sagen, haut rein, Leute. Killer zu dem Stratus ist. Bis dann.